Good morning, everyone. Apologies for the delay. My name is Joaquin Esquivel. I'm chair of the State Water Resources Control Board. Today is Wednesday, September 7th. It is 9:34 a.m., and I'd like to call this meeting to order. I'll begin by introducing my fellow colleagues. With me today is Vice Chair Doreen Diadamo, Board Member Laurel Firestone, Board Member Sean McGuire, and Board Member Nicole Morgan. Joining us today as well is our Executive Director, Eileen Sobek, our Chief Counsel, Michael Laufer, our Chief Deputy, Eric Oppenheimer. Today, our Clerk of the Board is not with us, but we have Courtney Tyler, the Assistant to the Clerk of the Board, and Margie Argel. As you can see, this meeting is being webcast and recorded. We actually have a hybrid meeting, so we have an in-person component here in the Cali PA building in Sacramento. And then otherwise, you're joining us digitally, either through our customary web stream on the Cali PA website or the YouTube Live website. But if you intend to comment on any of today's items, you should be on the Zoom platform. There are instructions on how to do so at the top of today's agenda. If you're having any challenges with that, please do email the Clerk of the Board, and it's our assistant today, at commentletters@waterboards.ca.gov. And we can help get you on the platform. Once you are here on the platform with us, your camera will be off. You will be on mute until it's your turn to speak on the item you've indicated you wish to do so. For everyone here in the room, good morning. Good to have you here with us. Quick evacuation procedures here. Please do observe the exits. If there is, and in case there is an emergency, we will calmly file out and all gather in Cesar Chavez Plaza until we await further instruction. If you intend to comment on any item today and you're here in person, there is a sign-up tablet over on the side of the room. There's also a QR code to directly go into the web form to get yourself in the queue. Please do state your name and if you have any affiliation once you do come up. And last but not least, if you have any noise-making devices, best to mute them to not interrupt the discussion here today. With that, I think we can get on to public forum. And I don't have in front of me my list of public forum folks, so I'll depend on Margie Argel. Thank you. There's two, and we'll call up our first. In public forum is an opportunity we provide at the top of every board meeting for any member of the public and otherwise to address the board on an issue not pending before the board. And good morning. I believe we have Damon Tai.
All right, good morning. What I'm going to do is just give a firsthand account of what's going on with the San Francisco algal bloom and my concern with that. So I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. Oh, I guess I will not. Sorry, I made an entire slide deck for this.
In the future, if you have any slides, do get them to the Clerk of the Board and we can have them up, but we do lock down the platform. So apologies, Mr. Tai.
Oh, okay. Shoot, well, this is very different then. Let me just talk then through the slide deck.
What you can do is quickly email them to the clerk what's the best email address? Email it to commentletters@waterboards.ca.gov, and we can get it up. And what we can do is go ahead and go to our second speaker and give.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Yeah, of course. Thank you. We'll go to Hart Singer.
And so far, Hart has not yet joined us on the Zoom platform.
I was hoping it would be an option for you, Mr. Tai. Well, if you'd like, we can take your public forum here after we get into just adopting the minutes and give you a moment to get the file over to Ms. Argel. And with that, then, we will come back to public forum and we'll go to our first item, which is adoption of board meeting minutes from just the July 6th board meeting. And I believe there is a single change, Mr. Laufer, that was made to those.
Correct. Member Morgan had a minor change to provide clarity and simplify one of the sentences in hers. We'll make that change on the final minutes. When approved, it doesn't affect, obviously there were no voting items on that particular set of minutes, but we will make that final change and if the board adopts the minutes today.
Thank you for that. And I would note as we go, and I would entertain a motion here in a moment to adopt that we had talked about providing minutes from our board meeting in Tahoe that we had in person. that there wasn't any webcast of. Those have been received to the board members now. Those hopefully we will be getting out soon. I know it's taken some time. They're lengthy. What's that? Oh, we are voting on our, okay, good.
So the motion would just be for the July 26, 2022 minutes from the board's meeting at the Lahontan Regional Water Board offices. The other set of minutes from the first or the last August meeting are not circulated yet.
Thank you, Mr. Loffer. Do we have a motion?
I'll make a motion.
I'll second.
Thank you. Ms. Argel, can you call the roll call vote?
Board Member Morgan,
Aye.
Board Member McGuire,
Aye.
Board Member Firestone,
Aye.
Vice Chair Diadamo, and Chair Esquivel.
Aye. Thank you. With that, we can go back to public forum and see if Mr. Tai has the file. Or I should actually refer over to, still nothing, okay. Mr. Tai, would you like to try to get the file over or postpone to another public forum comment? And we can also take you later in the day, if that's helpful.
I sent the file, but it's coming back rejected that the email won't handle the file.
Oh, it's too large. In that case, if you want, just provide us your oral comments here, and we'll find a way to get the file to the board members, unless you.
Can you give me 5 more minutes, and I'm going to strip the video that's out, and that should make it small enough. And then if you'd have me back, that'd be wonderful.
Okay. Until then, we'll continue on in our agenda, and then we'll be able to we'll pull you in later in the agenda. Then. So thank you.
And Chair Esquivel, let me check one moment. We might have had a last-minute public speaker, which may help Mr. Tai with his timing issues. Bear with me one moment.
Thank you, Mr. Loffer.
So Regina Chichizola has joined us and asked to speak in public forum.
You've been saved, Mr. Tai. You have another 5 minutes. And Ms. Chichizola, please. Good morning. Thank you for joining us.
Good morning, and I'm sorry, I don't think my comments will probably be a full 5 minutes.
That's fair.
But I'll go for a few minutes and help a little bit. Thank you for letting me speak this morning. I am here to speak about the dire conditions in our rivers. And I do realize I do this quite a lot, but I think we know that things are really, really bad right now. I feel sometimes a little bit like we're the people who keep saying the emperor has no clothes, but it's true. As you all know, the Scott River recently started going dry despite the curtailments, which shows us that the curtailments are not working and that people are violating the curtailments. And unfortunately, the Scott River, it hasn't been quite as easy to figure out who is violating the curtailments as it was in the Shasta River, where one particular water user opened up their floodgates and dropped the river by quite a lot, causing immediate people to immediately notice what happened and where. But it is really important that these curtailments are not just ignored by our community. As you know, the Klamath River had a massive fish kill this year, about a month ago. And this was around the same time that people started violating their curtailments. And now we're having an early run of salmon coming up the river and coming into an extremely muddied, very, very low river. And right now there is some water being released from the Trinity River to try to stop a fish kill. But that only helps to the base of the Trinity River. And because the board, through its temperature management plan, took no action to protect carryover storage in the Trinity River, it's we're hoping against hope there's enough cold water to get the salmon through, at least for the first 50 miles of the Klamath River. But there's been quite a lot of documentation of a second fish kill already starting. And the situation is so dire. But what could really help with the above the Trinity River situation is the Scott and Shasta rivers actually having water in them. They are production areas for our salmon, and there's ESA listed salmon within these areas, and there's a massive amount of water waste happening. So I'm asking the board to continue to take enforcement actions within these watersheds, and to start actually having a long-term plan for Trinity River carryover storage, and to make sure that the flows in the Scott River and the Shasta River are protected on a more permanent basis. So it's not always an emergency in these river systems. To deal with fish kills every single year is so devastating, as I'm sure the next speaker will talk about the devastating nature of these fish kills. With that said, I would also like to say that a lot of the other rivers are not in good shape, and we really need to get on with phase 1 and phase 2, and protect the Sacramento and San Joaquin river systems and the inputs into the Bay Delta and San Francisco Bay also. And I know that's not the cause of the fish kill in the San Francisco Bay, but when it comes to pollution, dilution is always helpful, and we're going to have to start rebuilding the stocks within the San Joaquin and Sacramento rivers and in the Bay Delta and San Francisco Bay, now that we've had a massive fish kill there too. And I just really hope this board realizes the seriousness of the situation, where your decisions are causing leading us towards a massive extinction of our fisheries within the state of California. And I know you cannot control the drought, but you can control how the water is managed during the drought, and it's your job and responsibility to protect the tribal trust and to protect the public trust. So I hate to always be the doomsday person. I really hope to come in here saying I feel like things are going good soon, but things are really, really bad right now. And I'm really hoping this board will at least act to take enforcement actions where they can to stop these fish kills, and to improve our water quality, because explaining to my son on the way to school why there's dead fish in a muddied river is just so sad. And year after year, the situation just gets worse and worse. And we totally appreciate that we do have curtailments now, but if they're not enforced, in the end, they're not making a difference. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Chicazola. I always appreciate your perspective and voice here, and I completely agree with you, and I promise you, an incredible sense of urgency and weight around what are compounding challenges that have been building up for generations in our watersheds, and that I think we have an incredible opportunity to embrace the complexity in those challenges, but actually taking action, like the fact that for the first time in history, this board is curtailing in this state in the way it is. And I think, I look in the water, I think of the Russian River watershed certainly and other places, and there are lessons between watersheds to be learned, and most of them are around how we can actually see the challenges in common, stop being defensive around the state of what we have, and actually continue to push. And so just thank you. I really appreciate your voice. Mr. Tiger? No file yet. Okay. I appreciate, and it looks like we do have Ms. Sarah Benson Conforti with her hand up on the platform.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you.
Are you wishing to have public forum comment here? It looks like, I think you indicated on item 3 you were going to comment, but glad to take your comment here as well in public forum.
As you wish and as you find suitable.
Yeah, well, is your comment regarding item number 3, or is it a public forum comment you would like to provide?
So I would like to, I sent an email with the slides that I would like to present to Courtney and to Janine.
Okay.
If they can put up, that would be amazing. I don't know which part would you like me to speak, because I would like to present some sustainable water solutions and discuss what we're doing.
Well, Ms. Benson Conforti, I believe you indicated you wanted to speak regarding our drought update and current hydrologic conditions. We can keep your comment to that item. And
no problem. no problem.
That's helpful.
So I was confused, so I apologize.
Oh, no, don't be no worry to apologize in the least. And thank you. I appreciate that. I appreciate everyone's patience. Just looking over to our clerk to see if we should. We still haven't received anything, Mr. Tyre. And so we're going to go ahead and move on. And then I think you can still present, and but we'll move on through the agenda. Unless, Mr. Lawfer, you have another feeling on it.
No, I just double checked the folder as well, and we've not received the email yet. So, we could certainly go ahead and invite Mr. Ty to speak now. I'm not sure what his schedule is like, and we could always
I'll leave it to Mr.
distribute
Ty.
the slides to the board members when they arrive.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Mr.
I
Ty,
would like to
your
go
call.
ahead and give public comment then
Okay.
without the slide deck. I just
Sorry
don't know what
about the
target.
technical difficulties. Sorry about that.
Yeah, I don't know what the target size of the file, so it just keeps bouncing back as part of the problem. Let me just jump right into it then. So August 2nd, I was flying out of San Francisco or out of Oakland. I noticed what looked almost like an oil slick because it was so large and black in front of Alameda. Realized later there was an algal bloom, I think due to reports from your agency. And I've spent 20 years kind of looking at Lake Merritt. On August 10th, we actually saw the algal bloom then enter Lake Merritt. It was like a creamy soup. You could see it entering and then taking over the lake. That morning, I took water samples, did microscopy on it, saw that it was Heterosigma kishiwa, what Water Board had identified it as being in front of Alameda. Sent out kind of like a public notice just to folks around the lake, hey, look out for fish die-offs on August 10th. We didn't see anything for weeks. And then on August 28th, I come down to Lake Merritt and the beach is just covered in fish. And I think, oh, you know what, maybe this isn't related. Maybe this is just a singular event. I end up walking around the entirety of Lake Merritt and it is just ringed with dead fish. Tens of, maybe not hundreds of thousands of dead yellowfin gobies. Stripers are dying, anchovies are dying, halibut are dying in there, the crabs are dying. And as you walk around, you can see fish at the surface gasping for air. Our beautiful, amazing bat rays are at the top of the water just trying to get air, and people just basically watch them suffocate over the course of that day. I come back on the 29th and I walk just 1/8 of Lake Merritt, and this is just shoreline. I can't get out in the water. I count 39 dead bat rays, 522 striped bass. And these aren't small striped bass. We're talking, these are ones people are looking at and the older fishermen are crying because they're like, I wish I could catch that fish. So that night I go home and I start an iNaturals project. And iNaturals is this thing where you can basically take your phone, take a picture of any living organism or any organism and upload it to a global database to have people identify it and also know when and where you saw it. And this basically helps rally everyone around the bay to try and see the impact of this horrible event that we're just starting to see the tip of the iceberg on. So by the time I wake up that morning, only like 4 hours later after making this thing, there's already 100 observations. By the end of this week, we have 1,000 observations, 430 of them are sturgeon. 14 of those are federally protected green sturgeon. And this isn't just like in one location. This goes from Sears Point, we've got ones in Napa County, all the way down to Santa Clara County, like Palo Alto. There's just 4-foot, 7-foot sturgeons rolling up like logs after a storm. It's horrendous. And I don't know how long it's going to take for this population to recover. You got to remember, these fish are decades old. Some can live up to 100 years old. And they've got to take 15 years usually to get to breeding age. This is never going to recover in my lifetime. I go back to Lake Merritt August 30th, and I start looking around to see what else has happened. At this point, the bottom of the food web is basically unwinding. All of the mussels, all of the clams, all of the marine polychaetes are dead. And Lake Merritt is a place that you can see what's going on with this algal bloom in a way that you can't always see in the bay because the bay is hard to get into and look. But as I saw this, I went out to Alameda and I went a couple other places in the East Bay and I could see other kind of hints of this going on. The entire bottom of that food web is damaged due to this. And people aren't going to start noticing this stuff right away. It's going to take a couple months when we start seeing birds starve. And I've already found 4 dead cormorants in the front of San Leandro just 2 days ago that I would be surprised are not associated with this event. The pelicans have moved out of Lake Merritt. They've even moved out of Alameda. They're trying to find food. This is going to get real bad real quick. And the problem is, from a documentation point of view, the decay is happening so fast that when I went out on September 3rd, the same day that you guys put out the posting that we want to make sure the Bay Area or the public is aware there might be a fish die-off, we can't even see the fish anymore because the carcasses are so decayed. All I can find is the skulls of these sturgeon that are bigger than my skull. And there's no obvious signs of an anomalous release, right, with this event. Dug through all the literature, I've talked to as many people as I can, but there is this amazing paper, right, The Nutrient Status of San Francisco Bay and Its Management Policies by James Cloran and a few other folks that predicts this event taking place due to the fact that we have such high nutrient release in the San Francisco Bay, and that we've just been kind of an anomalous, lucky group for this long. But I think what happened was this year, we just tiptoed past that tipping point. We need to figure out how to readjust this as soon as possible, because this event is just going to happen again and again. We're not going to have our fisheries. We're not going to have the level of bird life we have. All this charismatic megafauna the Bay Area is known for, we are not going to have that. So action needs to happen soon on this. I beg you guys to please figure out how to make action take, as fast as possible on this. That's my comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tai, for your powerful comment, and apologies for the technical difficulties in getting your slides as part of it. I want to note here our executive officer in the San Francisco Regional Water Quality Control Board, Eileen White. She's been incredible and just really stepping up and continuing to work with our many sister agencies, including the Department of Fish and Wildlife. To your point, the use of the iNaturalist app has been an incredible feature of this because of the way it has allowed communities to be part of the science and the understanding of what is happening in a way that is incredibly meaningful. The loss here and here, again, the compounding challenges where, whether it's the red tide event and the harmful algal blooms that we've also seen in freshwater ecosystems here for a bit as well, or this heat wave and drought, which are all compounding, right? The lack of fresh flows into the San Francisco Bay are part of what is this complex challenge we have. And truly, you look at the board, you look at the Clean Water Act, which we're celebrating the 50-year anniversary of this year. And I think it's not just a wake-up call, but I think an incredible and powerful moment for us to ensure that we re-embrace the mission of these national bills, of Port Cologne, of this board itself, and our ability to manage these challenges. But it comes at cost. And that is always what we will hear. So we have to really embrace what is this opportunity. I appreciate your comments and your voice. There's more to be done. And follow both what the Regional Water Quality Control Board is doing as they renew the permits of many of those wastewater facilities. And we think of the Irrigated Lands Regulatory Program, things that are burgeoning like our biostimulatory work, that again, in a warming climate, all these things, to your point, will only continue to repeat themselves if we don't handle them sooner now than later. So thanks for what is a lengthy comment usually on someone's public forum comment, but just really appreciate you flagging and bringing this to the board this morning. And I know it's been on the minds of many of us. No, thank you. Really, really appreciate it. And I keep following along and appreciate the work. I think that wraps up. Ms. Tyler, is that it for public forum? Thank you. And thank you, everyone, for your time and patience. It's always really important to have that public forum, that is, and time and patience. I'll never give up that. Okay, let us move on to item number 2 of our board meeting. It is an uncontested item still? No. Okay. And would appreciate then a discussion on what is actually a very important follow-on to the discussions we've been having here in public forum, where tribal beneficial uses are so very critical to things like protecting water quality that supports fish, supports our ability to hear, when it comes to our tribes, rights of our most incredible injustices. So with that, kick it over to the Regional Water Quality Control Board in the Central Valley. Mr. Palupa, would you like to kick us off, or will Ms. Smitherman?
No, thank you so much, Chair Esquivel, members of the board. We do have a presentation. I know the agenda is uncontested. If it's your pleasure, we can give the presentation. It's not
Please
too
do.
long.
Yeah, would love to.
Absolutely.
Again, I think it's a great follow-on. And I believe the Board Member McGuire specifically requested that we make sure we
Perfect.
have this. So
Perfect.
thank you.
Well, take it away, Lauren.
On now? Okay, there we go. Okay. Hello, Chair Esquivel and members of the board.
Apologies, I think it's off. Or you might need to just
Oh,
be
just a little
closer. Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Hello, Chair Esquivel and members of the board. I'm Lauren Smitherman, Supervisor of the Mercury Program and Basin Planning Unit within the Planning section at the Central Valley Regional Water Quality Control Board. I am presenting today on the proposed amendments to the water quality control plans for the Sacramento River and San Joaquin River basins and Tulare Lake Basin to add the tribal tradition and culture, tribal subsistence fishing, and subsistence fishing beneficial use definitions. The Central Valley Water Board adopted Resolution R5-2022-0018 to incorporate the definitions into the region's basin plans, and I am here today to recommend that the State Board approve the adoption of the tribal beneficial use definitions to the basin plans. Next slide, please. In this presentation, I will discuss an overview of the Central Valley Water Board's basin plans, the purpose of adopting the tribal tradition and culture, or CUL, the tribal subsistence fishing, or T-sub, and subsistence fishing, or sub beneficial uses. We will also discuss the CUL, T-sub, and sub beneficial use definitions and history, comments and letters received, staff recommendations, and next steps. Next slide, please. Under the Porter Cologne Water Quality Control Act, water quality control plans, or basin plans, are required by the 9 regional water boards to regulate water quality. Basin plans contain designated beneficial uses for both surface and groundwater bodies in the basins, water quality objectives to protect those beneficial uses, implementation plans to achieve water quality objectives, and descriptions of the surveillance and monitoring activities needed to determine regulatory compliance and assess the health of the basin's water resources. California's Constitution mandates that any water to which someone's been given a right must be put to beneficial use. If beneficial use definitions are adopted into regional basin plans, a separate basin plan amendment may occur to designate the beneficial use or uses to a particular water body or water body segment. For this project, the regional board prepared a basin plan amendment primer that describes the regulatory process needed to designate a tribal beneficial use. I will discuss this document later in this presentation. Next slide, please. This map provides a visual of the Central Valley Water Board's basins and area of jurisdiction. 2 basin plans exist in the Central Valley, the Sacramento and San Joaquin River basins and Tulare Lake Basin. This resolution proposes to add the tribal beneficial use definitions to both basin plans in the Central Valley. Next slide, please. Nearly 200 tribal nations are located within the modern borders of California, more than any other state in the United States. Meaningful engagement with California Native American tribes is fundamental to the mission of the water boards. Collaboration and input from all Californians help the water boards advance decisions and policies that better protect the environment, public health, and beneficial uses by effectively managing California's water resources. Working with California Native American tribes holds a special value at the water boards because of our parallel relationship to the people we serve and because of tribes' historic knowledge and experience managing California's water resources since time immemorial. Next slide, please. The tribal tradition and culture, tribal subsistence fishing, and subsistence fishing beneficial uses were developed to protect activities specific to Native American culture and tribes' historic use of California's waters, including practices not covered by existing beneficial uses. These beneficial uses were developed as a result of years of activism, studies, and advocacy by Native American tribes and other parties. They are tied to Mercury water quality objectives and are the only beneficial uses that specifically mention California Native American tribes in their definitions. The state defines a California Native American tribe as a federally recognized California tribal government listed on the most recent notice of the Federal Register, or a non-federally recognized California tribal government on the California Tribal Consultation List maintained by the California Native American Heritage Commission. I will now describe the tribal beneficial use definitions and history. The tribal tradition and culture, or CUL beneficial use, is defined as uses of water that support the cultural, spiritual, ceremonial, or traditional rites or lifeways of California Native American tribes, including but not limited to navigation, ceremonies or fishing, gathering, or consumption of natural aquatic resources, including fish, shellfish, vegetation, and materials. Next slide, please. The tribal subsistence fishing, or TSUB beneficial use, is defined as uses of water involving the non-commercial catching or gathering of natural aquatic resources, including fish and shellfish, for consumption by individuals, households, or communities of California Native American tribes to meet the needs for sustenance. Next slide, please. The subsistence fishing, or sub-beneficial use, is defined as uses of water involving the non-commercial catching or gathering of natural aquatic resources, including fish and shellfish, for consumption by individuals, households, or communities to meet the needs for sustenance. The subsistence fishing beneficial use does not mention California Native American tribe in its definition, but is grouped with the tribal tradition and culture and tribal subsistence fishing beneficial uses because it may still be of interest to and can still be used by California Native American tribes, tribal members, as well as other interested persons and members of the public. Next slide, please. In 2011, Governor Brown signed Executive Order B-1011 into law. B-1011 states that every state agency and department subject to the governor's executive control shall encourage communication and consultation with California Native American tribes. Governor Brown signed Assembly Bill 52, or AB 52, into law in 2014. AB 52 establishes certain tribal consultation requirements aimed to help avoid or minimize project impacts on tribal on tribal cultural resources. A tribal cultural resource is a site, feature, place, cultural landscape, or sacred place or object which is of cultural value to a tribe. In 2017, the State Water Board adopted Part 2 of the statewide inland surface waters, enclosed bays, and estuaries plan. This plan defined the tribal tradition and culture, tribal subsistence fishing, and subsistence fishing beneficial uses. Because these beneficial use definitions are not actually contained within each region's basin plans yet, each region must amend their basin plans for these definitions to be adopted. Input from California Native American tribes play an important role in this process and can influence if, where, when, and how these beneficial uses are designated. On June 18, 2019, Governor Gavin Newsom issued Executive Order N-1519, which acknowledges and apologizes on behalf of the state for the historical violence, exploitation, dispossession, and the attempted destruction of tribal communities, which dislocated California Native Americans from their ancestral lands and sacred practices. And it also established the California Truth and Healing Council. Similar to B-1011, this executive order reaffirms the principles of government-to-government engagement. Since the Water Board's adoption of Part 2 of the statewide inland surface waters, enclosed bays, and estuaries plan, the Central Valley Water Board has conducted and is continuing to conduct tribal outreach and engagement. In 2021, the Central Valley Water Board began receiving tribal tradition and culture and tribal subsistence fishing designation requests from participating tribes on a rolling basis. Today, we are seeking approval from the State Board to incorporate the tribal beneficial uses into the Central Valley Basin plans. Next slide, please. 4 comment letters were received on the proposed amendments from the following tribes and tribal organizations: the Buena Vista Rancheria of Miwok Indians, California Indian Environmental Alliance, Save California Salmon, and the Southern Sierra Miwok Nation. All comments received were in support of adding the tribal tradition and culture, tribal subsistence fishing, and subsistence fishing beneficial use definitions to the basin plans. Commenters also encouraged the board staff to solicit direct input from tribes throughout the tribal beneficial use designation process. Next slide, please. Yesterday, on September 5th, 2022, board staff were made aware of an additional comment letter that was submitted on August 1st, 2022 during the comment period. The Merced River Conservation Committee supports adding the tribal tradition and culture, tribal subsistence fishing, and subsistence fishing beneficial use definitions to the basin plans and urges the board to approve the resolution. Next slide, please. As previously stated, we will continue the TBU definition process by submitting the resolution for approval to the Office of Administrative Law and then to the United States Environmental Protection Agency. Concurrently, we will continue to review all designation requests and supporting information provided. Our team will reach out to each tribe that has submitted a designation request to ensure transparency and coordination throughout the process. Board staff are prioritizing the designation of tribal tradition and culture beneficial uses and will coordinate with interested tribes throughout the designation request submission process. If a tribe is interested in submitting a designation request, please contact board staff as needed. Water body designation requests for the tribal tradition and culture and tribal subsistence fishing beneficial uses may be submitted by a California Native American tribe to the Central Valley Water Board staff on a rolling basis and must contain evidence demonstrating usage of the considered water bodies for the requested use or uses. Separate basin plan amendments will occur to designate those requested water bodies. 2 to 3 tribal update meetings will be held annually to support government-to-government interactions and will use questions and feedback from tribes to guide the TBU designation process and approach. A tribal update meeting was held virtually on April 5th, 2022, and another meeting is scheduled for November 10th, 2022, based on a survey of tribes' availability, including accounting for conflicts with tribal traditional practitioners' natural calendars. More information will be sent out with a save the date email in the next few weeks. Board staff are very appreciative of the tribes who have requested meetings to discuss the designation process and to educate us on tribal lifeways. If any tribe would like to meet one-on-one with the regional board at any time, please contact us and we would be happy to arrange a meeting. Next slide, please. Regional board staff have prepared a basin plan amendment primer with detailed information about the tribal beneficial use designation regulatory process. The primer introduces the water board structure and basin planning processes, as well as tribal beneficial uses history at the water boards and the Central Valley Water Board. It includes a detailed description of the basin plan amendment process and potential steps to expect following the designation of beneficial uses, such as implementation plans for water bodies. This primer, along with a revised frequently asked questions document, is available on our project's website. Our board staff is also working with the State Water Board's Office of Public Participation to release a fact sheet regarding the statewide tribal beneficial uses process. Next slide, please. Board staff recommends approving the Central Valley Water Board's resolution to add the tribal tradition and culture, tribal subsistence fishing, and subsistence fishing beneficial use definitions to the basin plans. Next slide, please. We thank the board members, tribes, tribal organizations that have been involved in this process for your time and consideration. We will now take time for board questions and tribal and public comments. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Right now, we're in the middle and have been having a series of discussions with tribes around our racial equity action plan. And the tribal beneficial uses are a topic that often comes up. I'm really proud to see, have been able to be here to see the adoption at the state level of the beneficial uses and now their incorporation into basin plans. I think of the LA region as well, Region 3, and of course here, Region 5, doing just really, and may as well name every single one of the regions because each one is doing incredible work to have the discussion, importantly, as the beneficial uses are incorporated into basin plans in a way that just really makes real and meaningful what can be, some very obscure sounding bureaucracy that we all are involved in here, but it's not, as we've heard this morning, how fundamental the protection of our water resources is, but the identification of what the beneficial uses are of those is even yet more fundamental, and it's something that we hadn't done as a state, and this work, again, can't come soon enough. So just thank you. I really appreciate this moment to reflect on the work, to highlight it, and to make sure we actually call more attention to it so that we get the participation and voices and discussion that actually make the work as best as it can be. So just thank you for that. And look to any board members for comments and questions. Vice Chair, please.
Well, I'm glad that this came off consent because I think that this discussion is important. And in particular, just want to thank you for the work in putting together the basin planning process primer, because I think it is very confusing. It's confusing for us. And so to expect communities that have not had access to these rights and to have access to the system, I think that, it's a heavy lift. And so I appreciate the additional work that you spent on outreach and in development of this basin plan amendment, and especially the primer. I went through it and really am impressed by it and would encourage everyone to take a look at it, and especially other regional boards maybe drawing from this. Thank you.
Here. Thank you, Vice Chair. Yes, please, board member.
Yeah, I'll echo that. That thanks to you all, and thanks to tribes that helped get us to this point today. And then I agree, the primer's a great resource, and I think a good example of how we can support communities being able to participate in our decision-making processes. It's a real model of that, and like Vice Chair said, I think helps me as well. And I I would say I'm have more background on the legal and technical processes, and if I need that, then it's I think it says a lot for the need more generally for the public. I guess I wanted to just recognize that as we support both the Central Valley Regional Board's efforts and just the regional boards across the state, just thinking about what our role is here at the state board to support that. Certainly, we heard just in public comment just before this, a lot of the algal blooms and HABs and challenges, which are not just tribal beneficial uses, but other beneficial uses as well. I think there's more and more urgency both for tribal needs and other beneficial uses to make sure that we're establishing quickly the biostimulatory policy, looking at nutrient regulation, and looking at flows. I also really want to point out I want to recognize how important it is to provide resources to tribes to do this hard work now that we have ahead of us. After we adopt this or approve this, as the primer says, after this is the real hard work, and a lot of work, both in documentation, analysis, and that really has to be driven by tribes. Tribes are the ones that hold that knowledge, and that requires resources. So I think at the state board, as we look at how to support resourcing that however we can, whether it's grants, contracts, I also think it's more broadly a need for funding support for community participation in our decision-making processes, and looking at how we can do that as kind of early implementation with our racial equity action plan. I'm I know there's discussions and looking at how we can maybe look at whether it's cleanup and abatement or other sources that might be able to use to support this. And I think that's vital. If we really support establishing these at each of the regions and implementing our policy, we can't do that without that. Thanks for your work.
Thank you. And Ms. Tyler, do we have any commenters or anyone at this? Okay, great. Let's begin to get to some of them. I don't have my apologies. I'm trying to.
So first
I'm
up will
blind. I don't
be
have my list.
Andrea Ventura.
Thank you. Ms. Ventura.
Hi, everyone. This is Andrea Ventura from Clean Water Action. And, Clean Water Action worked on the definitions that the Water Board eventually adopted for these 3 beneficial uses for well over a decade. We focus primarily on the non-tribal subsistence fishing because tribes are obviously sovereign and speak for themselves, but we have always supported their efforts and worked in tandem. And I actually have a picture over my desk of the day those definitions were adopted. So very, very pleased to see this happening today, and really want to congratulate the Central Valley Regional Water Board for the work they've done on this and the adoption of these 3 beneficial uses for their water, their basins. I'm glad that some of the discussion that just came up about the role of the board and progress around the state, because I also want to take the opportunity to speak to that. We are somewhat frustrated that these things are not moving quickly enough. Some regional boards are focusing only on 1 or 2 of the 3 beneficial uses. Region 2 has done nothing. They keep putting the work to study this issue in their basin plans and then put it in the next basin plan, thinking, I think, that if they put it in there as if to say they're intending to work on it, that's good enough, but they do not work on it. It's just something that they think other things are more important. And we would argue that we cannot make decisions and take actions on climate change or water quality or any other issue within our water basins if we do not recognize the true uses of those waters. So I'd like to just put out the idea that as the state board liaises with the regions, to bring this topic up, to ask them where they are in the process of designating their waters appropriately in terms of all 3 of these beneficial uses, not, go to the NGO and community groups in the area to ask for the context they need, work, of course, with the tribes as the Central Valley Regional Board has done, and to get on with the work of designating our waterways as supporting these beneficial uses. We must do this if we are truly going to be a water policymaker that fights against, racism and other non-inclusion of people's needs. So, I would like to put that out there, but I want to end on the positive by saying what the Central Valley Water Board has done is very, very good. We support it, and we're really glad to see it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ventura, for your long advocacy and joint work and collaboration in all of this. And thanks as well for, again, the note. And yeah, it's, as you know, with our regional boards being semi-autonomous, we respect their decision-making space. They have chairs of their own. And it is through liaison roles that I think it is most appropriate to continue to remind the things that we've done here. But appreciate the nod and the work. Thank you. Next, I'll call up Castle Willie, now that I have my list in front of me appropriately.
Good morning. I'm Cassil Willie. I'm the staff attorney for Save California Salmon. Thank you for the opportunity to comment this morning on the adoption of the new beneficial use definitions. Like was stated before, we are in support of the adoption of these 3 new beneficial use definitions. Considering the antiquated water quality plans, it's definitely time that the state regional boards take the time to update and adopt these plans to include these beneficial uses and acknowledge the indigenous people of California and tribal subsistence fishing and beneficial uses that were established, long before the colonization of the state. Firstly, I want to encourage the regional board to continue to engage with the tribes, as noted in our comments, but was not addressed in the response to the comment. It would be beneficial to maintain a public record of the tribes which the board is in contact with for transparency purposes. Often communication for consultation is not done effectively, and tribes are not properly consulted, and having a running list of who has actually been consulted with will allow tribes and the public to ensure that such consultations are happening. And obviously, the topics of the consultation need not be produced in order to protect these tribal resources at issue, but having a list of which tribes have been consulted would be helpful. Second, I want to address a comment that we made about the Bay Delta Plan being included in these in the adoption of these definitions. The response to our comment stated that it's not under this region's jurisdiction and it's under the Division of Water Rights because they oversee the Bay Delta Plan. However, I think this is a bit misleading because the website for the regional board, Progress on Tribal Beneficial Uses, displays a map where the entirety of the state is within the 9 regional boards, and the Bay Delta Plan is within the Central Valley and San Francisco region boards. And so the Sacramento and San Joaquin River basins are directly tied to the Bay Delta Plan, and to have the tribal beneficial uses apply to one but not the other is counterproductive. And I recognize that the Bay Delta Plan is under the Division of Water Rights, but does that mean that it's exempt from the implementation of tribal beneficial uses altogether? As you know, all regional boards are required to go through this process to adopt these new beneficial uses. So if the Central Valley region is not adopting the beneficial uses for the Bay Delta Plan, I can assume the San Francisco Bay region will not be doing so either, which then leaves the Bay Delta Plan out of the seemingly statewide action to adopt beneficial uses. So I suggest there be some clarification on the State Water Board website for tribal beneficial use that notes that these adoptions will not apply to the entirety of the regions or the entirety of the state as depicted on the map of the regional water boards. And lastly, I just want to address in the staff report for the proposed amendments from November 2021, it stated that the function of the new definitions are not to protect or enhance fish populations or aquatic habitats. And as was in the presentation, the purpose is to protect Native American culture and historic uses of California waters, including practices not covered by existing beneficial uses. Now, I know there are other beneficial uses that are meant to protect fish populations, but I think there needs to be more recognition of the fact that fish and aquatic species have an importance in tribal culture, such as salmon are very important to certain tribes. And then willow, for example, is an aquatic species that's used for basket making. And I just worry that if those resources are not protected under these new definitions, that they will be left vulnerable and still need to be protected. And I suggest that the board consider the protection of fish populations and aquatic habitats under these new beneficial uses in the future. I think that's something to consider. Overall, we are glad to see these definitions being adopted for the benefit of California tribes, and we thank you for your time today.
Thank you, Ms. Willie. I appreciate your good comments. And for clarification, I don't know if Mr. Loffer wants to get into it, but I know that the reason why the Bay Delta Plan is at the board was through legislation, right?
Well, the Bay Delta, the State Water Resources Control Board adopted the Bay Delta Plan and has charge from the legislature to update it specifically. But part of the reason was the combined water rights, water quality authority of the board would be best exercised in the Bay Delta because it is such a hydrologically modified because of water project operations. And so the state board made its decision early on. And the legislature has endorsed that and given us additional responsibilities along the way. In terms of how the Bay Delta Plan interfaces with the Central Valley Board's Basin Plan, especially as the board has begun the process with the lower San Joaquin updates. We look further up the tributaries in our Bay Delta planning actions. Same will be true as the board moves up to the Sacramento and east side tributaries. And in doing that, it does look to and has responsibility for some of the beneficial uses that are designated by the regional board. Historically, within the legal delta itself, most of the actual designations of the beneficial uses occur from the regional board's basin plan, and the state board just references them in the Bay Delta plan. Certainly, as we move forward and next Bay Delta plan updates moving forward, we will need to integrate the designations as they occur from the regional board, and the state board can consider taking action to both recognize the beneficial uses, the tribal beneficial uses like the region has here, as well as, if need be, adopting objectives to protect those designated uses once they occur.
Thank you, Mr. Lawfer. Yeah, Board Member Firestone.
Just to clarify, that was really helpful. So the state board doesn't have to separately adopt doesn't have to go through what this designation, or not designation, doesn't have to do what the regional board is doing right now, because we will reference what the regional board is doing. But going forward, we will reference specific water bodies and constituents that they've adopted into their basin plan as we update, or is there something we need to do to be able to recognize these as beneficial uses at all within the Bay Delta plan?
So again, in further actions that the State Water Resources Control Board takes as part of its Bay Delta planning process, if the Central Valley Board has designated tributaries, for example, on the Sacramento side with the tribal beneficial use, at this point, we're talking about the definitions. As they begin designating, and the State Water Board is looking to implement a Bay Delta plan and is looking upstream to protect, for example, the currently proposed actions involving the Bay Delta plan involve looking upstream to protect native fishes. The board can likewise, to the extent that flow may be a necessary component of protecting tribal beneficial uses, look upstream and see designations that the Central Valley Board has undertaken and consider modifying water rights to the extent necessary to protect those uses. I mean, those are all separate actions. There may be times that the State Water Board, most of the references in the existing Bay Delta plan, when they're talking about the legal delta, are referencing designations that have already occurred by the regional board. And so we would want to conform that as the regional board undertakes those actions within the legal delta, or the state board could take action itself to designate them. I think it'll be a matter of sequencing and figuring out the best way to make some of that work.
Great. So there is no gap in terms of water bodies that would be covered as long as for the Bay Delta plan, the actions of the regional boards will cover all the water bodies between, I guess, for Bay Delta between Region 5 and Region 2.
Ultimately, when you're within the legal delta and within the San Francisco Bay estuary, either the regions or the state board could make designations. And I think it's a matter of kind of staying on top of it. The State Water Board's responsibilities primarily extend to the objectives as well as the implementation. But there will not be a gap.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Really appreciate the exchange.
I think
Mr.
Michael just volunteered to help with the next primer that we'll be working on involving the Bay Delta. But yeah,
he's a walking primer.
To second that, there is no gap, and also to address the matter with the again, overlapping jurisdiction between the different beneficial uses. When we talk about designations of tribal beneficial uses, those are often water bodies that are similarly protected by, say, a cold fishery beneficial use, an aquatic life beneficial use. Those are primarily intended to protect the fish habitat, but as we develop more cultural knowledge with tribal organizations, as we explore historic uses, I think that also feeds into better protection of those aquatic resources as well. So again, in most cases, those are overlapping, and we have an existing obligation, and then we're taking on additional obligations with the designations of tribal beneficial uses.
Thank you, Mr. Palupa. Next, we have two more commenters, I believe, here, and we have Sarah Ryan. And just here at the start, just have to acknowledge you and your incredible work. The harmful algal bloom, marine harmful algal bloom we're seeing, comes on after so much work on the freshwater space, and you personally have been so involved in it. So just thank you and good morning. Good to have you here with us.
Thank you. Good morning. I'm excited to be at this meeting where the Central Valley Regional Board is looking to adopt these tribal beneficial use and beneficial use definitions. As you mentioned, it's been, and others have mentioned, it's been a lot of work and a long road, and with many, many people engaged. And so I just have a couple of comments. Tribal traditional uses are existing beneficial uses and are therefore already protected under the Clean Water Act. The tribes are participating in the state process in order to have their uses actually protected. And so we've been going about it through these efforts. And it's taken a long time. There's a lot of work to be done, as has been mentioned. And if you can imagine the existing beneficial uses that have numeric criteria, tribes actually need to determine if the existing numeric criteria is protective enough for their exposures. And so many tribes already are looking at quantifying their exposures so that it can be formulaically used. So this requires that technical exposure scenarios be developed. And we have asked US EPA for their assistance in those matters for the last several years without a lot of help and or acknowledgement that that's what we have to do next. They are asking us to just do that work in our existing work plans and small grants that we get from US EPA. So it really is a huge lift for tribes, although I know that many tribes are engaged in the process and trying to get to the next step with us. But meanwhile, water quality continues to be impaired and human health potentially impacted during traditional activities. And tribes also don't have any assurance that existing permits, TMDLs, and other cleanup plans and water management are enough. And so we just continue to press forward with these efforts, which include, the steps that have already been outlined today, including designating water bodies, identifying water quality objectives, and moving through the whole process that has to happen at the regional, state, and federal levels. So we thank you for your support. Please know that the efforts at Big Valley are purely to be able to protect the tribal members here and other neighboring and tribal people who come to Clear Lake and tributaries, so that we know that their uses are protected when they're engaged in those traditional activities. So thank you very much for all of your support and efforts on this behalf.
Thank you, Ms. Ryan. Just incredibly appreciative of your force of nature presence and so much of this work. And so just thank you. Incredible thanks. Oh, there is one thing. On the technical exposure scenarios, what do we do those on our side of the ledger at all? What comes to mind is the Office of Environmental Human Hazard, Health Hazard Assessment, which, is all about exposure pathways, and we use for our MCLs. Are they a sister agency that we can tap on the state side if federal resources aren't necessarily coming to make this real?
Yeah, absolutely a big question. We tend to use them as well as the public health experts that interface with our agency to help develop things like public health goals and exposure pathways. And what Sarah is getting at is one of the most complex problems that exist before the boards with respect to tribal, especially tribal subsistence beneficial uses. Looking at constituents of concern in new lights and different exposure pathways areas that have not been studied. We've heard from tribes that, new exposure pathways that we haven't researched before and that US EPA hasn't researched before, such as, consuming or putting reeds in your mouth to form baskets and to do other tribal cultural practices that are not within the lexicon of current academic research. I don't know kind of where those resources will come from. We're still exploring those options. That'll be part of the regional board's prioritization to see what we can do in a meaningful way with the designations. It's kind of one of the reasons why we're looking at exploring cultural beneficial uses first, and then getting into perhaps some of the more long-term technical discussions as a prioritization metric. But yeah, absolutely complex questions. We will certainly be interfacing with the state board, with US EPA. We currently research or work with entities like SWRCB, with the UC systems, the California state system. And anywhere we can get viable data for developing new water quality criteria to protect these uses is our resources that we will be tapping in the future. But absolutely a huge, huge discussion that lies ahead. I don't know if you want to add anything else. These are the two that actually can read the scientific literature far better than I.
Thank you, Mr. Palupa. And thank you, Ms. Ryan. And yeah, I'll just note what comes to mind is a little more of a structured research agenda and priority setting for all of us collectively. And I know, because there is, to your point, so many research partners out there, academic partners, better farming out, better helping, I think could be good. But that's another information item. So
As we explore the prioritization of tribal beneficial uses, I'm sure we'll be coming back to you with requests for additional help.
Always. Thank you. Okay, and then our last commenter, I believe, is Regina Chicazola. Ms. Chicazola, good morning again.
It seems like it's been a long time we've been talking about this. I know within the Klamath region and Central Valley region, it's been, well, for Klamath, it's been probably close to a decade that we've been talking about how to protect tribal beneficial uses and establish them. So there's quite a lot of things, though, I would like to say on the process. I do support the definitions, of course. I am a little concerned that in the future, I think that I would like to see the board do a lot more outreach on the establishment of tribal beneficial uses and how tribal beneficial uses are going to be protected. I've seen a lot that when it comes to AB 52, we're not always seeing really meaningful outreach happening. I know in the anti-racism and equity resolution, for instance, a lot of the tribes that we work with did actually not know the process was happening. And even in the last meeting that happened in Northern California, that was pretty specific to parts of the Central Valley region. A lot of the Central Valley tribes were not notified by the board that there was a meeting happening. And a lot of people also didn't know that there was wording in the resolution that said tribes had lost their water rights, which hopefully the board is moving forward with fixing. But I just really think that really meaningful outreach that might involve a lot of funding and travel and really making sure that tribal councils are talked to is going to be very important for this. And relying on organizations or tribes to do it for the board, I don't think should be acceptable. I think AB 52 and any kind of meaningful consultation for governments, really, there just needs to be a lot of effort put in. So I really hope that the board can move forward in that way. I would also like to say, I really hope that the beneficial uses are actually protected. I think a lot of tribes, beneficial uses wouldn't be so hard to obtain if the beneficial uses that exist were protected. Obviously cold water fisheries are a protected beneficial use within much of the region, and still we have fish dying everywhere. So I would like to see that happen. I'd like to reiterate the point on weaving materials, and also mention that it's not just controls of pollution that's going to be important with protecting these beneficial uses. For instance, with weaving materials, it's very important to also have changes in water flows. If you don't have willows experiencing high flow conditions at some points, then they're not going to be good basket materials, which is something that with more meaningful consultation, I think will come up as an issue. So I just wanted to bring up that as well. I also wanted to say that I think the board really needs to consider the way that they deal with tribal water rights. I don't think you can necessarily always be able to protect beneficial uses if you don't accept the fact that tribes do have water rights and should be able to use those water rights to protect their beneficial uses. I also want to say, as we move forward, I think, it got the Bay Delta Plan and how to work with DWR was brought up earlier. But I wanted to say, like, when it comes to things like applications for new water rights, 401 permits, and permits and plans from other agencies that come up before the board as this process moves on, I think the board should recognize and use its authority when it comes to time to protect those beneficial uses, even if it means denying permits or I don't know how to put this better, but say like checking the Department of Water Rights when they say they're not responsible for protecting these uses. I also wanted to benefit or bring up that avoidance is not something that is available to tribes as it is for most members of the public. Basket weavers cannot not touch their basket weaving materials. People who are engaged in religious ceremony cannot not touch the water because of harmful algal blooms, and that needs to be recognized when looking at beneficial uses. I also support the funding requests. I think most tribes don't really have the funding to engage in this way. And the last thing I wanted to say is I think that oral stories and actually believing the tribes as far as evidence needs to be considered, and it probably is, but we need to recognize that a lot of tribes were separated from their waterways, and some of their reservations are nowhere near their traditional waterways because people wanted their water and they wanted that productive land near the waterways. And so areas that were important estuaries to tribes are now completely drained, or tribes are no longer able to access their traditional areas. And so access and historical use of the water just really needs to be considered within this process too. And I know right now we're just talking definitions and it's going to be a long road ahead. And I really thank you for moving forward. And I just really hope that as it moves forward even further, it can become that this process can become really meaningful and really help solve a lot of these water issues that tribes are dealing with. And thank you. I'm sorry, I went a few seconds over time.
No, don't be sorry about going over a few seconds. Thank you so much, Ms. Chicazola. Appreciate your comments. And yeah, we need to continue to do better. If we didn't do the right amount of outreach in here, I mean, we have to be hitting each tribe, especially as we have broad discussions around our racial equity action plan. So just thank you. We'll continue to make sure and do better and appreciate your comments here. Yeah, please, Board Member Firestone.
Sorry, add to that. I agreed, and Ms. Chichazola, if you have any contacts, please help us do better and share those with us. And we will take responsibility to do that on our own, but it's also helpful to get whatever help you can share with contacts. And I guess I'll just also flag, I do want to just make sure we're following up on the flag on tribal water rights within our resolution and just make sure that there's nothing that we need to adjust. I think that similarly, if Ms. Chichazola, if you or others have suggestions on specific language, that would be really helpful. So thanks.
Thank you, Board Member. And thank you again, Ms. Chicazola. Okay. I think that might bring us to the conclusion here of this discussion. Anything further from board members or anything that folks heard in comment that they wanted to reflect on further? Okay, thank you very much. It brings an end to item number 2. And thanks again. Appreciated being able to pull that off the uncontested item.
We do need a vote on it, though.
Oh, that'd be actually preferable.
Okay.
Okay, so I would just like to thank the region for prioritizing this work and taking an innovative approach. You guys developed the primer that has been mentioned, just excellent. That was, you guys have set a high bar, and that is just something that really, you made sure that tribes and other marginalized communities are able to actively engage in the basin planning process. So thank you for that. I know that this is just the beginning and that there's a heavy lift ahead. I know that you guys are up to that challenge. You guys have, proven that. So with that, I'm looking forward to the implementation and would like to go ahead and make a motion.
Thank you, board member. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. And Ms. Tyler, can you call the roll call vote?
Okay. Board Member Morgan?
Aye.
Board Member Firestone?
Aye.
Board Member McGuire?
Aye.
Vice Chair Diadamo? And Chair Esquivel?
Aye.
Thank you.
The vote is unanimous. Thank you. Thank you very much. Item number 2 is adopted. And Ms. Argel, this time I spared you trying to almost call the roll call vote. You're sitting in Janine Townsend's seat, so. Okay, that brings us now then to item number 3. I was looking at the time. It's going to be 11, but let's go ahead and move on to an informational item. We'll do a small break and try to get the rest off. I know it's been a long morning so far, so thank you everyone for your time and patience. It's been a good discussion. And now we're having our hydrologic and drought update.
Good morning, Chair Esquivel and members of the board. I'm Eric Ekdahl, Deputy Director for Division of Water Rights. I'll kick things off with the hydrologic and kind of curtailment portion of the drought update and turn it over to colleagues in the Division of Drinking Water and Division of Financial Assistance to provide additional information. Next slide, please. General outline, we have a watershed-specific drought update. We have the 4 watersheds where we have active curtailments. I'm also joined by Julie Rizzardo, the branch chief for our enforcement section in Water Rights, who will provide some additional information towards the end of those 4 bullets about just other ongoing activities that they're working on. It's pretty informative, I think, and we'll talk more then. Next slide, please.
And responsive to some of the comments we heard about concerns on enforcement.
Yes. General hydrologic update. We're not going to do a ton of hydrology today. The next board meeting will feature a bit more in-depth hydrology. However, things really haven't changed very much in the last several months. You can see reservoir conditions. Things are, in general, significantly below historic averages. That trend is continuing, and there's no clear precipitation on the horizon, with maybe the exception of Southern California, which may see some tropical moisture towards the end of the week. Next slide, please. A few more additional bullets on other reservoirs south of the Delta: Pyramid Lake, Cachuma, Diamond Valley, and San Luis. Again, all below average, although Pyramid Lake is still relatively full. Next slide, please. We'll then transition into updates on curtailments. We'll start with our Bay Delta watershed. You can see the list of watersheds in the Sacramento and San Joaquin, broken out into sub-watersheds as well. Where it says watershed, if you scroll down to the very bottom of the table, you'll see, for example, the San Joaquin overall says 1,800. That means that that sub-watershed is curtailed to the same as the entire watershed as a whole, or 1,800. In the Sacramento, the curtailments for the watershed are at 1947. That's a significant change since our last update, in large part driven because demand in September significantly drops. And so there are fewer curtailments in the Sacramento. On the other hand, the San Joaquin still shows significant demand, and supplies are still very constrained in that watershed. And so there are correlatively then more significant curtailments in those watersheds. Let's see. Looking at the other bullets here, we do have additional information if you want to see your exact curtailment or whether or not a specific diversion is curtailed. That is listed on our website. And as a reminder, we did readopt the emergency regulations. Those became effective on August 12th. You do not need to resubmit any compliance forms or exemption requests. Those carry over from the previous year. Next slide, please. At one of the August updates, we were asked to provide some additional information on the effects that curtailments might be having in these watersheds. And that's an extremely difficult question for us to immediately respond to. If you look at this very kind of simplified graphic, we show the dial in the middle, but there's a lot of different things that you can set the dial to that's going to end up influencing how much water is in a reservoir or even how much water is in a stream system. You have flood control operations, hydropower generation, contractual deliveries, coordinated operations. Within the purview of the division, we have water rights, we'd say limits, but terms and conditions are the requirements of the water right itself. We have curtailments, and then there's just the general kind of hydrology, precipitation, snowmelt. Are there bypass flows that are required or carryover storage or targets? And so within the division and within the board, we have a relatively small number of things that we can set our dial to kind of help influence how much is actually kept in the reservoirs, how much is preserved, or what effects the curtailments might have. And so we don't have clear, simple data that we can provide that says because of our curtailments, we kept X or Y more, and this is the translation to how much more storage is there this year, or what that change in elevation might be. What we can do, though, is come back in a future board update and specifically look at the reported diversion data. Every water diverter is supposed to submit to us an annual report or supplemental statement that details by month how much they're supposed to, or how much rather they have diverted. We don't get that information until a year or so after the fact. Those timelines are shortening, and with recent changes in legislation, the reporting timeline is now set at the water year. So we're actually about to reset our water year as of October 1st. The reporting deadline then for the water year that would end September 30th will be February 1st, 2023. Based on past precedent, it takes a couple of months for supplemental reports to trickle in, and then it takes a couple months at least to clean up that data and correct errors or just other kind of QA/QC artifacts. And so it's likely that we won't have a robust data set until sometime in mid-2023, by which we can do that comparison. And so that's something that we can come back with in the future if that's of interest to the board members. But otherwise, it's really difficult for us to kind of come up with a clear metric that says this is exactly how much our curtailment actions have translated into in these many other reservoirs statewide.
I have a follow-up question on that. Could you see through time that time frame and that process improving? I know there's the data modernization that you're also working on.
Correct. Yes, we're hopeful that that process will improve over time. We're making taking a number of steps kind of in parallel through the drought to try and improve our data processes and just the QA/QC that we do have. There's an ongoing project to update our water rights data system that's underway. Again, still a couple of years out before it's fully implemented, but we're actually making great progress and are actually ahead of schedule. Part of that update is hopefully to kind of embed or ingrain into our data reporting system better QA/QC tools. So a lot of the mistakes that we get are simple errors or unit conversion errors. You report 100 acre feet instead of 10, or most likely you see you report in gallons instead of acre feet. And so you can imagine you meant to report 1 acre foot, but you reported 325,000 gallons and reported that as acre feet instead. And the metrics get pretty weird pretty quickly. So simple QA/QC improvements like that, we think will have an immediate and very significant just improvement to our overall timelines and processes. It's still going to require a little bit, but it's well underway, and we're hoping that we can get better. And that is part of the improvements to the water rights modernization of our data system that's been undergoing for the last year or so.
Yeah, and I'll note, I believe in the recently passed budget, thanks to the governor and the legislature and many folks advocating, we have some money to try to look at real-time telemetry, right? To try to start to think, well, instead of having data a year later, what does more real-time data out of a watershed from water right diverters maybe start to look like? So I think there's a lot of really good opportunity to start to shorten that timeline, as you said, Vice Chair.
Let's go on to the next slide, please. Quickly checking in on Mill and Deer Creeks, there is no in-stream flow requirement as of July 1st. We did readopt that emergency regulation at the August 16th board meeting, and staff are preparing to submit the package to the Office of Administrative Law, or OAL. We have a couple more weeks before that deadline comes up, but we'll need to submit that shortly. Next slide, please. In the Russian River, we also did have a request for a bit more information on the number of rights that were curtailed or reduced. As of, I believe it was August 31st, we have 596 appropriative rights that are curtailed within the watershed. We have a map there. You can actually go onto our Russian River Drought website and use that map and take an interactive look. The public can look at it and shows what rights are curtailed. It also will indicate which riparian rights are reduced correlatively. Most curtailments are determined by priority date on a sub-basin level, so that whole watershed that you see in the map there is broken up into a number of sub-watersheds. However, most riparians along the main stem Russian River are fully reduced due to very little natural flow available in that main stem system. A few bullets on the status of Lake Mendocino and current outflow based on kind of where things are right now. Lake Mendocino is dropping by about 1,000 acre-feet per week. Next slide, please. We did also want to highlight a kind of interesting and potentially concerning trend in the Russian River. We did receive a number of riparian statement holders that are seeking to essentially inactivate their statements. These are essentially groundwater pumpers that have a well that have filed a statement with us and are essentially asking to inactivate that statement so that their pumping becomes percolating groundwater outside the jurisdiction of the division and the board. We don't really have a clear way to prevent this or to deny the request. It is within the realm of what is allowed under current water rights law. These claimants account for about 1,100 acre-feet of annual water demand. 90% are diverting from the main stem Russian River. 10% or so are from tributaries. It may, depending on how things trend over the next couple of months, if we continue to see additional statement holders asking for inactivation, require us to take a closer look at groundwater as part of a potential future Russian River emergency regulation. We felt that we did not need to do that this last year because most of the groundwater pumping was quote unquote within the system, although we're seeing here that more and more of it is essentially circumventing that system by inactivating their claim. So we'll continue to follow up here, and as trends continue, we'll follow up accordingly. Next slide, please.
Really appreciate that flag.
Just a few basic bullets on where the curtailments are. We publish it online, and we do continue to monitor outflows out of Lake Pillsbury through the PG&E Drought Working Group. The voluntary water sharing program as of right now is temporarily suspended simply because there's insufficient supply available for sharing. Next slide, please. In the Scott and Shasta, Scott curtailments are in effect for all surface water and all groundwater. There are some limited amounts of pumping through local cooperative solutions that continue. The minimum flow in the Scott set by our regulation is 33 cubic feet per second. As of this morning, the flow at Fort Jones was about 9.3 cubic feet per second. In the Shasta, curtailments are in effect to a priority date of April 1st, 1885. Most junior water diverters must cease diverting. There's a two-step to the minimum flows for September in the Shasta. It's 50 cubic feet per second through the 15th, at which point it steps up to about 75 CFS on September 16th. The current flow at Wairika was 55.9, I believe 55.7 cubic feet per second this morning. The livestock prohibition is now in effect September 1st through March 31st, and we do have additional notes on local cooperative solutions. I did want to, we normally don't respond to public comment directly that we received as part of the public comments this morning, but I did want to take a quick opportunity to do so and note that the a kind of accusation or assertion that the curtailments aren't working in the Scott or Shasta is really not a fair or accurate assessment. And Julie's going to talk a little bit more about what we are doing in terms of enforcement in those areas, but it's an extremely dry year, and we've potentially had longer connection in parts of the Scott and the tributaries and may potentially have earlier reconnection. And so it's simply not easy to say, well, just because we don't have flow in the river that all of the curtailments aren't working. As you see in that first bullet, all surface water and groundwater is currently curtailed right now. But when there's simply no water to curtail, then you're going to see even more significant effects in the river system and lower flows.
And we've also, here in this board, a number of times covered, certainly, and especially as we went to adopt, the differences between the Scott and the Shasta and how they fill, the groundwater interaction, and the lack of immediate response we see, inflow in those. And so the Scotts is like a larger mass balance problem. Yes, we need to, figure it out, but the hydrology is very different as well.
That's correct. Let's see, next slide, please. Here, I'll turn it over to Julie to run through some additional information on recent enforcement and kind of some additional information.
Great. Thank you, Chair and members of the board. Julie Rosardo with the Permitting and Enforcement Branch and Water Rights. Just a reminder that we continue to investigate water right complaints statewide, as well as maintain enforcement in curtailed watersheds. I wanted to particularly highlight some work in our Sacramento and San Joaquin watersheds. Since June of 2022, we've inspected 835 points of diversion, representing 23 million acre feet of diversions. That is a huge accomplishment, especially considering all the work we're doing in the other curtailed watersheds. So I wanted to take a moment out and really thank the staff who is out in force in the field, gathering data very quickly, coming back to the office and quickly writing up that information. Second, I'd like to cover the Scott and Shasta River watersheds. I wanted to provide an update on the extreme drop in Shasta River flow that occurred since the last board meeting. Early in the morning hours of August 17th, Shasta River Water Association began diverting approximately 30 CFS, dangerously depleting Shasta River flows just weeks before the fall run. SRWA's diversions lasted for approximately 7 days. Enforcement staff quickly issued a notice of violation and a draft cease and desist order, since SRWA has ceased its illegal diversions and have participated in negotiations with the enforcement team. We do appreciate that Shasta River Water Association has ceased diverting, and investigation into this illegal diversion is ongoing. While this incident has sparked the majority of media attention the last 2 weeks, by no means is it the only water right investigation underway in this watershed. We do realize the seriousness of the situation in the Scott and Shasta River watersheds. It's absolutely unprecedented what we're seeing in the field. We have been out in the watershed in the Scott and Shasta Rivers every week, focusing on different enforcement and investigatory actions. We've been coordinating with our partners in the field from California Department of Fish and Wildlife and NOAA Fisheries. And we have 47 pending complaint investigations across these watersheds, including the alleged illegal sale of groundwater and a variety of curtailment order violations. So our field presence continues as we continue to experience extremely dry conditions. And then finally, the Russian River watershed, I wanted to cover some activities there as well. Our curtailment inspections continue. We've inspected 170 points of diversion, representing about 62,000 acre feet. And while we haven't found serious violations of the curtailment order in the Russian River, we are investigating a number of complaints, and we are finding unauthorized diversions there as well. Thank you.
I just want to acknowledge and compliment what has been an incredible effort from enforcement on a scale and scope that this board and water rights has never done. Not in the last drought, certainly, and although, incredible work that we've been able to build off of, these numbers aren't like a 2-year cumulative to make sure acknowledged for everyone. These are this summer engagement in these watersheds, and know that it isn't an either or. We get a lot of folks that in some of these watersheds will point to one set of water users or illegal activities going on and say, well, that invalidates everything else that should be going on in a watershed. And we are pursuing all complaints that come through and treating equally here water right holders throughout a watershed, and need to keep folks, keep their faith in the administration of this system, because it's what we have and it's what we need to be able to manage ourselves through these difficult immediate conditions, even as we continue to perfect the system, and know that we haven't done activities within the water rights space that we've been needing to for a few decades. So there's a buildup. But I just have to acknowledge, thank, and compliment the leadership at Water Rights and our enforcement folks. We here, for the benefit of everyone, the board here is firewalled from enforcement activities. We're not out there saying, that's, go after that person, go do that. But we have so much faith and trust within our enforcement unit to be able to independently and fairly pursue these things. So thank you. It's a huge part of being able to keep and manage through these difficult conditions.
Thank you.
Please, yes, Board Member Firestone.
Thanks. I just have a clarifying question. I think you mentioned in the Shasta that we issued a notice of violation. Are there other? I just don't see mention of notices of violation in the bullets. Can you speak to whether we've actually issued notice of violation, or if not now, maybe in the future?
In the coming months, we will be undertaking quite a few more public actions. As I mentioned, we have been in those 2 watersheds all summer, but in particular the last few weeks. So you will definitely see more as we're able to share publicly as we do issue something, whether it's a notice of violation, a draft cease and desist order, or an administrative civil liability complaint. As we release those or issue those are able to become public. We also are working fast and furious to try to get things posted on our website. So with all of these activities and all of these watersheds concurrently, do be patient with us, but we are working to get those enforcement actions also up so that folks can see what's happening and kind of follow the process.
Thanks so much. Yeah, and maybe just in the future, as you update us, just including numbers on that, so we just get a sense of that activity. And just want to, re-emphasize the incredible work and workload that I know our staff are undertaking. Really, really challenging and important. Thanks.
Board Member McGuire.
Yes, thank you. Just to add on a little bit, I just really want to commend your work in being responsive and quickly addressing the situation that arose in the Shasta River. And I know that that's not the norm, that you don't often have the bandwidth to take on those types of issues as quickly as you have. And I appreciate that, just hearing the update today and how many different efforts you have going on concurrently. But just really, really remarkable effort there. I mean, the fish, missing water for a week is a big deal. And so you were effective, you were clear in everything that I read about. And so I just thank you for that work. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
You're here. Thank you, Board Member. Thank you, Ms. Pizzarno.
All right. I think with that next slide, that wraps up the water rights portion of the update, and we'll turn it over to Division of Drinking Water for the next slide.
Yeah, thank you. Darren Polhemus, Deputy Director for Division of Drinking Water, sitting in this week for Eric Zuniga, my Drought Program Manager in Drinking Water, who is taking a quick break. And next slide, please. Thankfully, Eric took a perfect timed break where he didn't leave me in charge of much. Thankfully, the heat has not contributed at this point to any water systems really having issues. So we are really at kind of a stasis from where we were last time. The real update is we have 264 drought orders. Now we reissued our drought order and have systems on monitoring going forward into the critical fall as we monitor that, but really no change on those on drought watch, drought warning, and drought emergency for the last couple of weeks, which is we're all thankful for on that.
If I can make a quick note, at least on the heat, I just wanted to commend and thank again. I know that the drinking water agencies and wastewater agencies were very much part of yesterday's call and continued calls to be able to understand how they can shift their electricity use. And I know a lot of that came out of the Division of Drinking Water last year as well. Many of them have really good existing relationships with their energy providers and have a pathway there. But I know the Division of Drinking Water has really stood up and helped kind of bridge some of that communication coming from the governor's office. So thank you.
Yeah, definitely thank you for that. And we do thank the water systems for participating as well. Moving water takes a lot of energy, and water's heavy, so it does contribute to the overall load on the grid, and we do appreciate their efforts on that as well. And next slide, I just have a graphic that displays where the drought orders are in the state of California, and I realize now that the coloring doesn't show up very well here in the room, but envision the state of California's shape hidden in that. You can see it's color-coded by the different sections in the division. But as you can see, it's concentrated where you would expect in the San Joaquin Valley and the Russian River areas along the north coast immediately above San Francisco Bay are primary. And then more in the Sacramento Valley than we've had before, especially on the east side of that. So we'll continue to monitor that and have some good data update reports as the new tool that the water systems are reporting to starts to give us data. So, and that concludes our report. Thank you.
Thank you. I really appreciate this. Is this map up on our site, do you know?
I believe it is. I think it's actually a web a view
Like
of the website.
of the site.
It's
Okay,
in the order. We're still working on a bunch of the reporting out of the tool, so we're collecting data and finishing up on the reports. So we can maybe show some of the reports that are available next time.
Great. Thank you. Yeah,
I
please,
just
board
have
member.
one thought, and mostly really to share with fellow board members and staff. Just, as we're looking at drought risk and the emergency orders that we sent out, just recognizing that means those systems are at risk. And as we look to our fund expenditure plan and use of our implementation tools, if we can look at it, ensuring that those systems are designated as at risk so that we can utilize some of those tools and authorities that are now available to at-risk systems. That's something to look at. So wanted to flag that.
Yeah, thank you, Board Member Firestone. There has been a bit of confusion. We need to improve our communication around the at-risk from the needs assessment that we do versus when we consider a system at drought risk. And we'll work to try to clarify that a little bit. It's not 100%. If you're on the drought risk, you would also be considered an at-risk, where you meet multiple criteria of financial, managerial, and water source being a main part of that. But there is some confusion around that we do need to improve.
Fantastic. Thank you. Ms. Reynard, good morning.
Good morning, Chair Esquivel, fellow board members. My name is Christina Renard. I'm a water resource control engineer in the Division of Financial Assistance. I will be providing a brief update on drought funding today. Next slide, please. This slide summarizes our drought funding activities since July 1st, 2021. So far, we've committed funding to 8 urgent repair projects and 17 emergency repair projects through Self-Help Enterprises program for a combined total of $2.3 million. We have 2 new regional county-wide programs in place for a total of $3.1 million. We have added $41.4 million to our existing regional programs. Overall, we have provided interim solutions to 16 communities specifically related to drought issues, providing assistance to over 19,000 people. Since July 1st, 2021, we've funded 55 drought resiliency projects totaling $395 million. Next slide, please. This map shows State Water Board funded existing regional and statewide programs that could help with drought response for services such as well repairs and replacements and the provision of bottled water or hauled water. There is $86 million available in these programs. The dollar amounts reflect a recent approval by the Deputy Director of an additional $32 million from drought funding for Self-Help's Tanks and Hauled Water program. Additionally, we have technical assistance being provided across the state through a number of agreements with various technical assistance providers. These agreements could also potentially assist with drought-related issues. There are approximately $54 million remaining. Next slide, please. This slide summarizes the current number of households enrolled under our regional programs that provide bottled water, hauled water, point of use, and point of entry treatment, and well repair and replacement services. The number of households shown only represent a snapshot of current enrollees, and the total number of households receiving services will continue to increase throughout the life of these programs. I also want to note that we have added our 2 new counties to this slide, Shasta and Santa Cruz, that were recently approved under the countywide and regional funding program. And we will also be tracking enrollees for those counties going forward. Next slide, please. Today, I want to highlight an emergency project for Teviston Community Services District, located to the south of Pixley and north of Erlenmart on Highway 99. The water system serves 343 people through 140 residential connections. On May 18th, DFA was notified of potential pressure tank issues at the community's one active well. The pressure tank was very old, and the water system operator had been patching the tank for years. Teviston was searching for a longer-term solution because tank failure seemed imminent. Our technical assistance partners, Self-Help Enterprises, was directed to collect quotes and prepared an emergency funding memo to address a leaking hydropneumatic tank. On July 22nd, DFA approved the request to use the Self-Help Enterprises Technical Assistance Emergency Fund. The approved project would disconnect the 5,000-gallon leaking hydropneumatic tank connected to the active well. A 900-gallon hydropneumatic tank was selected as a cost-effective replacement that, according to the system operator, was properly sized for the water system and would avoid nearly all pressure-related issues. On August 16th, the 900-gallon pressure tank was connected to the well and the distribution system. The system was flushed, chlorinated, and samples were collected before the system was put back into operation. I also want to note that the Teviston community had been receiving bottled water through Self-Help's regional bottled water program since last year. Next slide, please. Second project I want to highlight is a drought resiliency project for the city of Morro Bay. The city of Morro Bay and DFA entered into a funding agreement to provide $67 million in funding for a project to construct a new inland water reclamation facility to comply with the new final effluent limitation requirements and remove critical infrastructure from coastal hazard and sensitive view areas. The project consisted of constructing a new indirect potable reuse water reclamation facility, 3.6 miles of conveyance pipelines, pump stations, and groundwater injection wells to inject advanced treated recycled water into the groundwater basin. The project's objectives are to replenish the groundwater basin, increase water supply reliability, and offset potable water use by approximately 825 acre-feet per year. Next slide, please. Lastly, these are some links for our drought funding resources. And next slide, that concludes the drought update, and we are available for any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Bernard. I appreciate the overview. Board members, any questions? We have a couple of commenters to go to. otherwise. Okay, thank you.
Pass it back over to Eric.
Thank you, thank you. Let's go ahead and call up first, I believe we have Sarah Benson Conforti here. And I appreciate your patience. I know as we went into public comment, it can seem, hey, is everyone commenting now? Is this my turn? And so appreciate you here just pausing a moment. So thank you. Good to see you.
Yeah, thank you. Good to see you as well. Wow, this is my first time ever talking to the California Water Board. So thank you so much for allowing me to speak. And also, I'm very excited to present with you what we can offer to California and statewide, nationwide, actually. I'll start by introducing myself. So my name is Dr. Sarah Benson Conforti. I'm actually in my background an entrepreneur and a medical doctor. I've been living in Palo Alto, California in the last 9 years. And I have taken the operations of a family office that actually invested in agri-tech and clean tech technologies. And one of them is a company called WaterGen that is today the leading atmospheric water generator, which is basically translating it to a simple words, we actually create water out of air. So I was very intrigued and interested to see and to read the numbers that were presented today by the members of the committee and others. And we can move to the second slide, please. So WaterGen is a pioneering company that has become the global leader in atmospheric water, drinking water devices. Our devices actually create, as I said, water out of air, and the company's solutions today are the most cost-effective way to solve the pressing issue of drinking water scarcity in California and in other areas, and also we enable to eliminate the carbon-intensive supply chains and environmentally harmful plastic waste. So, as you know, the production of drinking water from humidity in the air is one of the most important and innovative water extraction solutions available today, used to tackle the growing problem of depleting levels of drinking water in the world. Within a decade from now, it is believed that 50% of the world's population will live in areas without access to clean, fresh, and safe drinking water. And we see it clearly in California and in the Central Valley, especially in the Central Valley, where we have over 800,000 people in the need for immediate access to safe, clean drinking water. Can you please move to the next slide?
Ms. Benson, I just want to note, it looks like there may be about 34 slides, and I believe you may have requested 15 minutes. If you could try to reduce it to a bit less than that, it would be helpful to help us get through our agenda.
Very fast through the slides.
Okay.
No worries. So, as I mentioned, air is a cleaner platform than soil, and water production from the air eliminates the need for groundwater pumping and the fear for soil contamination, and also the need to build very heavy infrastructure. So the quality and taste of the water that is processed using air to water technology is one of the highest standards. Can we move to the next slide, please? So the plastic bottles, as we mentioned here, and from my understanding, there are projects that actually provide communities with plastic bottles, bottled water. One of the environmentally harmful thing is the plastic contamination, which actually means that 91% of these bottles are actually not recycled. And that causes a huge danger both to ocean life, microplastic contamination of everything, including us and our health. And that's an obvious, I think, aim to a problem that we need to solve. And next slide, please. So the industries for our models, as we know and we use the reduce, reuse, reclaim, and recycle. And we actually say that and believe that these four models will not be sustainable in the long term. That's why we have to have a solution that actually creates and adds the water element. And next slide, please. So I want to explain to you just in a few words how our technology works. The stage one is actually the removal of particulate matter, which means that two sequential air filters eliminate a particulate matter that is smaller than 2.5 microns. The stage two is the actual water creation, where the air flows through the patented Genius technology and undergoes a heat exchange and cooling process, which brings the air to its dew point and the temperature where condensation occurs and water is created. An integrated energy model optimized water production in accordance with the external atmospheric conditions. And the water is channeled through a physical, chemical, and a biological treatment called the biomineralization process, promoting a clean and tasty drinking water. Stage three is the water filtration mineralization, removal of organic or inorganic substances and microorganisms. Basically, we add the minerals to the water in order to make them safe for human consumption. And stage four is basically the water safety, which is the UV light, where the water circulates in 5 Celsius and maintains its quality. And next slide, please. So you can see here, we can produce actually 1.32 gallons of water per 1 kilowatt per hour at optimal humidity, obviously, but above 20% humidity. Can you please pass to the next slide? Next slide, please. So WaterGen has the most restrictive certifications for the quality of the water that it produces and the machines. Next slide, please. And these are the remarkable quality results comparing to other bottled water solutions. Next, please. And these are the global recognitions that we've received from the World Economic Forum, CES, and other organizations. Next slide, please. And we work in 3 different markets, which is humanitarian, commercial, and mobility. Next, please. So these are the range of products that we actually offer today. The biggest one actually can produce 1,500 gallons of water per day, all the way to home use devices, office devices, which can produce 5 gallons a day. All devices can be off-grid. That means they can be connected to a solar panel and be complete decentralized solution to save water. Can you please move to the next slide? We also offer other products for the aftermarket, for RVs and mobile boxes, but these I will not discuss at this point. Next slide, please. Next slide. And I want to show you some study cases of what we've done. So WaterGen exists since 2009. We're available in over 65 countries all over the world. I'm in charge of penetrating the US market in the West Coast, and I'm opening a water innovation experience center in Palo Alto next month. So next slide, please. This is in South Africa, where we've actually supplied water to 79 schools, 4 clinics, and 3,400 households, and 50 child development centers. Next slide, please. This is in Gaza Strip, where we connected our machines to a solar panel, to hospitals. Next slide, please. Cambodia, and we provided healthy drinking water to hospitals. Next slide, please. Kerala, India. Next slide, please. Colombia. Next slide, please. Sierra Leone, a girls' school that had no access to water. The things that they had to do in order to get water was really incomprehensible. Next slide, please. Thailand. Next slide, please. And next slide. And this is one example in Microsoft where they wanted to create a plastic-free environment and promote a healthier environment and requested our machines to be deployed in their headquarters in Israel. Next slide, please. And SpaceX, which we're working with closely. Next slide, please. And we're also the exclusive water supplier of Queen Elizabeth of England. Next slide, please. And obviously, WaterGen can be an amazing solution for public spaces, parks, villages, towns where they have no existing water source. We all know about the drought that is affecting the wells and the aquifers that are drying out. So this is the optimal solution, guys. Next slide, please. Next slide. We can jump all the way to the last slide. So you're welcome to. I'm reaching out to this board to bring our solution to your attention. I believe that atmospheric water generators haven't really been given the attention that they should be given. And taking the account that our drought situation, specifically in California, will only get worse, and we know that for sure. It means that we need to use our funds effectively and deploy it into solutions that can take us through the long run. If you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer them.
Thank you, Ms. Benson-Comforty. I appreciate you highlighting what I know there's a lot of discussion around atmospheric, water generators, and importantly, a lot of discussion around innovating in this time. And I'll just note, I think, to my mind, there's definitely a scale issue when we talk about the systems that are providing at scale for larger communities amounts of water that I think become hard to draw straight from the atmosphere, especially a drying one. But I really appreciate you taking the time here, introducing your company, having a discussion around the innovation that's happening there. And thank you.
Thank you. And please feel free to contact us if you think that our solution can be suitable to any project or any specific situation.
Thank you. Yeah, what I'm really impressed by is a really healthy discussion around distributed infrastructure that complements what we have as real core backbone infrastructure throughout. And I think there is a definite space for these sorts of units in that space. So thank you. Next, I'd like to move on to Regina Chicazola, who will be followed by Kaya Rivers. I think that rounds out our commenters for the drought update. Thank you again. Hello, Ms. Chicazola.
Hello. I actually had a slide too I was hoping to bring up. I heard it was loaded.
All right, looking over to Ms. Tyler. Just one moment while we pull it up. Apologies, Mr. Chickazzola. Our IT expert, Michael Loffer, is to the rescue. As someone who wore many hats in a previous role, you know, policy, IT, do it all. Legal.
If it doesn't work out, I could just explain the photo too.
Yeah, we'll give it one more second, and then otherwise we can just move on to your comment. Thank you, Ms. Chickazzola. And I think the moment may have passed. So move on to the comment, and we'll actually work on it as you're giving your comment, Stella.
Yeah, and if it gets pulled up, great. But my slide is just a couple pictures of the Scott River watershed that show a segment of the river that is completely dry, that is surrounded.
There we are.
As you can see, that is surrounded by many green fields. And usually the whole valley is completely green during droughts because once the water goes dry in the river, you know, groundwater is pumped. It is a more complex system, as was said before. And I did not mean to insult to the water board by saying that the curtailments are not working within this water system. I do know it is a more dynamic system and there's a lot of groundwater recharge that needs to happen. But the purpose of this slide is to show that there is not full curtailments happening. You know, the river is going dry, and it's not just because of it's taking a long time for groundwater to recharge. It's because most of the valley is still being irrigated. And there are some cooperative solutions in play, landowner cooperative solutions. And my guess that's why a lot of the valley is still being able to be irrigated. I know there's issues with groundwater being pumped outside the zone that is in question. You know, it's a complicated water system and our watershed. I'm not going to say it isn't, but I am going to say it's a watershed that is known for particular landowners not following the law, not following regulations, and not allowing access to people to see what is happening. And I just wanted to bring this to the attention of the board because I know that there has been a lot of complaints on the curtailments within this area not being followed. And I really appreciate that the board is taking these complaints seriously and investigating them. But in the enforcement action slide that was shown before, it showed very few complaints in the Russian River watersheds, but tons of, not tons, but a much higher rate of actually going out and investigating the diversions. Whereas it only showed like something like 33 going out investigating diversions in the Scott and Shasta. And I do also want to recognize that, you know, change is not necessarily made overnight. But if the landowner cooperative solutions are not working and what we're seeing, I mean, these pictures are from, I think, 2 weeks ago. So this is not like, oh, this is the beginning of summer, you know, these are 2 weeks ago. You know, this amount of water use was happening in an area that's under curtailment. And the river is going dry. Maybe the river would be going dry anyway. It is an extreme drought. Within this section, this is an area where there is a lot of interplay between groundwater and surface water. But I can't look at this picture and say that I feel like the curtailments are being effective or that every farmer in this watershed is complying. We've had, you know, in the TMDL situation in this watershed, I think it's been decades now since the TMDL has moved forward, and so there are so many farmers that have not complied. And I just wanted to say there's a point where the carrot is not working, and there are landowners that want to do right in these watersheds, and they are largely the smaller landowners and not the bigger landowners. And there's a lot of gerrymandering of the system happening where, you know, large landowners are taking advantage of the system as much as they can, whereas the smaller guys are definitely getting screwed by not getting the support of the state as far as financial support. And I just feel like that as an example, the Scott Valley is something that the water board should be focused on. One, because it's critical important to the coho salmon within the Klamath watershed, which are facing extinction. you know, and then and another reason, because this is such a clear example of unreasonable use during a drought. And in the Shasta River watershed, you know, there's not these interplaying groundwater issues. And so, yes, we are able to see immediate results, but also in the Shasta watershed, there are only a few water diverters. You know, there's these big water districts. So we're able to be like, hey, we're watching you and you're doing the wrong thing. Whereas the Scott, there's a lot of diverters and they're very belligerent. And I think that, you know, we need to figure out who are the people who are violating their curtailments, which landowner cooperative solutions are not working out, and figure out a better long-term solution, because the curtailments are very important. They are leading to groundwater being recharged quicker and water coming up quicker. And there's areas where it's being very helpful, but there are people who are blatantly violating their curtailment orders. And I feel like the investigations are great, and I'm very thankful that they're happening. But at the same time, the amount of investigations compared to complaints within this watershed is not nearly the same as the other areas facing curtailments. So with that, I would just urge the board to take pretty immediate action, because the salmon aren't getting close to this area and they're going to be coming here soon. And if they're stuck in a Klamath River that has low dissolved oxygen, that's completely muddy, we have not seen hardly any recovery from the giant mud slick that happened this year because of low flows. The river is still just a warm, hot, muddy mess. So the fish are going to need to be able to get into the tributaries, or else they'll face certain death. So those are my comments. I was actually hoping to leave earlier, but I just wanted to let the board know I'm not trying to insult the curtailment process. It's not the board's fault that some of the landowners try to take advantage or not listen. But I do think that action is going to be needed to be taken, and some situations, an example might need to be set the way it was set in the Shasta River, which immediately worked. I'm not aware of a whole lot of people violating curtailment orders in the Shasta River right now. I know it's more complicated in the Scott. I thank you for working on it. And I'm trying to be somewhat patient, but there's only so much patience that can be had in a situation like this. And thank you so much.
No, just thank you, Ms. Chigazola, and didn't take insult at all. And I think what you heard was wanting to make sure we didn't leave folks feeling that the curtailments are having no impact. And as you noted, and I appreciate it, they are having an impact, but we need to do more. And I think we're there with you on that, and we'll continue to need to use this energy, momentum, and urgency to figure this out for the long term. Because as you said, these are things that have been existing for decades with seemingly not the move. Well, we know not the movement we need. So just thank you. I appreciate it, as always. Next, I'd like to call up Kaya Rivers.
Hi, everyone. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning.
Thank you for the informational drought update. And thank you, board members, for the opportunity to provide comments today. My name is Kaya Rivers, and I'm a policy advocate at Community Water Center. And I wanted to highlight the need to protect disadvantaged communities when it comes to their access to drinking water. Last meeting, I talked with you all about some residents that were having some trouble finding some funding sources, and there is a gap in assistance available to those in need of domestic well repair and water well replacement. I'm sorry, and you guys suggested that I contact the DFA in order to bring my issues or my concerns up with them. And I want to let you guys know that I followed up and I did reach out to them. Apart from that difficulty, residents have been finding a hard time. There's a gap in assistance available to those that are in need of domestic well repair and domestic well replacements and are above the state income eligibility requirements. More specifically, even though households may be above the 80% median household income threshold, well replacements and well repairs are costly. And the well replacement of a new well can cost at least tens of thousands of dollars and that reach the cost of $90,000. After losing access to running water, households should not have to deal with the financial burden that comes with drilling a new well. And additionally, households should not have to indefinitely rely on short-term solutions until they have the funds to supply a new well. As the drought continues and affect more communities and households, resources should be expanded to support those who are above the 80% median income threshold. Because of this persistent drought, inflation, and the rising costs to repair and replace a well, we want to express our appreciation of the drought waiver, as it has allowed residents to access funding and expeditiously during a time of need. However, moving forward, we want to encourage the State Water Board to find a solution to find a solution to the high cost of drilling new wells. Additionally, to ensure that all communities have sustainable access to drinking water, long-term solutions must be prioritized. Well consolidations must be expedited in order to reduce the amount of communities and households that experience drinking water insecurity. Additionally, groundwater extraction must be reduced and managed to ensure that groundwater levels are high enough to protect all domestic wells and disadvantaged communities' access to drinking water. As the State Water Board reviews the revised groundwater sustainability plans, I urge the board to encourage GSA's plans to account for drinking water needs. I also encourage the State Water Board and the Department of Water Resources to work together to ensure that drinking water needs are truly protected in these revised plans, or else welcome them to the necessary changes during the probationary period under the State Water Board's jurisdiction. Thank you for the opportunity to provide comments today.
Thank you, Ms. Rivers. I appreciate, again, the continued coordination and acknowledgement and flag that we do have an issue here brewing for us when it comes to the number of domestic dry wells, the fact that we are providing replacement water in the immediate, but for the long term, whether it's a new well, whether it's a consolidation, there are issues with our eligibility and there being a gap for some of these households, especially because, you know, a number of them, although the owner of the home may not qualify, certainly the person in it renting may. So just thank you. I know that Community Water Center and all of our partners have been incredible with making sure that we're understanding the complexities of what the actual experience and issues are on the ground and how we can make sure that our programs are supporting them. So thank you. And
Thank you so much.
look forward to continuing to figure that out with the legislature and others who are important leaders in providing us the resources to be able to address these things. So thank you.
Great, thank you so much.
I think that's it. I believe we don't have any further commenters. So thank you, everyone. And board members, anything to follow up with? Anything further? Thank you. Much appreciated. That wraps up item number 3, our drought update, and brings us to item number 4. We are coming up to the noon hour. We have on our agenda still yet, after this informational item, our microplastics discussion, and then we will be moving on to our item number 6, which we've indicated won't be until after 1 o'clock. So trying to time our lunch and break. Let's go ahead and take a quick break. We'll go on to our last informational item, take our lunch, and then go on to Division of Drinking Water item, or rather, yeah, I think that's what we'll end up doing so that we can give ourselves just a quick, let's say 5-minute break. We'll say almost 15. We'll come back at 11:05. Quick break, and thank you. 12:05 rather. Thank you. All right, appreciate it. Okay, everyone, we're at 11:07, so we can begin. And this now brings us to item number 4, which is an update on our urban conservation reporting. Good to see you both. Hope you're staying cool.
Kind of glad to be escaping the house today. Good morning, Chair Esquivel. Good afternoon, I suppose, Chair Esquivel and members of the board. My name is Marielle Rodero. I'm here with my supervisor, Charlotte Ely, today to provide the urban water conservation update for the July 2022 data set. Next slide, please.
And I think here, just at the top, because sometimes we do give a preview for, what we're finding, early numbers in aggregate for the current month, which would be August that started reporting. We don't have enough
A little
folks.
too early.
Yeah,
The Labor Day sort of impacted the reporting.
yeah, so we just don't have enough data to give
Correct.
anything to anyone at this point. So just wanted to flag that. Thank you.
All right, so just a reminder that the latest round of emergency regulations went into place at the end of May, and we do continue to see impacts in the numbers. So residential per capita use in July 2022 was 104 gallons per person per day, which is a 12 GPCD drop from last July. This number is also lower than any other July in our data set, with the exception of July 2015, which is a time in which mandatory restrictions were in place. Next slide, please.
Yeah, getting pretty close to those numbers on just a per capita basis,
Yeah,
which is
and,
really...
and those were pretty severe restrictions last time. We are now more than a year into collecting data on water savings, and the difference between July 2021 and 2022 is quite notable. You might recall that last summer, the savings numbers were slow to ramp up because the governor's call had just gone into effect. But the most recent numbers show how far we've come. Californians' water savings totaled 10.4% in July 2022 relative to 2020, with a cumulative savings of 3.4% statewide. Next slide, please.
Yeah, we now have that full year of data, and what a ride it's been. You see that in, again, the achievements in December, say, but now especially these summer months are just such a key
really
critical
where
ones.
we can see some achievements.
Yeah,
So,
incredible to see.
quite heartening.
Yeah.
So this month, 3 out of the 10 hydrologic regions exceeded 15% savings. The North Coast region completely blowing it out of the water with 28.5% savings. And then the San Francisco Bay region with 17.3% savings, and the South Lahontan region with 16.1% savings. Next slide, please.
Good afternoon, Chair Esquivel and members of the board. It's nice to see you all here today. I'll be providing the conservation tip. Charlotte Ely, the conservation supervisor. So it is hot outside. We are breaking records throughout Northern California. I think it was 117 degrees in Fairfield. Yesterday, I think we were over 115 in downtown Sacramento. It is very hot. Inefficiently irrigating under these conditions can lead to a lot of water waste. It's estimated that as much as 50% of irrigation water can be lost due to wind, evapotranspiration, and inefficient methods. So not everyone has the time and expertise to tune up their irrigation systems. So for those who don't, you can save water by hiring an irrigation professional. These folks can help us reduce our water use, save money, and maintain a healthy and beautiful landscape by maximizing the efficiency of a home's irrigation system. Properly managing your home's irrigation system can reduce annual outdoor water use by about 8,800 gallons per year, which is the equivalent amount of water used to take about 500 showers. So many homeowners hire contractors to install and service their in-ground irrigation systems and maintain their landscapes. Irrigation professionals that are equipped with efficiency skills and knowledge can really help to improve the health and the beauty of our outdoor spaces. The National Water Sense program, which is like Energy Star, but for water using practices and services, maintains a list of efficient irrigation professionals. It's a national list, so no matter where you are in the country, you can use their database to try to track somebody down. It's updated quarterly, and it reflects the best information at the time. And so I looked at it this morning for my zip code and saw that there were 42 irrigation professionals with a WaterSense certification, for example. Before closing, I wanted to take a minute to recognize that urban conservation and efficiency jobs include a variety of activities, not just installing and maintaining irrigation systems, though that is critical. Research and development, for example, generates new water efficient technologies and practices. Manufacturing activities produces new tools and products, which are then distributed to wholesalers and to retail businesses, utilities, homeowners, et cetera. So urban conservation and efficiency occupations range from scientists developing new technologies, or those of us working for public agencies. There are surveying technologies, landscape architects who are designing beautiful gardens for all of us. Plumbers, construction laborers, and landscape workers are the ones who install and maintain these efficient technologies, and the more lower water using vegetation, while public relations specialists are helping to get the water conservation message out to the world. So growing these jobs helps to save water and is really good for the economy. The Alliance for Water Efficiency estimates that for each 1 million invested in water efficiency, 15 to 22 jobs are created, and that GDP would increase by $1.3 to $1.5 million. Nationally, the same organization, AWE, estimated that a $10 billion investment in water and efficiency programs would boost the US GDP by $13 to $15 billion, creating somewhere between 150,000 and 220 jobs and save between 6.5 and 10 trillion gallons of water. And then, of course, the equivalent energy savings as well. So in closing, our conservation tip for this month is go with a pro. Look for a certified, WaterSense irrigation professional in your area. They help save water and they keep our gardens beautiful. Also, let's keep growing the green economy. When local, state, and national government invests in urban water efficiency, we're creating good green jobs and we're boosting the GDP. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Board members, any comments or questions on conservation? And we have a couple of commenters to go to then. You can go first to Dennis Evans.
And Chair Esquivel, neither of the public commenters, Mr. Evans was an if necessary, and then the other individual already did her presentation as part of the hydro update.
Okay. Well, thank you. Then we have no commenters. And just thank you. Eager to see where we end up in August as well. Especially, we need to keep the momentum going. We know that we have a La Nina here shaping up, and then a dry winter potentially, and the outlooks continue to seem as if we're going to have below average precipitation for sure. So just thank you. Appreciate the good work. Mr. Polhamus, how long do you think your item will be? Because I'm debating whether or not to go ahead and have an early-ish, I guess early-ish for me, lunch, since sometimes I push us to 1. But
Yeah, our Chair Esquivel, our presentation should be about 35 minutes. We have 4 commenters, I believe, in the queue. We're looking at probably an hour, if
Plus,
not just a little bit more of time.
Okay. Let's go ahead and have a lunch, and then we can come back fresh for the microplastics discussion and be able to continue on from there. I think that'd be best. Otherwise, I could see us easily not being able to have to break in the middle of it, or not break for lunch until 1:30 or so, and I don't want to get anyone too angry. So let's go ahead and say we'll return here at 11:50 or 12:50 rather, and give ourselves a little more than 30 minutes. So thank you. Hi, everyone. Apologies. We're waiting just a couple more minutes for folks to get back from lunch. Let's go ahead and we'll say plan to start at 1 o'clock. Thanks. About 8 minutes. Yeah. We may try to start sooner. I just want to. Okay, everyone. I was just going to say I want to apologize. I know that we pulled you guys over onto the other side of lunch, and everyone's trying to quickly eat, and so really appreciate the patience, and just thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I'll go ahead and get started then if you ready for us. I'm Darren Polhemus. I'm Deputy Director for the Division of Drinking Water. And today we will be presenting the proposed policy handbook, establishing a standard method of testing and reporting for microplastics in drinking water and really beyond. First, I just want to call everyone's attention to the fact that this is not just the first in the nation, but the first in the world to set this up. We're very proud of that accomplishment and do thank the legislative mandate and the funding granted for us to accomplish this work. Dr. Scott Coffin will go through the presentation here in a minute and go over kind of the handbook and our approach. As you know, we previously adopted the definition, and this is the second part to bring forward the handbook, the testing, the protocols that we're going to do, and the testing methodology, and I'll definitely let Scott explain that more. I do want to point out that after Scott's presentation, we do have a change sheet that came out late last night, making some basically minor corrections to some citations and stuff, and I'll ask our OCC attorneys, David Rice and Emily, to read those into the record as we get after Scott's presentation, just so that you're aware of that. And with that, Mr. Coffin, Dr. Coffin, sorry.
Thank you, Darren. Board and Honorable Esquivel, it's my pleasure to present to you today on the work that we've been doing to get to this point. You'll remember that we covered a lot of this in November, so I'm going to cover some of this material fairly quickly to get through. So next slide, please. As a reminder, the legislative mandate for the work that we're talking about today is Senate Bill 1422, passed in 2018. This required the State Water Board to define microplastics by July 1st of 2020. And by July 1st, 2021, we're required to consider adopting a health-based guidance level to aid consumers in understanding what microplastics concentrations in drinking water might mean for their health, adopt a standardized method for monitoring, accredit laboratories for using that method, and then have a plan for 4 years of testing and analysis. And as a reminder, all of these requirements can be implemented through the adoption of a policy handbook that is not subject to the Administrative Procedure Act. Next slide, please. So as a reminder, microplastics is not one thing. It's an extremely diverse contaminant suite made of thousands of different polymers with a continuum of shapes, sizes, and colors, which makes finding and defining the contaminant suite a non-trivial task. Next slide, please. Despite these challenges, the State Water Board adopted the world's first regulatory definition of microplastics for the purposes of drinking water in June 6th of 2020. And as a reminder, this includes solid polymeric materials to which chemical additives or other substances may have been added, which are particles which have at least 3 dimensions that are greater than 1 nanometer and less than 5,000 micrometers. We exclude polymers that are natural and that have not been chemically modified other than by hydrolysis. Next slide, please. I'm going to be covering the research that we did to consider adopting a health-based guidance level. Next slide, please. The human health effects of microplastics have been poorly researched, and there's not a whole lot of scientific consensus about what they are and how they are occurring. So we had a health effects workshop to provide some clarity on this. And we not only tackled the human health effects, but we also considered the ecological health effects as well, which I'm not talking about today. We charged our health effects workshop experts with considering what dose metrics are reliable indicators of toxicity for microplastics, which particle characteristics influence toxicity, what are the actual effects that we're observing, and can we derive thresholds to guide management? Next slide, please. All of the research published related to this effort has been published in the open access journal Microplastics and Nanoplastics under a special issue called the SWRCB collection. So if anyone watching online is interested, you can easily find it through Google. Next slide, please. To determine what's known about the human health effects, we scraped the literature and we found 29 ingestion-based in vivo mammalian microplastics toxicity studies that we then screened for reliability and their applicability to risk assessment. And we're left with 12 studies that were deemed fit for purpose for further review. We then dove into these studies with experts from around the world to determine what endpoints, if any, are reliable. Next slide, please. We found, of these 12 studies, we found that 4 of them were reporting reliable effects on male reproduction, 2 on female reproduction, 1 on the liver, and 2 on decreased body weight. And you can see here that the vast majority of the reliable data that we have indicates a number of male reproductive endpoints are being affected by some forms of microplastics. Huge caveat here is that all of these studies are using one very particular form of microplastics, typically polystyrene spheres, which is not representative of what we're actually exposed to, which is a huge diversity of particles. Next slide, please. So despite these findings of consistent impacts to male reproduction, we were unable to derive a notification level or other quantitative health-based guidance level due to 3 factors. One is that the effects database was largely inadequate. I mentioned before, they're mostly using polystyrene spheres, and they're not characterizing the particles well. We are uncertain about the effect mechanisms, which in this case is necessary to extrapolate to the diversity of particles that we're actually exposed to. And we don't have a complete exposure database, which is required to derive a health-based guidance level for drinking water. Fortunately, this last point is something the State Water Board can actually do something about through the harmonized monitoring that we'll be conducting. Next slide, please. In lieu of a quantitative health-based guidance level, our expert group generated a qualitative health guidance language. This can be used to communicate to consumers what's known about the health impacts and what the state is doing about it. I'll read it. Studies of rodents exposed to some types of microplastics through drinking water indicate potentially adverse effects, including on the reproductive system. However, more research is needed to understand potential human health implications and at what concentrations adverse effects may occur. Therefore, California is monitoring microplastics in drinking water to understand its occurrence and is supporting ongoing research. So this language is currently included in the proposed policy handbook as to be required by water systems to report in their annual consumer confidence reports if they have detections of microplastics. Next slide, please. I'll talk briefly about the research that we did to develop standardized methods. When this bill was passed, there were no harmonized or standardized analytical methods for microplastics, so we needed to derive our own. Next slide, please. We performed an inter-laboratory validation study on 2 spectroscopic methods using infrared and Raman. And the way these instruments work is by shining light on the particles and referencing a database, and it can tell you what type of polymer it's made of. Next slide, please. 26 laboratories were involved in this, with representation from industry, government, non-governmental organizations, and the water sector. Next slide, please. We did this not only for drinking water, but also more complicated matrices, understanding that microplastics is going to be an issue in more than just drinking water. So drinking water, ocean water, fish tissue, and sediment. Next slide, please. For all of the matrices, we generated blind samples that were meant to imitate the types of particles that you'd find in the environment, including 4 different polymer types, 4 size fractions, 4 shapes, and we even threw in some false positives to see how well the labs do at differentiating between plastics and non-plastics. Next slide, please. This is an overview of the methods, strengths, and weaknesses. On the top, you can see their reliability in terms of analytical performance, which for infrared and Raman is highly accurate. For optical microscopy, so just looking under a microscope, it's not very accurate at determining if it's plastic or not. So we're not going to be using just optical microscopy. We also looked at how much resources these methods actually require. And you can see that for IR and Raman, these instruments are relatively expensive and the consumables cost quite a bit as well. The advantage to Raman is that it can get slightly smaller particles than for infrared, but largely we view these methods as pretty similar and in some ways complementary. Next slide, please. Recognizing that these methods take a high amount of resources to run, we put forth a goal of having a tiered monitoring framework where one day we can have a screening method that can tell us whether or not we should do additional monitoring. We don't yet have a screening method, but we have quite a few that are good candidates, hopefully something that water systems are already using. A second tier might be just looking at the particles by mass using a simple technique that's relatively, gives you relatively more information. And then we would reserve these more expensive, high resolution methods for a small number of cases. This is really just a goal at this point, and we hope we can reach this over the next few years. Next slide, please. As a reminder for anyone that's watching online, these methods are living documents, and we released an updated version on May 27th of both the IR and Raman, based on comments that were received during the public comment period, as well as through ELAP training, which I'll talk about in a moment. So these methods are currently hosted on the State Water Board website. You can find them from that link below. Next slide, please. So in summary, we have robust inter-laboratory validated analytical methods for monitoring microplastics that are being promulgated by the State Water Board. These can be updated as needed, and the estimated cost per sample, it ranges between about $1,000 to $2,000. Next slide, please. So I'll talk a little bit about the accreditation process. Next slide, please. To accredit laboratories, we need both our ELAP assessors and third-party assessors to be trained on how to accredit a laboratory. So we partnered with the Southern California Coastal Water Research Project to train these assessors in April of this year. They did a mock inspection on day 3 of the training at the Moore Institute for Plastic Pollution Research, shown in these photos, and we learned a lot at this training. I mentioned before that the methods were revised based on findings from this training, so this was highly productive. Next slide, please. Based on that training and the work that ELAP's been doing, we now have the ability to accredit laboratories. Just yesterday, actually, ELAP posted the fields of accreditation are now available, so laboratories can now apply. And included in accreditation are inspections, good documentation. Ideally, we'll have performance evaluation samples at some point, but we don't feel that that is necessary to accredit laboratories right now, as well as quality criteria for evaluating labs. Next slide, please. Ideally, we would have a performance evaluation sample. This is something that we're working closely with the National Institute of Standards and Technology to develop. And what's before you is a table showing 3 different tiers of samples that we're going to be developing. And right now, we're really just focused on the minimum viable product here on the left. And ideally, at some point, we'll have a much more complicated sample to really be able to assess thoroughly the performance of a laboratory. Next slide, please. In lieu of having a true performance evaluation sample, NIST and the Hawaii Pacific University already provide a polymer kit that can be used for positive controls. This is what we recommend for laboratories to use in the SOP. This includes commonly found plastics in the environment, and it even comes with some standardized data so you can compare. Next slide, please. So in summary, ELAP is currently offering fields of accreditation for microplastics analysis. We have third-party and ELAP assessors from around the country that are trained and ready to accredit laboratories. We've got proficiency testing samples on the way, and currently we're anticipating that at least 3 commercial laboratories, 1 municipal and 1 nonprofit, will likely apply for accreditation within the next year. Next slide, please. Moving on to the last requirement, 4 years of testing and analysis. This was really informed by all of the previous 3 requirements as well as the definition. Next slide, please. It's critical to understand how these particles behave in a treatment plant. The removal of microplastics is largely size-based, and what's shown here is relatively, it's approximate. So most treatment plants that have surface water as their source waters are already removing microplastics using flocculation and sedimentation down to a certain size. Below that, it's unlikely they're removing much of the microplastics. And you can see here that with these more advanced, typically more expensive techniques, you can remove smaller and smaller particles. And I've also highlighted on here where our Raman and FTIR limits are. So you can see here that if we were to look in treated water for most treatment plants, we might miss a lot of the microplastics that are actually making it through. We just can't see them with our current technology. Next slide, please. All is not lost, as we understand that microplastics, just like any other particle, has consistent behaviors. So if you understand the particle counts within a certain size range, and you understand the distribution, you can reliably extrapolate to what particles you'd find at smaller sizes. Next slide, please. You can think of this like an iceberg. If you understand the shape of an iceberg and you measure the visible portion, you can, with uncertainty, interpolate the amount that's below the surface. Next slide, please. So what this all means is that we believe that our current analytical tools are best suited for looking at microplastics in source waters that have been untreated. This will give us the most bang for our buck in 2 ways. 1, we'll be able to actually see the particles that are there with confidence. And 2, it will save us resources and time because we'll actually be looking at a smaller number of samples before they're treated and be able to get a handle on the actual contamination in the source waters. So with that, we are proposing a 3-tiered iterative monitoring approach. The first phase, we're calling the pilot phase, is starting now and will be approximately 1 year. We'll be looking at some methods and providing guidance for operators on how to use them, and also doing a little bit of monitoring in a couple of treatment plants and their source waters to figure out what type of range of microplastics we would expect to find. Phase 1 would include monitoring orders sent to a small number of water systems, only looking in their source waters, so untreated water. And ideally, through that effort, we'd also be developing a surrogate for that tier 1 of the tiered monitoring framework. And then there'll be an interim period where we're looking at the data and we're reassessing and speaking with stakeholders to ensure that phase 2 is using the resources wisely. And here we might be looking at additional systems or fewer systems, ideally looking at treated waters with higher performance analytical methods by then. Next slide, please. So what we're considering today is the policy handbook establishing a standard method of testing and reporting of microplastics in drinking water. Here's a brief timeline of the notable events related to this document. The first draft was released in November of last year. We had a board workshop discussing it. Then we received comments in December. This handbook, as well as the standard method and all of the research associated with the handbook, underwent scientific peer review under Health and Safety Code 57004. And we posted the response to comments on August 9th of this year. Next slide, please. Really briefly, the external scientific peer review, this was facilitated by UC Berkeley, and it included 4 professors that are leaders in the field of microplastics with expertise shown here. Next slide, please. 4 main recommendations from the reviewers were all implemented in the revised documents. One was to develop a harmonized reporting tool so that when laboratories upload the data, it actually aligns with the definition and they're not guessing. The second is to provide guidance to the water systems on how to use these sampling approaches, what type of volume to extract, really the technical details. The third is to assess these analytical methods using real water samples, not just the simulated particles that were sent to the labs. And the fourth is to increase the quality control requirements in the methods. I mentioned we implemented all of these recommendations. Next slide, please. Moving on to the public comments that were received. What's shown here are the categories with the number of unique commenters for each category. So on the left, you can see the majority of comments were focused on either miscellaneous items or on adopting a pilot phase. Additional concerns around the timeline was too aggressive for some commentators. Additional technical details related to the analytical method, consumer messaging, and really a lot of the other details here were sort of in the weeds, but very constructive overall. Next slide, please. The major changes that were implemented on the handbook are shown here. I've mentioned before we had this 1-year pilot phase that's managed by the State Water Board. During this time, we'll also be developing consumer messaging tools to help the water systems convey this challenging risk communication message. We'll be providing resources for novice laboratories so they can get up to speed and run these analytical methods. We also released a draft list of water systems potentially subject to monitoring in phase 1 so they can actually come and prepare. We'll also be holding a planned public workshop to discuss specifically where we want to monitor. We updated our monitoring requirements with more specificity, and we'll be developing sampling and reporting guidance over the next year as well. Next slide, please. Not all of the comments received resulted in changes. I'll go through each one of these. So one of the comments was to limit the definition based on theoretical size and solubility limits. This was covered during the definition hearing in June. We still find these particles that are so-called soluble in water as insoluble particles. So we don't want to we don't want to limit those from being reported. The second was to restrict monitoring to treated drinking water only. As mentioned before, monitoring in the source waters is the best bang for our buck, and this happens quite consistently under the Safe Drinking Water Act as well. Third was to remove the evidence for toxicity from the health effects language. We believe this is inappropriate based on the consensus document produced by our independent expert group. Fourth was to establish a detection limit for reporting or similar level for each particle size range. Unfortunately, we just don't have the laboratory data on that yet. So once we have that, we'll be able to derive that limit. Another was to focus initially on reporting only specific polymers instead of all of the polymers within the class. This is really unnecessary as these spectroscopic techniques are rather robust in what they can detect. Another was to provide funds for monitoring, which we are currently looking into, but we're not able to do at this time. And the last is to fund research for methods applicable to smaller particles. Really, the scientific community around the world is doing that, and we're watching those efforts and supporting them in other ways. Next slide, please. So I'll talk a little bit more about the pilot phase. This is really the critical change between November and now. And this is going to be happening. It's already initiated right now, and we'll be wrapping up next year. The main goals are to evaluate some improved sampling methods that can reduce contamination during the sampling process, develop a sampling and analysis guidance handbook so that we're all using consistent, harmonized, and best practices. I provide training in person and virtually to water system operators so they know how to collect the samples. Provide time and resources for ELAB accreditation for labs. Develop our data infrastructure, and develop a communication toolkit for water systems. Next slide, please. As mentioned before, microplastics are extremely complex. And the more data you have, the more inferences you can make from it. So this is an example of what you're actually looking at under these spectroscopic instruments. Each one of these colored dots is a microplastic particle, and you can report each particle individually on a data set, which can often result in very, very large data sets for a single sample. This is unlike any other contaminant where we are reporting just a single concentration of a dissolved chemical. And we want to be able to capture this information to inform future management. Next slide, please. So to do this, we are working with some organizations to develop a harmonized reporting protocol that would intake the data straight from the accredited laboratories, run it through quality checks, and make sure that the reporting is harmonized. And then it would link to our existing data portals, CDIN, CIDWIS, wherever the data needs to live. It'll be housed there, as well as in a standalone microplastics database that preserves the full granularity of the data set. Next slide, please. We're not working alone on these projects for the pilot. We're working with Southern California Coastal Water Research Project for the sampling, development, and training, as well as Brown and Caldwell and the University of Toronto. For the data harmonization software, we're partnering with the Moore Institute for Plastic Pollution Research and NGO, SFEI, as well as the People Lab. Next slide, please. Additionally, a lot of this work is being discussed actively and even worked on through the Microplastics Monitoring Subcommittee of the Water Quality Monitoring Council. This is a local and global community exchange of information and data for microplastics monitoring methods and tools. We meet quarterly, and our individual work groups meet more often. Our next meeting is actually tomorrow from 11 to 1, and we have 3 active work groups that are developing the sampling and analysis playbook, a communication toolkit, and laboratory accreditation and data analysis. Next slide, please. So I'll talk a little bit about the sampling and analysis plan that is included in the proposed policy handbook. The overall goal is to characterize the source contamination for the largest population with the fewest samples possible. And in phase 1, we'll be issuing monitoring orders to approximately 30 water systems to sample in the source waters upstream in the distribution. So looking at wholesalers or systems that use water and send it to additional systems. It'll be 2 years of quarterly monitoring, and it'll primarily be surface water sources, as we don't believe we're going to find a whole lot of microplastics in groundwater. We'll be prioritizing systems that have theoretically lower treatment capabilities, and we'll also be evaluating the need for additional sampling in phase 2. Next slide, please. It's important to understand how these particles break down and move through the environment. They can make their way into a drinking water treatment plant in many different ways. Atmospheric deposition and emissions from wind and rain, as well as emissions from municipal and industrial wastewater effluent can contribute to these concentrations in surface waters, as well as the terrestrial emissions of macroplastics that then fragment into smaller and smaller particles. Next slide, please. When the particles actually make it into the treatment plant, some of these treatment techniques that are already being used may incidentally remove microplastics to varying degrees. While the science is still catching up on this, I was able to categorize the removal rates with some granularity. So we have, for high removal, we have a couple different techniques. A lot of the systems are using these medium removal techniques, such as sedimentation and flocculation. And then there's other techniques like ozonation and chlorination that are unlikely to remove any of the particles. Next slide, please. Looking at the treatment that is already used by public water systems, we see that the vast majority of systems in the state are using either a medium or low filtration technique already, and a small number are removing a lot of these microplastics. For groundwater, you can see that very few systems would be removing any particles. This is not a problem, as we don't typically find a whole lot of particles in groundwater anyway, so it makes sense that they're not using these filtration techniques. Next slide, please. We also looked at the environmental justice aspect, and we found that a relatively smaller proportion of the disadvantaged smalls and large systems are implementing these high filtration and medium filtration techniques than the larger systems and the wholesalers. Next slide, please. So this is a matrix of the filtration techniques used by the water systems and the primary water source types that are included in our draft monitoring list for the proposed policy handbook. So you can see here we have 3 systems using groundwater, 2 using groundwater under the direct influence of surface water, and 25 that are using surface water, with the vast majority likely to remove some, but not all of the microplastics. So we believe that this list, this matrix, will give us a good idea for not only the type of source waters where we'll find the particles, but once we start looking in treated water, we'll be able to parse out which techniques are more or less effective. Next slide, please. Here's a map of where the draft water systems are in California. I also color-coded these so you can see what type of systems they are. The vast majority are wholesalers or community large systems. We do have 2 disadvantaged large systems that are included really for geospatial coverage. And we have 1 state water project system that's included. Next slide, please. So the list that is included in the policy handbook is not the final monitoring list. It doesn't have the actual locations that water systems will monitor at. We want to include the water systems in that conversation because they know their water better than anyone else. So we're holding a public workshop later this year to invite the water systems that are on that list and figure out exactly where we should monitor within their source waters. We'll be providing exemptions for systems that could be redundant with one another or technical infeasibilities. And this final list would be approved by DDW. It would not include additional systems than what are on the list. Next slide, please. As mentioned before by Darren, California is really leading the world here. And the National Academies of Science, Engineering, and Medicine released a report last year that said, as a microcosm of the national and global plastic pollution problem, California is leading research, removal, and prevention efforts. While other US states may not have the same focus and funding profile, lessons learned in California can inform state and national efforts through research, removal, and prevention experiences. Suffice to say, we have a bit of a burden on our hands to do this right and pave the way for the rest of the world. Next slide, please. I also just want to thank all of the collaborators that have got us to this point. This has been a massive community effort and really global. A lot of government, nonprofit, industry, and academic partners have gotten us to where we are today. Next slide, please. So what we're proposing today is a resolution to adopt the proposed policy handbook. Again, the intent of the policy handbook is to provide guidance for DDW staff to work out the technical details of the monitoring and then issue the monitoring orders to the systems. we can bring this back to the board if it needs to be updated. Next slide, please. So thank you all for your attention. Anyone online that would like to find out more, you can you can use the hyperlink here or send me technical questions and comments, and I'd be happy to take any questions from the board members.
Just incredible thanks, Dr. Coffin, for your good shepherding along with the team I know here at Division of Drinking Water and all the way to Director Polhamis's good leadership in all of this. It is a lot of pride that we have in it, and we're very fortunate to be in California where we're able to synthesize this. We have dollars in leadership that can actually help contribute to a national discussion, and it's not lost on me that it's about having the right temperament. And especially when things are so cutting edge, truly, where there are more questions than answers, but being able to bring and synthesize along so many partners in a way that has allowed us to do here, when I think back to even our discussion last fall and here as we embarked on this work through direction from the legislature, done quite a bit very quickly. And we've been able to do so because we've had the cooperation and collaboration of a lot of folks. So it's not just on us here, but just want to thank and commend what I know is a lot of many meetings and convenings that you've been able to be part of and help here bring and synthesize what's just incredible work, and in a way that appropriately frames what is a lot of unknown. The legislative direction was ambitious and thinking that we'd be able to set all sorts of criteria that better respond, but we're at the front of just understanding and being able to parse out what are questions for still yet further investigation. I appreciate is important, and I appreciate that we can come back to the board. I guess my one question is, what do you see as being sort of a time frame, not wanting you to come back here quickly, but just, what would be something that you would feel would be a moment where, okay, yes, the handbook needs to be, updated at that point. I appreciate the phased approach of the work, and I think, naturally what is in there are questions that would then lead to perhaps a need to change the handbook, but just kind of wondering to what extent you'll need to come back to us, I guess, to be able to update some of that as you go through the next years of work. And maybe Mr. Amos, you
I'll
want to
start
take
on that, and Scott can fill in behind me. But I think the first instance is we have selected water systems, and our intent is not to add more. But if for some foreseen discussion after we met with all the water systems, we found that to be important, we would come back to the board with that. Certainly in another phase as it goes along, after we do the pilot phase, if we again discover some kind of fatal flaw in what we're proposing to do, we would want to inform the board of our change of direction. I think it's most likely to happen between the third section after we've done a first phase and round of testing and before we come to the second. We're going to learn a lot in that session with the first instance of monitoring from the water systems. And there may be something that we're just unaware of since we're really entering into unexplored territory here. So that's Scott.
Yeah, just echoing that, the research is happening globally at a breakneck pace. And it's possible that after phase one, more analytical methods come online that are cheaper or faster or more accurate. And we want to be able to be nimble enough to include those.
Great, thank you. Questions from fellow board members? Board Member Firestone.
Yeah, I have a question following up on that, actually. And again, thank you. This is incredible work, and it's really an honor to be part of this work globally. I mean, truly incredible. I'm interested in the sampling sites and how limited we are with this draft list. I know that phase one, like you said, is 3 years, and then, correct me if I'm wrong on that, but a few years. And then we'd be adding systems in phase two. For the ones that, so my understanding is that this phase is really trying to explore source waters and understanding microplastics in source waters and getting a good sampling statewide to be able to characterize that. and I am interested in, given the useful graphic, I think it was, I can find the slide for 44. Land uses have a lot to do with it. We know are significant sources, but there's many different sources. Just wondering if we can or have looked at whether the sites that we are focusing on in this phase one capture a good amount of the land uses associated with disadvantaged communities, BIPOC communities. You looked at disproportionately those communities have lower treatment. And I'm wondering if we have been able to or can look at the types of land uses, and maybe Kellen virus screen can capture that well because it's really disproportionate exposure or impacts from cumulative impacts from contamination. But I'm interested in, can we look at whether the sampling sites that we're doing in phase one can adequately capture those disproportionately impacted communities, land source waters and associated with land uses and if we haven't yet, is there a way to do that without having to and be able to add one or two if needed without having to come back and amend the whole handbook?
So a lot of the disadvantaged systems use groundwater, and like I mentioned before, we're unlikely to find microplastics in groundwater. A lot of the disadvantaged systems also receive water from wholesalers. So that's hopefully will be captured in our current plan. Additionally, we do have two disadvantaged systems that are sort of unique geospatially that it would be included. And what's currently on the 30 list includes systems with quite a diversity in terms of land use. We have San Francisco PUC, which gets their water from a fairly pristine source in the Sierras, as well as East Bay Mud, Sacramento. So we'll be looking at a lot of different range of land uses, all the way down to the State Water Project in Southern California. And hopefully with those different sources, we'll be able to parse out whether proximity to highways or agriculture or different factors are relevant for the contamination. This work is not going to be, or this data is not going to be viewed at alone. We also have been monitoring trash around the state for many years, and so we'll be utilizing those other sources of information to try and parse out really how these particles are moving around. This work is also tying in pretty closely with a related concurrent effort from the Ocean Protection Council that has a requirement to characterize the fate and transport of microplastics into the marine waters. And they're going to be looking at a lot of different pathways from stormwater to rivers, wastewater and others. So I believe after the first phase, we should have a pretty good idea for the factors. And we're also looking into getting funding to actually monitor at some of these disadvantaged communities and looking into the tap water, what's in there, what's actually come out of the tap as well. So we're working closely to try and see if we can do that.
Okay, so at this point, if we needed to add any, we'd have to come back to the board unless it's, or I guess you mentioned that there would be, to the extent that we're able to have additional funding to add systems for this pilot phase, we'd again have to come back to the board. I think I'm just concerned about the staff workload of having to come back to us if we wanted to add sites to phase one.
Yeah, I think, if I may, Board Member Firestone, I think your question's a really important one, but I think we're better prepared to take that on after we've done this first round of monitoring, because we're going to learn so much about what sources and where we really want to focus the effort. And it's like we'd be a little bit blind right now in trying to select where it's appropriate, and we would probably oversample and cost people more money than maybe necessary. Right after we've done that first round, because Scott and the contributors have really selected this diverse set of waters, I think we're going to know where we need to go, and which we will then be able to identify which small systems are most impacted, go straight to them, and make sure that we're covering them in some fashion in that final phase. And that would be likely where we probably need to come back to the board at that stage anyways. As Scott says, I'm hoping technology improves and we're going to have more resolution, and we're going to come back at that point to really say, this is our plan, this is how we're addressing those communities that you're concerned about and that we should all be concerned about in that section. It's just right now, it's just a little fuzzy, a little early to get at it without, casting our net a little broader than we're confident.
Yeah, I think just again, going to slide 44, it seems like, and maybe this isn't true, but two of the sources that seem significant are trash, I assume, or some kind of terrestrial emissions, which could be landfills or trash is what I'm assuming that means. And then the other one being emissions from municipal and industrial wastewater effluent. And I'm just wondering if, given that those two are called out here as, like significant sources, have we been able to look at making sure that we're able to capture sites that will show those vulnerabilities? I guess I would say, when you look at the siting and land uses, they're often, those types of sources are often in low-income communities and communities of color. To the extent that those communities are on surface water, certainly, or even, I think you have, you have a couple sources beyond surface water, groundwater, and is it underground injection? I don't know what the third one is, but.
Groundwater under direct influence of surface water.
Okay. So yeah, if we can you just speak to whether we've been able to make sure that we have adequate source waters from those land uses?
There are a few systems on the list that have significant land use, urban land use around it. So the American River and the Sacramento River, as we all know, there's a bit of trash upstream of where the treatment plants are. So hopefully that we'll be able to capture that. There's also additionally a couple systems in the Central Valley that would also have be similarly representative of a lot of the systems that are disadvantaged.
Okay, I think I would love to make sure that we at least do that, certainly for phase 2. I just would feel more comfortable if we have a more complete examination of that. And I know we're working on our tools to do a more intentional racial equity analysis within all of our programs. But I think this one, although we're capturing the types of filtration that systems have, I just would love to see and make sure that we're doing that analysis to make sure that we're focusing in on where there's vulnerabilities with vulnerable communities or disproportionately impacted communities.
And if I can add, Scott can correct me if I'm wrong, but part of what we're also anticipating, he mentioned quickly, was trying to come up with some methods that are like screening methods that would say, we see there's a potential problem and then you would need to go. And hopefully those are developed along, which then allows us to do much more extensive testing across a much broader swath of water systems, including the disadvantaged ones at a low cost, and then find where we should target our work.
Thank you, Board Member. And thank you, Dr. Kaufman and Mr. Polhamus, for the exchange. Board Member McGuire.
Great. Yes, thank you for the presentation and clearly all the work that you've done up to now. It's been a huge lift. And what a groundbreaking effort. It really is, just to think that we have the unenviable job of leading this. and just trying to wrap our arms around microplastics and what they are, where they are, the human health effects of them, the environmental health effects. It really is a daunting effort. And so just commend all the work up to date. Just having a definition even was challenging. I recall I was on the board then, and now the analytical method and this first phase of testing. So really, this is important work that, in my opinion, needs to proceed. But at the same time, the image of the iceberg still sticks into my head about everything that, what the world that we know about microplastics, which is just the tippy top right now. And even our analytical methods are incredibly limited. And then everything that we don't know yet. And so, the fact that this phased approach is good, I think it's prudent, it's the right way to go. But at the same time, it comes with some trade-offs. And that is that we won't have testing of drinking water systems because the analytical methods are limited, as I understand it. And so the trade-off is that you're going to be getting some information from source water assessment, which is good and useful and will help inform the future. But at the same time, that information, which is fairly preliminary, will be shared with the general public, with water systems, with users in those systems. So I really appreciated that you mentioned the customer messaging efforts and having the toolbox. I think those steps are really critical here to not scare people, for lack of a better word, before we know enough about what those. I was intimidated by the list of health effects just as much as anyone here, and I want to understand it as soon as we possibly can. I'm concerned that we're not quite there yet. And so I was wondering if you could speak a little bit more to the customer messaging and how we're able to help support that type of effort with working with water systems once we start to collect the data.
So for the customer messaging toolkit, we are actually leveraging an effort that's funded by the Water Research Foundation. It's to a group, Arcadis, that is specifically to develop consumer messaging tools for California's water systems. And we're working very closely with their group and coordinating that effort with the subcommittee. So getting a lot of input from diversity of stakeholders, including water systems and health professionals in the field. And the main goal of the messaging toolkit is to not only be transparent about what we know, but also see if we can improve trust in government at the same time. And by being transparent and by showing that we're actually doing something about it, we hope to be able to get that across. But we're also working on some key messaging strategies to make sure that we don't scare people at the same time. That's absolutely a key goal of that effort.
I appreciate that it's a very, very tricky balance, and looking forward to hearing more about that as it's developed. So thank you for that work.
Vice Chair. I just have some additional questions regarding research, and maybe now is not the appropriate time because I think it's important to really launch this effort, but then maybe even at a future update. I'd like to hear more about what I'm seeing is there's a couple of, there's probably many different aspects of research that are underway, specifically as to this, being able to further hone in on test methods, but then on the public health impacts. I'd like to hear, that chart that you showed causes great concern. So want to better understand what's being done, on what sort of research dollars are available. I know we don't have specifically a research program. It's something that I've been concerned about. And so if we don't have the ability to provide funding, where is that funding coming from and where are there gaps?
So a lot of the research that we are actively managing is coordinated with the Ocean Protection Council, and they're getting funding from a number of sources. Senate Bill 54 was passed in July 31st of this year, and that'll provide, I believe it's $15 million per year from plastic producers to the state organizations. And a good part of that is going to be going towards our efforts. We are also anticipating to receive some funding from the infrastructure plan that was just passed nationwide. And We're also leveraging some different grant opportunities with NOAA. A lot of this research we're trying to coordinate and get multiple ducks knocked out at one time with the OPC, and we share a lot of the common research goals with them as well. So I guess I could give you a more in-depth coverage of the type of research that we're doing right now, but really it's focused on California in particular. We're trying to get a handle on really just the contamination and also how we can improve our sampling and analytical methods first. For the health effects, we're working closely with our European allies that have allocated $30 million for 4 years of research to specifically understand the human health effects. And at this point, it seems like they have a very good agenda for the types of projects that are being funded through that effort. And I'm working with colleagues across the pond to make sure that we're exchanging information in a harmonized and rapid way.
I guess if I could add to that, so what Scott's helped educate me on is that, while we're doing this kind of preliminary work, it really is bringing on a lot of other scientific endeavor around us. So we're not doing it strictly alone. We've kind of have created through this program and the testing methodologies and the definition, a framework by which so much other research is going on that will then benefit us and everybody else later. So it isn't solely us. I remember Scott at one point had an exponential curve of the study increase in mammalian studies on plastics. There's been quite a few in the aquatic environment, but after our definition and our shown interest, it's skyrocketing, and so that will lead to better information for all of us very shortly.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Board.
Thank you. I want to thank you all for just the tremendous amount of work that you've done on this area. It's just really impressive. The one thing that I just wanted to bring up is just as I'm looking at the potential sources of microplastics in the environment and within our waters, I'm seeing here for example, just municipal wastewater treatment plants, and I also see the treatments that for drinking on the drinking water side that can remove. I'm noticing that some of those treatments are also utilized in wastewater treatment plants, and so you just want to recognize that. And so as we're moving forward, just want to make sure that we're coordinating across our water board programs so that we're being intentional of how we're presenting the data, and then just recognizing just the great work that's also being done on the other side within our water quality programs, and the treatments that are happening on the other side, so that as we're moving forward, as Board Member Firestone is saying, and we're citing these locations, we're looking for perhaps those areas within the state where advanced treatment on the wastewater side isn't being employed. And so that way we are being intentional, and we're looking for where we're not doing tertiary treatment on that side. We're looking for locations where we are still having less advanced wastewater treatment, and where there could be more deposition of microplastics. So just making sure we're being just looking across our water board programs as we're moving forward.
No, we've definitely made sure that we're coordinating with DWQ and the regional boards extensively. Scott is actually going to be the board kind of point person to coordinate all the different programs so that we make sure that we're doing that. And I will point out, Scott, correct me if I'm wrong, but that graphic showing the multiple sources, those were like potential sources, and we don't know contributions yet. It's like, could be here, don't know how much, so we don't want to feel like we're indicting people at this point. That could be very low from some of those sources and higher from others. I think probably my biggest lesson through the whole microplastics education process for me has been how much is in the air. I'm more scared about air and aerial deposition than I ever was before, just because it's around us in that aspect a lot. So there's still much to learn.
Yeah, thank you, board member. What comes to mind is also PFAS, where we have, as you know, that real important coordination happening on the quality side and the drinking water side. And I agree with you completely. Need to make sure we're taking advantage of all that, and glad to hear that Scott's taking, Dr. Coffin's taking a principal role in that. Thank you for that good comment.
All right, can I ask a follow-up question?
Please, board member.
So can you clarify, I think I'm just still getting hung up on where in the process or how are we trying to characterize sources, high-risk sources of microplastics that may be threatening our drinking water sources? Like we're looking, right now we're doing a sampling program. Is this pilot phase one of the goal is one of the goals to try to characterize where there's higher occurrence and which land uses that might be, or sources, not land uses?
No, Scott will back me up here if I'm wrong, but my understanding is the pilot phase is really to fine tune our testing protocol and make sure that we're accurate, doing it right, it's doable, and we'll get good results. The first phase then, where we do broad testing across the water systems, is designed in such a way that that will inform us now about sources that may be of more concern than others based on upstream land use and other possible contributions to that. And from that, now we have a way to target in the third monitoring component, or that final phase. I think it was actually labeled as phase 2, even though it's like the third session. Now we have information based on the types of sources that are concerned. We will know where those are around the state, what communities are downstream, and using them, and we can really focus in on where that is. But definitely chime in, Scott. I mean, I feel like we're a little blind at the moment we just haven't done any of that preliminary work in that phase 1 testing to really help us do it. We designed it, Scott designed it, I approved it in such a way that it really is trying to answer that question of like, where should we look next? But please, Scott, go.
Yeah, additionally, these techniques have never been field tested. And so we need a little bit of time working with a small number of systems that really know what they're doing to get the infrastructure built. And we don't want to burden the disadvantaged communities with testing that may be cheaper in just a couple years. And so that's really what we're looking at for phase 2.
Right. So just to clarify, so the pilot phase, I understand we're really focusing on sampling techniques. Phase 1, though, it seems like that is where we're trying to understand source water and potential sources and have some, I just am still feeling like I'm missing where the process is that we're trying to characterize what are significant sources of microplastics and therefore where we should be testing. Is that in phase 1 or is that in phase 2 or is that something different?
It's not mutually exclusive. So phase 1, we're really only looking at source waters, but phase 2 will also be looking at source waters as well, in addition to treated drinking waters. And it'll be a much more informed monitoring plan in phase 2 because we'll have that base data set to understand where to look and where we should be investigating further in the treated waters.
And sorry, are we testing, at this point, we're not testing any kind of, I guess, effluent or discharges, right? Because we don't have, this is source water, so it's after it gets in. Okay, I think, obviously I'm still just not feeling like we're adequately looking. I'm not clear how we are doing a full analysis of where there are the potential for significant sources, and particularly for disadvantaged communities. And I don't think that means that we have to be making small disadvantaged communities themselves test. I think it's just doing an analysis of the land uses, or I think Board Member Morgan mentioned, where are there treatment plants that don't have high, that are just secondary or even primary in some places, or same within our landfill and other water quality regulatory programs, where there are areas that may not have that, and are we making sure that there is some source water that may be impacted by that that's being tested, which does not have to be, it still may be City of Sacramento, Sacramento still may be capturing that. I just would want to make sure that we're able to look at that in the design, and I still am not hearing that you all may have done that, but I'm just not hearing that. And so if we can clarify that, I'm concerned about, it's only, on one level, it's only 3 years now that this is phase, for phase 1, I guess, is my understanding from this time chart. But that's still, a whole phase, and it'd be nice to identify if there's sites that, if there's a type of source water that is missing, that we'd want to make sure we capture. So I guess what I'm asking for is, we may not, unless you have that now, if we can, maybe it's added to the resolution or something to say, just taking a look at examining that and being able to add a site as necessary, or do something to be able to address that that analysis. If you're already doing it, it'd be helpful to. I'm still not hearing that.
So the exact monitoring locations we'll be determining later this year, working with the water systems. The water systems on that list, they have many different sources of water. And so we'll be evaluating within those sources, can we get the diversity that we need? And for instance, like you said, Sacramento Metropolitan has multiple sources. And so that'll be included in that discussion. Absolutely.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, I think what we're striving for is exactly what you're asking for. It's just we don't have the answers today, but that is built into the design of where we're headed, is to be able to answer that question that you're exactly asking. We believe we've captured the sources, but we need to run through to find out whether we did or not. And then that'll inform our next steps for sure. If we missed something, we'll definitely need to add it. But we're going into it thinking we have them all covered, is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, I know you all have been doing a lot to design this. I think, whether it's in the next phase and through the public process, if you feel like there's enough source monitoring locations that can capture all of that within the systems that you've identified, like you said, Dr. Coffin, if, maybe that's where it's possible to do. I think I'd really like to have something that shows that that's what we're doing. And I'm still not seeing that or hearing it. So I am not sure what we can do, but if there's something that we can add or, report back on, that would be helpful.
Okay. We'll definitely think about if there's a way to satisfy you. It's certainly the intent, but putting it in writing is always better than leaving here without that. So we'll let us think about that, where precisely it would be best put.
Thank you, Mr. Polhamus. We have about 6 commenters, I believe, and so we can begin to get to folks, unless there's any other comment or question from colleagues. Okay, seeing none, I'd like to first call up Nick Blair with the Association of California Water Agencies.
All right, good afternoon. Can you hear me?
We can.
Very good. Good afternoon, Chair Esquivel and board members. As noted, I'm Nick Blair. I'm speaking on behalf of Aqua. Thank you for the opportunity to comment today. We really appreciate Dr. Scott Coffin's and DDW's work thus far and their continuing willingness to engage Aqua and our members through the development of the Microplastics Handbook and also into the future as the various elements that you were all discussing continue to be developed and are improved. We do view this handbook and development of these methods as an ongoing conversation and a constructive process, as it is a first of its kind policy, and thus we want to continue to work and reflect the latest science and research to improve microplastics methodologies and monitoring. So we do offer the following comments. First, on the addition of the pilot phase, we really appreciate the addition of the pilot phase, as Aqua asked for this in our comment letter last December, and as said numerous times in the conversation so far, this is very much a research stage, and we feel that the pilot phase is essential for working through any questions and unknowns. We want to note that since the pilot phase has hardly begun, we want any delays to be reflected in deciding when phase 1 and 2 are also carried out. And we want to just reiterate that we think the pilot phase is crucial for making sure that the rest of the handbook works and also for any necessary training that comes out for water systems to comply. To the chair and board members' inquiries about when revising the handbook would be appropriate, we recommend that the handbook be revised after completion of the pilot phase. As noted, it's a developing topic, and we think that that is a good interim to revisit if there are better analytical methods at that point. As currently written, we have some concerns about the reporting requirements. As Member McGuire noted, we need to be cautious about public access on data that is very much in research phase that has not been fully vetted. And as Dr. Coffin noted, have to focus messaging to avoid confusing consumers. And we can appreciate that there's work being done on messaging separately with the subcommittee, but putting the information out there without established standards is not necessarily going to be helpful to the public or informative on the quality of their water. We do have some concerns also with some looming uncertainties, as the board members also brought up, impacts on smaller water systems in disadvantaged communities in terms of cost and testing. We also saw that ELAP accreditation just came out, so we're taking a look at that and haven't really had a chance to do so thus far. Currently, with sampling amounts, some of it is rather complicated, can take over 24 hours for on-site collection. We don't know that all systems will be up to that task, and we are curious if contractors will be available to take those samples to help agencies out that maybe would look to that. And then lastly, on phase 1 monitoring, we look forward to the ongoing conversation about how to approach it and appreciate that the current list is in proposed draft form, not finalized. We think that the larger agencies are in a better position to provide resources to be the focus of phase 1, as that will cover a lot of the source waters. And we also think that allowing for joint submissions for smaller systems would be very welcome and appreciated if smaller systems are to remain on that list. We look forward to continuing the conversation with staff leading into the workshop this fall, and also with our member agencies that are part of that. Thank you for the opportunity to comment today. We look forward to ongoing conversations and working with the State Water Board on microplastics.
Thank you, Mr. Blair. Appreciate the comments. And I believe next we have Leslie Dubalian. Oh, apologies, Ms. Dubalian, you're on mute. And you should get invited to unmute here. Apologies, one moment.
Okay, there we go. Good afternoon.
Hello, good afternoon.
My name is Leslie Dubalian. I'm a Principal Water Resources Specialist with the San Diego County Water Authority. The Water Authority is a wholesale water supplier whose mission is to provide a safe and reliable supply to 24 retail member agencies, and together we serve 3.3 million residents in San Diego County. I would like to start by saying we are supportive of comments by Nick Blair at Aqua And I also would like to emphasize our appreciation for DDW staff, Dr. Scott Coffin for his expertise, his willingness to share information, and to meet with the water community. The work of the State Water Board and other state agencies, such as the Ocean Protection Council and its statewide microplastics management strategy, is very important to increase our understanding of microplastics in the environment and the potential for aquatic and human health impacts and how to manage this. While there has been a lot of progress into understanding microplastics, as we've heard, there's still a lot unknown. There aren't yet health-based standards to compare against. There are no drinking water notification or response levels or public health goals. We are really still in information gathering and research mode. And there's a lot happening. For example, a future Water Research Foundation study will look at water treatment removal efficacy, which is needed to understand the potential for microplastic removal in treated drinking water. The handbook has the potential to serve as a roadmap to gather information, to identify and support research needed on microplastics in drinking water, and also to align with other efforts, such as through the Division of Water Quality and the OPC's statewide microplastic strategy. Flexibility built into the handbook is so important to be able to adapt to rapidly growing science, so the handbook continues to be a useful document. I'd also like to emphasize the importance of the voluntary pilot phase that was added to the revised handbook. We recommend expanding the pilot phase and including an option in the handbook for voluntary agency collaboration and participation, and that this be incentivized as part of 4 years of required monitoring. With that, I'd just like to close by thanking the board and your staff for this important work that prioritizes public health, which is also our shared commitment. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. DeBellion. Appreciate your comments and engagement on this issue. Next, I'd like to call up Nancy Okada, who will be followed by Sue Mosberg.
And Ms. Okada, we've given you the opportunity to unmute on a phone. It should be *6.
Hi, can you hear me now?
We can. Good afternoon.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. Thank you for allowing me to speak and for taking these steps towards identifying the microplastics in our areas. First of all, I have a question, which is how will the health advisories on the 4 PFAs issued by the US EPA in June impact California regulations? And then I want to say that, in fact, California Sierra Club has passed a resolution in June against synthetic turf fields and all infills that they have, because they've been shown to contain substances that contain several PFAs and leach into the water. So synthetic blades have also been found all over the place in the ocean by citizen scientists, and these plastic turf fields are being installed all over on top of drinking water reservoirs, over creeks, and along the coastline. And now with all these thousands of fields being replaced in California with, once again, synthetic turf, what role can the California Water Board play in protecting our water from these unnecessary products? And I really appreciate your considering the source, and I think that's what you were discussing before, and how it's incremental, that you're going to be, first developing the pilot project and then moving on to other projects. But really, the source is what has to be eliminated to get this out of our water. So I'm wondering if you could answer my questions about what the Water Board can do in helping eliminate these toxic sources from our environment. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Okada. I think I want to clarify, you may have seen come from US EPA health advisory levels for PFAS constituents. I don't think there are microplastic, and I'll look to Dr. Coffin and others, but at the US EPA level, I don't know if there has been any issuing of. And so you may, and you did reference PFAS, and so you may have confused those two. And we have other things that are addressing PFAS. I'll just note, when it comes to how we address the sources, Like PFAS here with microplastics, it's really about going upstream. And microplastics are, oftentimes degraded from macroplastics. So their work with DTSC, our sister agency, the Department of Toxic Substance Control, is how we're getting at some of the source issues, getting it out of here, just our environment generally. So I think those are the two things I would comment on your comment, and thank you for your engagement and questions here to us. I don't know if there's anything further that our folks on the staff have heard that they want to be able to respond to Ms. Okada's comments.
No, they're very good questions from Ms. Okada, and definitely source control will be the focus as we learn more about where we're finding it and looking upstream to try to address it. She's correct that source will be an important measure.
Thank you. My screen fell asleep. So I'd like to call up our next commenter here, who, yes, is Ms. Sue Mosberg. Good to see you today.
Hello. Thank you. I'm Sue Mosberg, Executive Director of the California-Nevada section of the American Waterworks Association. And on behalf of Cal Nevada AWWA, I wanted to express a few comments on the adoption of the proposed policy handbook. Several of our member utilities have been closely involved with the process to get us to this point. So first, we want to compliment the Division of Drinking Water staff, specifically Dr. Scott Coffin, for the open, transparent, and very collaborative approach to developing appropriate analytic methods for microplastics, which are very different constituents from most other typical chemical contaminants. We continue to encourage our members to participate as this approach continues, and many more crucial decisions remain for action by the Division of Drinking Water. We also want to express our appreciation for the revisions related to our prior comments, particularly the addition of pilot phase for monitoring the presence of microplastics in source water. We believe this will allow everyone to validate analytic methods and evaluate possible surrogates for monitoring. We appreciate that the time frame added this pilot phase, and we also want to encourage the Division of Drinking Water and the board to take as much time as needed for this groundbreaking work. On a similar note, we encourage the Water Board to update the policy handbook to add methods as they are developed and validated. These are research methods that are being used for the very first time, and as labs gain experience, they will get better at producing data. That experience takes time to acquire. We would caution the board and the public on the interpretation of data, particularly early in this monitoring process. Also, open source availability of data and public notification based on research level information on water sources, as noted by others today, could erode public confidence in drinking water and might be premature given the state's scientific knowledge regarding the health effects. We understand the data opportunities achieved by sampling source water, as mentioned in staff's presentation. However, for the reasons noted, we have serious concerns about including any microplastics data from monitoring source water in an agency's consumer confidence report, which would not reflect what is in the drinking water. Good work should not be rushed, and decisions and perceptions should not be based on data that are not peer reviewed. As Chair Esquivel noted in his comments on this topic after staff's presentation just this afternoon, there continues to be more questions than answers. Thank you for the opportunity to recognize and appreciate the process to date. California Nevada AWWA looks forward to continuing to engage with the Water Board staff on this important issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mosberg. Appreciate your engagement and comments. I believe we had a speak if necessary from Mr. Worley, and then otherwise I think we're now on to Jay Anderson.
And neither Mr. Worley nor Mr. Anderson are on the Zoom platform.
Thank you, Mr. Laufer. Then that concludes our comments. And thank you, everyone, for the good engagement. Again, it's been a principal hallmark of this work that we have so many collaborators and partners in all of it. Looking to fellow board colleagues. And Mr. Bolaños, did you
if we could
have a moment?
Have a moment to read it. While we need to read in, I'll ask Mr. Rice to read in the change sheet changes, and then Mr. Laufer, with his quickness, has already prepared a another change to be read into the record after that.
Great.
Sure. Good afternoon, Chair Esquivel, members of the board. David Rice with your Office of Chief Counsel. We posted 2 change sheets, one for the policy handbook and one for the resolution yesterday. Just some minor corrections we saw. We thought we would clean up before adoption. It might be easier if we could you put them on the screen so everybody can kind of take a look at them? Or I'm happy to read them, either read them without that. Either way is fine.
Maybe a little of both for the benefit of folks, if you can pull them up. Thank you, guys.
And bear with me because these are generally just grammatical and a couple of misplaced citations. But the first one in the first whereas, just replacing 116530 with 116270. That was just an incorrect citation. If you move down to provision 5, making the uppercase S to a lowercase s in section before 116376A. Can scroll, yeah. Then the next page, wait, hold on for 1 second, go up a little bit more to number 6. Just a couple of grammatical corrections in number 6 as well, including lowercasing the word section and adding a semicolon and replacing a period with a semicolon. For number 10, just adding the word and in the resolved section, added in number 1, just added the word and in number 2, we added a section number 2, and this is language that's usually included whenever the board adopts a regulation that goes to OAL, but this adoption is not subject to approval by OAL, and so we're doing it in the form of a policy handbook, but it makes sense to allow the executive director or delegee the ability to make any non-substantive corrections in case there was a typo or something like that. So we just cribbed that language, included it here. And then that's all that I have for the resolution, but I believe that Mr. Laufer may have some language to propose.
Do, and this would be if the board is interested. Member Firestone, you had raised several concerns about equity and disadvantaged communities, and so one possibility that we have is to go ahead and add an additional resolved clause. Frankly, I would probably slide this in just right before the new resolved clause that Mr. Rice just read into the record. So his would be renumbered Resolve 3. This would be new Resolve 2. And it would state, when identifying the sites for the Phase 1 monitoring program, comma, the division will work to ensure the sampling sites consider potential sources that are representative of microplastic sources likely to be present in disadvantaged communities, comma, and if the deputy director determines it is appropriate, comma, the deputy director may authorize up to 5 additional sampling locations to help ensure equitable representative sampling in Phase 1.
That'd be great. Thank you. I don't know if other board members have.
I think the problem will be that we won't know if it's representative or not. But I think still having that language, I think, will be helpful and making sure that it is part of the consideration. So I'm supportive.
I do think we're going to learn a lot here over the next year, and I think it's prudent to have some flexibility built in to add systems if they're better representative of the different sources. So I appreciate Board Member Firestone, your input and sharing your concerns on this. So that change makes sense to me.
We have been able to put it up on the screen just so folks out in the public can read along as well as the board members.
Yeah, thank you. Looking at other board members, if there's any concern, and I would when we have a motion here, I think we can consider them as both. We don't have to break them up. I'm seeing general consensus on it, so.
I'm just verifying that we also had change sheet number 2.
We do. We have change sheet number 2 for just a quick fix to the policy handbook. I'm sorry, bear with me with this boring grammatical stuff, but there was a misplaced citation there to 116271, so that was just stripped out, and we added the correct grammar to the word provides.
Great. And this was the only change on change sheet 2, right?
Correct. Wait, Emily just pointed out that we did delete the second, if you go down to line 6, there was a second footnote 3, so that was deleted.
Thank you, thank you. I see that there. I think we'll wait for you. Yeah.
Sorry, I just had a lingering question based on the comments that we heard about the timelines. There were some stakeholders that asked for some additional flexibility in the pilot phase and just some acknowledgement that things may not go exactly as planned. It's often the case. Sometimes deadlines slip. So could I just, what happens then? So if there is a need for some additional time, or you learn something new, or there's a new method that comes up, well, maybe I shouldn't have said that. If the timeline slips or changes in some way, does that warrant require a change, an update to the handbook, or is that flexible enough as written?
No, yeah, there's no hard timeline set in the handbook. It's more of a stepwise fashion at basically our discretion. And since we're implementing the phases through orders that I issue, that's really the implementing entity. So the handbook is more guidance to staff on the steps we're going to take, obviously informing the public of how we're proceeding through those phases. But if we need more time, we will have the luxury to do that, obviously within certain bounds, or declare that we need to reconsider something if it's that dramatic of a difference. So we'll be monitoring that all the way along.
Thank you.
Much appreciated.
I'll make a motion to adopt with change sheet 1, 2, and the language that was read into the record by Michael Loffer and put up on the screen.
I'll second.
Thank you. Ms. Tyler, can you please call a roll call vote?
Board Member Firestone?
Aye.
Board Member Morgan?
Aye.
Board Member McGuire?
Aye.
Vice Chair Diadamo?
Aye.
Chair Esquivel?
Aye. Thank you. The vote is unanimous and the handbook is adopted. So congratulations and resolution. Really appreciate, again, the incredible work and look forward to, I'm sure, updates very soon. Thank you. Congratulations. Next, let's go ahead and move on to our next item, which we have the Division of Financial Assistance here with us with our intended use plans, both clean water and drinking water IUPs. On just for everyone's purposes, the way we'll conduct this then is we'll first have a discussion on the clean water intended use plan. We will then take any commenters that just wish to comment on the clean water IUP, and then we will do the drinking water. And those wishing to comment on both should wait until after drinking water. And if you're just going to comment on drinking water, comment on drinking water. Hopefully that helps for, actually, we probably won't know very well in our commenters who's who in that. So I'll have to actually rethink that now that I've said that out loud.
We might be able to have folks raise their
They can
hands on
raise
the
their
Zoom
hands,
platform.
maybe. Thank you, Mr. Loffer. We'll start with our presentation though. And what I really appreciate is that our Division of Drinking Water can now have their lunch, which again, I apologize for.
Good afternoon, Chair Esquivel and members of the board. My name is Mike Downey. I'll be presenting item 6 today, and as you mentioned, starting with the Clean Water State Revolving Fund draft intended use plan. I have with me Christopher Stevens, Assistant Deputy Director in Division of Financial Assistance, and Jean Feng, who's with the Office of Chief Counsel. And also on the Zoom platform, we have our financial advisor, Ann Berger Entricken, and she'll be available to assist with questions as well later. Next slide. So today, as you mentioned, I'm going to first talk about the Clean Water SRF Intended Use Plan, the IUP. I'm going to go over some of the purpose for the IUP in this annual process. We're also going to talk about the impact from the bipartisan infrastructure law on the SRF programs, and then touch on availability for grant and principal forgiveness, as well as our lending capacity, and then talk about some of the other process improvements and performance indicators that are incorporated into this year's IUP. Next slide. So for those unfamiliar with the intended use plan, it serves a lot of purposes, but it does provide guidance for implementing the Clean Water State Revolving Fund program, as well as complementary funds, the small community wastewater grant funds that could be from Prop 1, Prop 68, or general fund appropriations, and also the water recycling funding program. The IUP is a necessary piece for applying for the capitalization grants from US EPA. And this IUP also includes new funding provided by the bipartisan infrastructure law. It's also the Infrastructure Investment Jobs Act. And as part of the bill, there's also an emerging contaminant component to the Clean Water SRF bill funds. And I just want to mention that those are proposed to be combined with the drinking water SRF emerging contaminant funds. So I'm going to touch on those more in the drinking water SRF presentation. And then this IUP also includes money from California's Budget Acts of 2021 and 2022, which included wastewater infrastructure funding, water recycling funding, and PFAS funding. Next slide. So these IUPs are a little different than the last few years. They're a little bit more complicated, and so I wanted to provide this as how we've organized the IUPs. So our base program, Clean Water SRF IUP, includes the funding provided by our standard base program, as well as the bill funds general supplemental capitalization grant, and the general fund appropriations for water recycling from the Budget Acts. And then how we've organized this is there are some supplemental IUPs provided as appendices to the IUP. And so there's a emerging contaminant supplemental IUP, and so the funds that are appropriated from bill for emerging contaminants are discussed more in depth in that IUP. Next slide. So there a lot of talk about bill and the impact on the programs, so I wanted to spend a little bit of time with some distinctions here. So the bill appropriated 5 years worth of funds to the Clean Water SRF program, and that's $850 million for California for 2 objectives. So the first is a general supplemental funding, and we're calling that for any eligible project, and it really just helps supplement our base program for the Clean Water SRF. And then there's an emerging contaminant funding, and that has a specified purpose as defined in bill. So $783 million already appropriated for the full 5 years. And then for emerging contaminants, $67 million already appropriated, and that's to be given out as 100% principal forgiveness. Now, a slight difference is the base program is also mentioned in the bill, and it was authorized for $1.5 billion over the next 5 years. And that's our estimate for California, California's allocation. Now, the difference is that that is only authorized, and every year Congress needs to appropriate in the budget how much will actually be committed to the SRF programs. So this year, our base program capitalization grant is $82 million. Compared to last year and the previous years, it's been about $113 million. So we actually see a decrease on the base program grant. And if we use the same allocations, we're anticipating that that base program over 5 years will be about $468 million. And that's just to contrast what's been authorized of $1.5 billion. So we're not anticipating that fully authorized amount is actually going to be appropriated. At this point, we only have 1 year's worth that's been appropriated. Next slide, please. So this is just a snapshot for the 2022 capitalization grants. The base program and general supplemental together, we're calling that any eligible project subgroup. And what we've done here is laid out how much is being committed as loan, how much is available as principal forgiveness, and then calling them set-asides here, that's for administering the fund, and it's for technical assistance. And then the emerging contaminant amount is there. So you can see the totals for this year for the Clean Water SRF program. Next slide. So here's our current demand on the program and its complementary funding sources. We've separated them into a few categories. So first off, we have the rollover projects. So these are projects that were on last year's fundable list that did not receive executed agreements. And so you can see that we're looking at about $1 billion in financing for those. Second category is small DAC projects, disadvantaged communities. And these are projects that have complete applications, and so they are considered on the fundable list because they're complete, and we believe that they are eligible to receive funds. And so that's 29 applications asking for $240 million, most of which, if not all, would be free money. Then we have new projects that are subject to scoring, and they're requesting placement on the fundable list, and these are primarily loan projects. And so you can see that they're requesting about $2 billion in financing. The amount we're estimating to fund there gets into the recommendations later on, but there are some elements that could be principal forgiveness or grant funded. And then the final category is those small disadvantaged community applications that are incomplete at this time, and we are working on processing those, but don't estimate that we would execute an agreement this year. So a lot of applications, high demand on the program, almost $5 billion, looking at funding about $1.4 billion this year is what we anticipate. Next slide, please. So I believe the previous slide had around $240 million for small DACs. And the good news is we do have enough grant and principal forgiveness to fund those complete applications for small disadvantaged communities. So you can see the principal forgiveness from either this year's capitalization grants or that we haven't committed yet from previous years. Tiny bit of money left over from Prop 1, and SCG fee is grant that is made off of interest collected from SRF loans, and we commit those as grants. And then the big chunk at the bottom is general fund infrastructure appropriation for prioritizing DACs and septic to sewer projects. Next slide. So one thing I want to highlight is that for our small DACs and septic to sewer projects, the grant eligibilities have not changed from the amendment we brought before the board in March of this year. So those are not changed. and that was a recent update to the board that incorporated the general fund appropriations, and so those are continuing. And just as a note, continuing to prioritize projects that address public health, that address violations with permits, and then those septic to sewer or regional projects, and continuing to work with the Regional Water Board on identifying projects. Next slide. So I'm not going to go in depth through the eligibility chart, but it is included as a fact sheet on our website to help determine if you're eligible for grant as a small disadvantaged community or a small community with high wastewater rates. The one thing I will point out is that for septic to sewer projects, there is availability for large disadvantaged communities and small non-disadvantaged communities. However, there is a deadline to apply for these funds because of the strict appropriation deadlines. So we're looking for those incomplete applications by the end of the year and then complete applications shortly into the new year to make sure that, so we can see the full demand for that money because the appropriation deadlines do demand that we make those commitments soon so that we can actually liquidate those funds. Next slide. All right, continuing on free money, I want to talk about the water recycling grant. And we recently received some additional appropriations through the general fund. You can see about $160 million there. And then there's a trailer bill. I don't believe it has been signed yet, but it's suggesting another $100 million. So we included that in this table, and that would be incorporated via change sheet before we bring this back before you. And then what's not included is another $210 million that is in that same trailer bill, but promised in a future budget year. So just wanted to mention that, any water recycling funds to be administered by the State Water Board, we recommend that they be administered through the water recycling funding program and the guidelines associated with it. And the IUP we use as a mechanism to update the grant maximum and any nuance on eligibilities, just to keep it consistent and respond to the amount of money that is available in any given year. So that being said, we are recommending that the construction grant maximum be increased to $15 million. The last few years it's been $5 million as we've given out the Prop 1 money. So we feel it makes sense to increase it back to, this is about the level it was during Prop 1 when it was first passed. 15 million is also the limit that the new trailer bill language includes as a per project maximum.
Thanks, and I just want to give nod to our legislative director in office here for being able to, I know, be able to inform you so as to be able to have before us something that is so fresh as something passed last week that hasn't been signed, but we're ready and able to really incorporate this. So just nod to the good technical work I know you all provided that have helped us get to this point and be able to get back to a point where we were making real significant investments in water recycling and still here have an opportunity to, even without year amounts too, which are always fun to figure out what to do with as well.
Yes, thank you. Next slide, please. So one change we are proposing is to expand the eligibility for principal forgiveness. And for those unfamiliar, principal forgiveness is the mechanism for free money through the SRF programs. And so stormwater projects have been identified as, they are clean water SRF eligible projects. The difference being that they often have difficulty acquiring a loan because they just don't have the revenue stream that can be used to be pledged to repay the loan. So we're proposing a $5 million maximum project for stormwater construction projects, $500,000 for stormwater planning studies. And I do want to mention that principal forgiveness does have limitations on what type of projects can be used or can be eligible. It's primarily disadvantaged communities and then some very select types of projects, kind of energy efficiency, water efficiency, green, innovative projects, and stormwater projects that mitigate stormwater runoff. So it's a specific thing that's called out in the Clean Water Act that we can take advantage of. And then estuary projects is a continuation of past eligibilities, and similar reasons. They don't have a way to finance a loan typically, so we continue to have the same per project maximum for estuary projects. I guess I'll also note that we included a maximum of $20 million being made available for stormwater projects in this year, so that the majority of the principal forgiveness is still made available for small and disadvantaged communities.
What is that split ultimately then? 20 million versus the rest of the pot, which is, if you remind me.
Let's see. I think it was about 100 million.
Okay. Yeah. Appreciate it.
95 million. That was pretty close.
And sorry, so so we're still, with the percentage of eligible project costs, we're still saying up to 75%, even though there's a maximum that would be eligible for principal forgiveness. So in other words, if they have less than that project maximum, they still can't get 100% grant for principal forgiveness for the project. So they need to take out some loan for any stormwater and estuary project.
Yes, or they would need to finance it in another way that doesn't take on that loan from us.
Yeah, it could be maybe a grant from some other agency or something. But yeah. Yeah.
I'll just interject really quickly that 50% is consistent with the stormwater guidelines that we've been operating under for a number of years.
Yeah, I think if I can, I think for us here, we keep seeing kind of we haven't really broken through, right, to stormwater projects, and being able to go to 100, does that do that for us? Do we, are we able to get in more? But I'm not advocating a change for it right now, but I think that, to the board member's question, maybe just, yeah.
Yeah, and maybe just encouraging commenters to just help us understand how best to make sure funding can support stormwater projects, if that would make a difference, or if that's even at 75% is a continued obstacle, or if that's feasible. Just be good to get comments on.
Yeah, the right level of incentive. Yeah, thank you.
Great. Next slide. All right, I'm going to spend a few slides on our SRF lending capacity. And I've prepared a few graphs to help hopefully visualize kind of the impact that we're talking about. So the bottom line is our lending capacity, and this is our sustainable long-term lending capacity. We're recommending continue to be $600 million, and that is not a change from last year. It would hold the line. Again, this is our sustainable long-term capacity, so we're looking out at 20 years worth of lending at $600 million is what our model is showing. And that lending capacity is really the biggest tool we use in determining the cutoff score and developing the fundable list. And so I wanted to mention that rollover projects and small disadvantaged community applicants are not impacted. The rollover projects, so if you're on the fundable list last year, we're going to continue to keep you on the fundable list. If you're a small disadvantaged community that does need a loan component to the financing, we historically have seen that to be a relatively small loan, and so we think we can absorb any small DAC applicants that need a loan component. So it's really just looking at adding additional new applications to the fundable list. And so I'll get a little bit more into that, but first I also want to point out just the loan commitments we've made over the last 5 years. So this is, these numbers are a little bit different than what's in the actual IUP, which includes complementary funding sources and grants. So this is just for those agreements that have the loan component. And so when you look at a 5-year average, even though there's a few years that are a little lower than average, we're looking at an annual loan commitment of $760 million per year. So just want to acknowledge that, we are hitting or, actually above that sustainable loan capacity. A lot of that credit goes to last year. You can see $2 billion. So really excited by the large amount of commitments. We were able to catch up on some of those rollover projects that maybe had been on the fundable list for a couple years. But that does come with its challenges. Now that we've done those $2 billion in commitments, definitely has an impact to our long-term capacity model. Next slide. So I had mentioned earlier about the authorization level that came with bill for the base program and how it's a little bit different than what's been actually appropriated. So what I'm talking about here when we see the word grant is I'm talking about the capitalization grants that are given to us, awarded to us by US EPA. And so recognizing that our loan capacity is really based on how much capitalization we have in our program. So that dark blue, sorry, there's a lot of blue. That dark blue highest line is our maximum total grant. That is, if everything was authorized, if everything was appropriated that was authorized in the bill, how much money would be coming to California over those 5 years, right? And we're looking at $400 to $500 million a year for 5 years. However, as I mentioned, there's a difference in what was authorized and maybe what was publicized as part of the bill and what we're anticipating. So that next line down, that anticipated total capitalization grant, right? That is, if it follows what Congress did this year, these are the levels of capitalization we would be getting from EPA. So about $200 million a year for 5 years. And that includes the loan and principal forgiveness portion of the grants. So when we're talking about the loan capacity of the program, we're really only talking about the amount of money that's available for loan. And so if you look at just the amount of the anticipated amount that would go towards loans, that's the green line. And so that is about $100 million a year for 5 years. And then you can see the last blue is the historic capitalization grant, just the loan portion of the historic amounts. So that's what we were already kind of planning for in our model. And so the anticipated grant is higher. It is almost double, but you can see it's pretty diminished from that maximum authorized that I think a lot of us were reading about. So go ahead and go to the next slide, please. So here, I want to try to put that into context with the capitalization that our model is already using to come up with that loan capacity. So if you look at that first bar, we're talking about the capitalization without bill. If bill was never passed, for example, last year when we calculate our loan capacity, we are looking at 30 years worth of capitalization we've received from EPA and other sources. Plus, we're looking 20 years into the future and already planning on future capitalization from EPA. So that is all the capitalization used to come up with our $600 million annual capacity. So if you look at a third column, that green represents the additional capitalization that we weren't expecting that would come from bill. However, again, that's that maximum capitalization if Congress appropriated the full authorization amount, which at this point, we're not anticipating that's what we're going to see. So when we look in the middle column, this is our anticipated amount based on this year's allocation. And so you can see that the green, the additional capitalization we get because of 5 years of bill is, we just want to give you that, that ratio of how much that impacts the program. So definitely it does impact the program. Any capitalization is good capitalization. I think the best thing in terms of the additional funds from bill, we see a lot of principal forgiveness for those disadvantaged communities, for emerging contaminants. That's great. but when we're talking about loan capacity and impact for future loans, it starts to kind of whittle away at those big numbers.
If I can, I just want to really appreciate the emphasis on this point, only because I know many of us have been out in the public speaking quite vigorously about this historic opportunity we have. And I think what this allows us to do is to really circle back with our congressional members, with those in DC, to make sure that they are also calibrating what our expectations are, because we're very, I think, aware on this and sensitive on this board about the expectations that new programs and funding and opportunities bring. We're already oversubscribed incredibly in the SRFs. And so, yeah, I appreciate the reality check, truly. It's an important one that we have here publicly with folks. So thank you.
Thanks. I will also mention that this is an exercise we don't just do once. We do it annually, and I mean more than annually. We work with our financial advisor, and so this is what we've been modeling with the assumptions that we've seen as Congress has appropriated funds this year in anticipation of the next 4 years. So, I think our recommendation at this point is it's too soon to tell if the bill funds on our base program really does move the needle in a significant way, or if we need to be, not conservative, because I think we're already, we see the high demand on the program and the large amount of anticipated commitments. But before we blow open the loan capacity, it suggests a measured approach. And it would be something that we reevaluate as we come next year with another annual intended use plan. Next slide, please. So that's the context coming into developing the fundable list. And so for those less familiar, just wanted to mention that our fundable list, it starts with our comprehensive list, which is our full pipeline of projects that we've received applications for. And what the fundable list does is it identifies the projects that we anticipate getting an executed agreement for this fiscal year. And actually limits us to say these are the ones we're going to really work towards executing an agreement for. I want to restate that small disadvantaged communities and projects eligible for 100% free money, they're deemed automatically fundable once they have a complete application and they're deemed eligible and ready to proceed. So when we're talking about placing new projects on the fundable list, we're really focused on the large loan projects and how that impacts our loan capacity. Also want to mention that the rollover projects, I've been using that term, projects that were on a previous year's fundable list that weren't executed, those are rolled over to the next year's fundable list. Still recommending we do that, or they're removed. And so we do have 7 projects that we're recommending be removed due to unresponsiveness, inactivity, or just the project's not ready this year. And so they can always come back in a future year. And I should say they can come back and get scored and ranked and placed on the fundable list. But as we mentioned, our loan demand definitely exceeds our loan capacity. So that is why we are scoring and ranking projects. And the policy says we're going to use a funding target range of 90% to 125% of our funding target. That funding target being $600 million this year. Next slide. So what we've done is we've organized a few different scenarios suggesting which projects be added based on the cutoff score. So 16 is the highest score that an application can receive. So for example, scenario A suggests that we only add new projects that scored a 16 or higher, which there were none, and the total SRF loan being anticipated from those projects. So that loan amount represents adding 0 projects, and that's just representing the rollover, the 24 rollover projects that are still on the fundable list. And so what we've done here is outlined how many projects would be added with each cutoff score and how that total loan amount increases. And what we've tried to show is that 5-year average, how that would impact our 5-year average depending on which scenario is selected, and how much above our funding target does that result in. So you can go to the next slide. Next slide, please. So just the same information kind of restated, scenario A, B, C, and D, whether we're adding 0 projects, 3 projects, 5, or 15. That blue line is that sustainable loan capacity. And the yellow line is that 5-year average based on any of those scenarios, how we compare to our sustainable loan capacity. So you might see where I'm going with this. And next slide, please. So our recommendation this year is to not add any new projects to the fundable list, to focus on those rollover projects that we've committed to in past intended use plans, because that is already a $1 billion in additional loan commitments. But a few additional points with that. We're recommending that the deputy director be allowed to bypass any rollover projects that are not essentially ready for funding this year. And in the IUP, we've stated, being able to come to agreement on our terms and conditions through the legal consultation process by the end of October. Second point is that for those water recycling projects and stormwater projects that are eligible for either grant or principal forgiveness, they could be added to the fundable list if they commit to not requesting any loan component to their financing. Because really we feel that we're limited by our loan capacity, not by the number of agreements we could execute this year. And that's something that projects or applications have done in the past. They've requested just the free money portion, and they're providing the financing through other programs or themselves, their own bond sales. So we wanted to leave that opportunity open. And then finally, we're suggesting that the deputy director be able to lower the cutoff score to 13 or 14 if sufficient cash flow capacity and staff resources are available, and it's feasible that agreements could be executed by June 30, 2023. So I believe, we're envisioning that this would be in combination with cash flow capacity, workload, and also the bypassing of other rollover projects to kind of free up some of that loan capacity. Next slide, please. Right, could have mentioned it earlier, but might as well talk about it here. The bill also introduced the Build America, Buy America Act. And so this is, if you're familiar with American Iron and Steel, this expands the domestic sourcing requirements to include basically all construction materials and all manufactured goods. It's a pretty big impact. It not only applies to the new bill funds, but also all SRF funds. So the good news is that EPA just issued their adjustment period waiver a few days ago. And so I'll admit that we're still going to be digging into that quite a bit. But what it does is it gives a waiver for projects that initiated planning and design prior to May 14th, 2022. What does it mean to initiate planning or design? There's a long list of examples, some of which is they've issued an RFP, submitted a preliminary engineering report, submitted even incomplete plans and specs to a state authority. So I think we're going to need to come up with, maybe some more specific guidelines, and I'm sure there'll be lots of Q&A with EPA. But then there's also a case-by-case opinion that can be requested from EPA if it doesn't fit into any of the categories they've listed in their memo. So I think there'll be a lot more discussion around this now that that waiver has been issued, but I foresee many of our projects taking advantage of that.
Is it left to the states to interpret the waiver, or is the waiver going directly to US EPA? Or the implementation of the waiver around it? I mean, are we going to need to be the ones, I guess, that I'm asking to shake through what is ultimately, some guidance around this further?
Again, the guidance is pretty recent, but it seems to suggest the states are primarily responsible. But if there's some doubt, there is a provision there to consult with EPA on that. I think we have had some discussions, preliminary discussions about maybe as part of a change sheet to introduce some authority for the Deputy Director of DFA to perhaps put together some additional guidance as an attachment to the IUP to try to clarify some of that.
Yeah, and I guess for me, I want you guys to have the flexibility to just drive on it and make determinations and just wondering if you're going to need to come to the board, I guess, when it comes to implementing the waiver.
My preliminary read of it is the waiver is very broad, but yeah, there could be some situations where it's not totally clear.
Okay, yeah, appreciate that. And yeah, I know, it always takes two to dance on all these projects. We see that for sure. We're here to do our part. It is interesting just how we were able to do $2 billion in, this last year, and how, maybe there was a little pressure from Build America, Buy America for some of our dance partners. So.
Next slide, please. So included in the IUPs, there's always some key performance indicators. What we have listed is to execute 90% of projects on the fundable list by the end of the fiscal year. And then that 50% of those projects should be for DACs. And then regarding disbursements, our indicators to fulfill 75% of complete disbursement requests in 60 days or less. Some additional process improvements included in the IUPs. We've got 3 here. So for planning projects receiving 100% free money, we've clarified that we can request a limited financial review with limited financial documents submitted, but that planning project must address future financial capacity of the agency. We've also increased the change order contingency limit from 10% to 20%. Again, that's for grant and principal forgiveness projects. There was no limit on projects requesting loan. And that's in response to just the higher bids we've seen coming in recently due to inflation. And then we've also clarified which federal requirements are not necessary for non-SRF funding sources. So this is intended to give us a little bit more flexibility in how we review and analyze applications. And my only point of caution there is if you're an application that does not meet federal requirements, that will mean you are ineligible for federal funding, which is Clean Water SRF loan and principal forgiveness, because that is, federal requirements are required for that funding source. Next slide. So some of our next steps, the deadline to submit written comments is September 23rd, and then we intend to bring the final version back before you, board, on October 3rd. And just around the corner, December 31st is when we're going to start developing next year's fundable list. For those maybe not familiar with our annual process, typically we try to have this adopted in around June timeframe to be prepared for the fiscal year. And the biggest impact was definitely the bill funds and going from 2 capitalization grants to 7 capitalization grants and all the IUP requirements that go with it. And with that, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Downey. Any questions from board members? And then we'll take those, and actually we'll hold public comment to just the end, and we'll take everyone's at the end because it's going to get too messy if I try to split folks up on clean water, drinking water, IUP.
I have a clarifying question. So I'm always a little confused between what is in the IUP and what's in the SRF policy. And one of the things I'm interested in is looking at how we think about affordability, both within the prioritization and scoring, as well as in uses, eligible uses. And so I'm wondering if both of those really fit into a policy update, or they're pieces of the intended use plan that where we could be addressing prioritization and scoring around affordability thresholds or criteria just for prioritization and scoring. Is that all in the policy update? Sorry,
Well, the policy and the IUP work together, and certainly we have made changes. We bring IUPs to the board on a yearly basis, and so we've made various changes along the way addressing affordability. But I think your bigger question, really is the policy is the venue for that. And so I guess I would point out that, so this is the 4th year that we've had the scoring system for the Clean Water SRF. And yes, we are working on a policy amendment, and that definitely is something in our mind. And as everyone knows, we can't finance every project. And the demand, we have to have some way of managing that demand and those expectations. And one of the motives for the scoring system was to try to make it clear or clearer for potential applicants, what is their likelihood of getting financing from the Clean Water SRF. And so definitely I think as part of that scoring system, we need to look at what has been the outcome of the scoring system so far. Is that producing results that we think are fair and equitable and achieving results that the board wants to see, and making changes to that? There may be, one of the things I have asked staff to take a look at is, of the factors that are in the scoring system, which ones are actually being used to score projects. If a factor isn't affecting someone's score, well, it's obviously not serving some purpose, and we can come up with a better factor to take a look at.
and so all of that would be through the policy update when we go through that process. Okay, yeah. That's great. That's really helpful. Thank you. And relatedly, if as we look at working on updates to that, timing-wise, if folks are working on applications and we are looking at updating the fundable list by the end of the year, does the policy amendments or changes need to be done before then to better ensure that folks are able to, that we're able to adjust any of the scoring for the fundable list before next year, or to also provide, again, those clear expectations to applicants on what we're looking for? Just wondering about the timing.
Yeah, I think in fairness to applicants, they need to know in advance because they're going to be submitting. There's an expense definitely in submitting an application to the SRF programs, and so our target is to bring a policy amendment to you before the end of this fiscal year. So then that would be in place for the IUP for the next fiscal year for that scoring in December of 2023.
Board member.
Yes, thank you for the presentation. Certainly very educational and very important information for everyone to understand the status of the funds and where we are today. relative to all the project needs that are out there, which are only growing as we go along here. So I certainly wish we were in a better position to be able to fund every project that's out there today. I think I could speak for everybody in that case. But I do feel also this call of fiscal prudence and responsibility. So I can better understand some of what you just shared, not being a financial person specifically. You talk about the $600 million a year sustainable limit on a kind of a 5-year average. And it looks like, based on last year and now this year, we're quite a bit over that. So at what point do we hit a kind of a hard stop or even some down years potentially in terms of the amount of new loans that we could take on?
Well, I will admit that even though we've had that $600 million sustainable capacity for a few years now, the commitments we have made in past years are incorporated into our financial model when we're looking at that long-term sustainable average. So when we see the huge year last year, and that must have had an impact on our sustainable capacity, and it should result in some low years. I think that modest increase from the bill funds, is probably responsible for some of that leveling out. So, we really have incorporated already the $2 billion last year, and the average of $700 million a year for the last 5 years into the capacity model already. So, looking forward from this point in time, we do think $600 million a year is still sustainable. And that's with all of the inputs, both of what we've committed and the new bill funds and what we're expecting in prepayments and repayments and all the different variables.
Right. That's really helpful. And this year is one where none of the recommended. This is a workshop today, right? We're not adopting anything. We're here to discuss options, and none of the options are within your recommended funding range of up to 125%.
That's right.
Okay. So just to get that out there, that's something that I understand. And that certainly scenario A doesn't include any new projects being added. We're talking about projects that have already been going through the process with DFA for probably years in many cases. And so that is a serious consideration. But thinking forward, it definitely gives me pause in terms of, what will our ability be in coming years to maintain this same level of intensity in terms of funding.
Please, board member.
Yep, I have more of a comment. I just wanted to, thank you guys for, the hard work this year. I know that it took a lot to pull all the different funding sources together and bring it into the IUP and analyze just how does that impact our capacity, and bring that to us in an understandable manner so that we can understand as we're out there speaking about these historic investments. And just looking at, we're just a little bit over a month away of the 50th anniversary of the Clean Water Act, and just want to note that this is 35 years of the Clean Water SRF. And so 50 years ago there were historic investments made that built most of our wastewater facilities here in California. Those facilities are now aging. And, now 35 years later of the Clean Water SRF, we have, we're still making large investments. As we said, our program is oversubscribed, which I think is amazing. It also just, as we look forward, the work that you guys do of just making sure that we keep the program going and looking for ways to where we can make additional investments here in California. So just want to appreciate that work and just bringing in being able to do the planning, the grants for recycled water and for storm water, and to continue investing in our infrastructure. So just wanted to thank you for that work and for looking for ways to how we can continue those investments, within our aging infrastructure and build resiliency.
Here. I wish we can always have a $2 billion year, but I think, and thank you, board member, what we are here and do reflect on is the incredible history of these programs and then the weight of doing the right thing in these moments and continuing to care well for them. So thank you, thank you. Okay, we can move on to the drinking water SRF IUP. And, you know, as Board Member Morgan said, and what came to mind certainly is the governor's water strategy, where stormwater, water recycling are so critical. So that clean water SRF discussion is a direct nexus even to what we're going to be doing as we drive on those projects and how we finance them here. So I appreciate everyone's thoughts there. Drinking water.
Thank you, everyone. And I'll try to be a little, go through these a little quicker, but I know there is quite a lot of information packed into these IUPs, and I don't want people to unnecessarily read them cover to cover. So I'm trying to cover all the high points for you all. So the Drinking Water State Revolving Fund Intended Use Plan, it's going to have a lot of the same factors and impacts, but with some slight differences. So I'll try to focus on those differences. Next slide. So again, a lot of the same outline for the clean water, if you had already tuned in. Some of the key differences is that the emerging contaminants, I want to spend some more time on that funding source, because I mentioned that we were recommending that we transfer the clean water SRF emerging contaminant funds to the drinking water SRF emerging contaminants and combine those two pots into one program. And then the lead service line replacement funding, which is also appropriated by bill. Next slide. So once again, the intended use plans serve a lot of purposes, one of which is applying for the capitalization grants from EPA. But it does provide guidance for not only the drinking water SRF funds, but also complementary grant funds, including the Budget Act appropriations that we saw in 2021. And then there's PFAS funding from the general fund from both 2021 and 2022 Budget Acts. And it's been the guidelines for Prop 1, Prop 68 funding over the years. And then for the drinking water programs, we're really prioritizing those projects with the most serious public health risk, focusing on ensuring compliance with Safe Drinking Water Act requirements, and then assisting those most in need on a per household affordability basis. Next slide. So more IUPs for drinking water. So we have the base program Drinking Water SRF IUP, and that includes the base program capitalization grant that we've had for decades. It also includes the general supplemental capitalization grant that was appropriated by bill, and it includes the Budget Act appropriations for drinking water projects. For the emerging contaminants supplemental IUP, so that's an appendix to the base program IUP, we're going to include the drinking water and clean water capitalization grants for emerging contaminants, and it also includes the PFAS general fund appropriation. So there's a lot of overlap there with PFAS and emerging contaminants, and so those funds are also described in that supplemental IUP.
I think it's a quick question. On eligibility for projects for those, I've received a lot of questions. It comes up often. You know, we have a lot of agencies already spending dollars, already putting in treatment. What is their ability to apply or have funding applied to some of that spending that's gone on, say, in the last couple of years or so? Is that something, you know, how does it land on some of this? Just because I know it comes up often.
Well, I may turn to Christopher for a little bit of help, but I know one thing that we're often concerned with when projects are in the process or substantially complete is it goes from providing financing to a project to us providing refinancing for a project. And when we're refinancing a project, there's a whole different set of rules and requirements that come into play. And frankly, we don't really refinance work for a number of requirement reasons. I'm getting the nod. Good enough.
That works. Thank you.
That being said, I will point out that the policy, we changed it in the last policy amendment so that projects could start work before, they could start construction before receiving an agreement. And so, having that fine line between refinancing and financing is one. In the Clean Water SRF, we definitely state that if you've done more than 25% of construction, you're going to be ineligible to be placed on the fundable list, because that's starting to get into that territory where we may not be able to determine eligibility.
Can I ask a clarifying question? So if the project for starting, the start date of that work, my understanding, the start date, could that occur before the appropriation, or do we need to look at the appropriation date of the funds? Make sure the start date of that work occurs after the appropriation date of the funding.
Well, for the state general funds, yes, I think we would use that date. For the federal funds, no, there isn't. I'd have to look at the CAP grant. Typically, they will have for costs after a certain date, but I don't know exactly what that date is off the top of my head. I'd have to double check that.
Miss Ann Hartridge is approaching. She may have.
Yeah, I'm trying to find the relevant date in the.
So Board Member Morgan's point is completely on point. Whenever there is a new funding source, there is a limitation as to how far back we can go. And with the drinking water SRF, as Christopher Stevens noted, that's been in existence for decades. But for some of these new funding sources identified on Mr. Downey's chart as sort of these supplemental IUPs, these are new, and so they have new federal dates. And so we can get you exact dates before which we can't go back, but it's a legit issue to be concerned about.
Thank you. Really appreciate that, Board Member, and the response. And it'd be good to make sure we have those dates around, just so communicating clearly for folks, because it's a just very common question I get when I'm out.
So the last two supplemental IUPs, there's one for lead service line replacement, and it directly correlates with the bill lead service line replacement capitalization grant. And then you may recall from previous years, the ASADRA capitalization grant, and I have a future slide defining that acronym, but it is for projects impacted by a natural disaster in 2018. It was a special amount of allocation from EPA. And so there's a reallotment from a state that didn't use it, and so we are applying for an extra $5 million. Next slide. So a lot of numbers that you can read, but a similar story to the Clean Water SRF, that the bill has appropriated funds, and then it has an authorized amount for the base program. So the appropriated funds for all 5 years are for that general supplemental funding, the emerging contaminant funding, and the lead service line replacement funding. So that's $2.5 billion over 5 years, for sure appropriated, and that's our estimate for California's allocation. When it comes to the authorized amount that the bill authorized for the base program, it authorized $1.7 billion. Again, for all the reasons that I mentioned previously, we're anticipating that's probably going to be more like $355 million if Congress appropriates the same way they did this year. And from the looks of it, it looks like it's kind of following suit for this next federal fiscal year. So, and then of that, about 49% is principal forgiveness. So when we're talking about the amount that's for loan, that's a big impact. But the good news is principal forgiveness is good. Next slide. So this is just the capitalization grants for this year for the drinking water programs. So again, the base program and general supplemental together We're combining those into any eligible project kind of subtotal, and that's all for that base program that we've been implementing for decades now. Emerging contaminants, you'll notice that there's no loan. It's the bill stated it should be given out 100% as principal forgiveness. And then lead service line, there is a mandated 49% principal forgiveness, and so the rest is either for set-asides or loans. And so the set-asides are a little bit different for drinking water. They're more expansive. It is for administration and technical assistance. It's for local assistance, for source capacity, and so there's more uses of those set-aside funds. And I'll just state, for the most part, we've really maximized the use of the set-asides because it allows us to do quite a bit of work for both DFA and DDW in addressing need. And for lead service line replacement, one recommendation was to really maximize the set-asides because really that just takes away from the loans that we're giving out. It doesn't take away from the principal forgiveness that we're giving out. And finally, the ASADRA reallotment has a small piece here. Next slide. So we also have a high demand on the drinking water system and complementary funding programs, categorized in a similar way. So for small DACs that have complete applications, those are considered to be on the fundable list as soon as they're determined to be eligible for the funds. So we have 77 applications in that boat between planning or construction, and they're requesting $272 million. Again, most of that being free money. We have another 200 applications for small DACs with incomplete applications. So we're continuing to work with those agencies and trying to get them complete and eligible, but don't anticipate that any of those would be executed this fiscal year. And then there's 43 projects that we're requesting placement on the fundable list, and 6 rollover projects from last year's fundable list. So with the combination of those, we're estimated funding another $300 million. And so that gives us our total of anticipated funding that we think we can execute this year. Next slide.
Actually, can I just ask a quick question on that previous slide?
Mm-hmm.
Is it, so with the 202 applications that are incomplete, I know we encourage projects to, especially small DACs or DACs, or small SDACs to just come in and start an application or a project inquiry to be able to get some help. And then we can match them to the appropriate funding source. Is it possible, or do you think some significant amount of the 202 projects could be ones that were started through SRF and then able to be funded through a non-SRF funding source, like one of the other safer ones? Or these, you may not know this, but I'm just trying to understand if that's a possibility, or if really these are just 202 projects that this is their application for any funding source, and they're incomplete.
The latter. So yes, these are, most of those probably, well, I shouldn't say that, will probably be funded with free money sources, whether that's principal forgiveness through the Drinking Water SRF program or Prop 1 grant, Prop 68 grant, general fund appropriation from the Budget Act. But this does represent their application for any of those funding sources, right? So this is and that's what we've been tasked to do, is just take that application and find the funding source that's going to fit for them. Next slide. So actually, this would have been useful. So this is it's kind of gives the status of how much funding we have in some of those different funding pots when we're looking at those applications of who would be best suited for them based on what's available and appropriation dates. And so the good news is we have enough grant and principal forgiveness to fund all the complete small DAC applications. I'm using the term small DAC a little bit too generally. You know, there may be some small non-DAC, some medium DAC, high priority projects, but we have enough free money to fund those projects requesting it to have complete applications this fiscal year. Next slide. So similarly, no change from the amendment that was brought before you in March. And so those eligibilities are still the same. We have a fact sheet on our website that, that outlines those categories and what's eligible. So real quick, just because it was expanded in March, it's for small disadvantaged and severely disadvantaged communities, and expanded small DACs, so that's population between 10,000 and 20,000, consolidation projects, and then category A through C projects. Those are projects that are addressing the highest public health issues. There's some eligibilities there for medium DACs and small non-DACs if it's a category A through C project. Next slide. So again, the fact sheet has all of this and the footnotes associated with it, but I think the takeaway is that we're offering up to 100% free money for a good portion of these projects that really have been prioritized. Next slide. And then we continue to offer planning grant funding up to 100% for most projects. That meets kind of those same categories. Next slide. So real quick on the funding availability for these different drinking water programs, our base program establishing a $300 million loan capacity as that sustainable loan capacity. For the ASADRA funds, and those are projects that were impacted by a natural disaster in 2018. There's $62 million available. If you have a project that fits that, we are still accepting applications. I think we're down to 3 projects. It's a pretty narrow group of eligibilities there. And then the drinking water SRF emerging contaminants funding, there is $55 million available for projects after set-asides, and that includes the transfer from the clean water SRF. And so really we felt that there was $6 million available as clean water SRF emerging contaminant funds. And rather than have 2 separate funding programs for very similar types of projects, we really felt that any of the agencies that would be applying for those funds could also apply under the drinking water SRF program for that same type of project. So that's why we decided to recommend we combine those 2. And then there's $65 million available for PFAS from the general fund. Some of that funding is going through the fund expenditure plan and being used for monitoring and sampling. So the exact amount that's available for projects might be slightly less than that, but in rough numbers, that's what's been appropriated so far from the budget acts. And then when we talk about lead service line replacements, it's $185 million that's available for projects. And again, it has to be in that ratio of $122 million of principal forgiveness to $62 million of loan, and that's mandated by bill. Next slide. So as far as the loan capacity on the drinking water SRF program, I mentioned $300 million as that sustainable long-term capacity. We're also using that to identify how many projects we're adding to the fundable list. And once again, those projects that are rollover projects, for the most part, are remaining rollover unless we've recommended they be removed. And then any projects that are applying for grant and PF, if there ends up being a loan component to their financing, we think that the program can absorb that, and we're not taking that into account with our analysis at this point. And then similar to clean water, last year was a banner year for drinking water. I believe it was the highest year ever for drinking water commitments, definitely the highest quarter. And so that really brought our average 5-year annual commitments to $336 million a year. Again, so some slightly under years, but again, the large year last year really brought us back to what we've been aiming for the last few years. Next slide. So we do use the comprehensive list to take a look at all of our applications we've received as our project pipeline. And then we're looking at the projects that have the most serious risk to human health, those that are necessary to comply with the Safe Drinking Water Act. And a big factor is readiness to proceed, and those that could actually get executed within this fiscal year. So a lot of the projects you'll see on the fundable list are Category F projects, which is a low ranking in terms of serious risk to human health, but that readiness to proceed does play a big factor. So we do have more demand than our loan capacity allows, so that is why we continue to rank projects. We don't have a strict scoring system on the Drinking Water SRF program yet, but as Board Member Firestone alluded to, we are working on some policy amendments at the beginning of next year that that may be a consideration when it comes before you. Next slide. So we're recommending a fundable list of 15 projects. There were 6, excuse me, that rolled over. This was after removing, I believe, 4 projects that just weren't ready, weren't going to be ready this year. And so those 15 is a total of about $300 million, which is right within our sustainable loan capacity. Next slide. So this is going to be specific to the supplemental IUP regarding emerging contaminants. And so what we've done is a lot of the base program considerations are covered in that base program IUP, and where that differs and where EPA requires that we speak to it, we've included those program-specific emerging contaminant considerations in the emerging contaminant supplemental IUP. So these projects have to be drinking water SRF eligible projects because it is drinking water SRF funds. In addition, they have to address an emerging contaminant. And so what an emerging contaminant is has been defined pretty broadly by EPA. So it's any contaminant that exists on any of its contaminant candidate lists. There's CCL 1, 2, 3, 4, and the draft CCL 5 is out right now. And some examples include PFAS 1, 2, 3, TCP, manganese, 1,4-dioxane. And so I think it's important to note that California may have a notification level for an emerging contaminant, but because it's on a CCL list from EPA, it would still be eligible as an emerging contaminant. There is supposed to be a focus on PFAS with the bill funds, and that goes well with the PFAS grant that was appropriated by the State Budget Act. And so this is where we're also speaking to those funds from the Budget Acts of 2021 and 2022. And then I mentioned previously that all of the emerging contaminant drinking water SRF funding is provided as principal forgiveness. And specifically, it does not need, you do not need to be a disadvantaged community to be eligible for this principal forgiveness. And that was specifically stated in the bill. And that's different than some of the other pots, as we'll get into the lead service lines and the general supplemental. all of the standard drinking water SRF requirements still apply to those other ones. So this one is called out specifically different.
In the federal law, but pending state law requirements.
Thank you, Gene. That's a good distinction. Our applications, we receive applications at any time, but we're requesting that they be submitted by the end of this year for consideration under this IUP when we're discussing, how to commit the full funds received from EPA for this fiscal year. And so if you go to the next slide, I'll talk more about that. So what we're looking at is using a $5 million maximum grant or PF amount for these funds. And we wrote in that the deputy director could increase that maximum grant amount up to $10 million if we don't receive additional applications for this funding. And part of that is because EPA, we need to demonstrate that we actually have a plan and demand to commit all the funds as part of the capitalization grant this year. And then for small DACs, we did include a clarification that if that project is eligible for a higher maximum grant amount per the base program, that is the calculation we would use. So we're not going to limit your funding based on these rules. If we need to use a combination of other funds to fully fund it up to the maximum that they would qualify for as a small DAC, then we will do that. Next slide. So for the lead service line replacement funding, also need to be drinking water SRF eligible projects, first and foremost. And then this objective is to address lead service line replacements or investigation of lead service lines. And so again, we have $185 million available as projects. This is the largest capitalization grant of all 7. I think you may have noticed it was estimated as $1.25 billion over 5 years. And so California gets one of the largest allocations from the SRF program. And so it also has the largest lead service line replacement allocation. Now, what we see as a challenge is that the bill stated it must be given out as 49% principal forgiveness. So we're not allowed to do more principal forgiveness than that. And so what we're recommending is that funding be awarded in the ratio of $49 of principal forgiveness to $25 of loan at 0% interest to any application under this program. And our challenge is that if we were to fully fund principal forgiveness projects, we may have a challenge of complying with our capitalization grant condition if we don't commit those loan funds. And so we have to be able to administer the funds in that ratio set forth by bill, ultimately. So because that's what we're recommending this year, any project that applies has to either be qualified as a disadvantaged community or the project must serve a disadvantaged area even if the entity is a larger non-DAC water system. And that's because those same principal forgiveness requirements that's on the base program of the SRF still apply to this funding. Those weren't changed in the bill. So principal forgiveness is only available to disadvantaged communities. I'll also add that, go ahead.
Sorry, so just to clarify that if it's a disadvantaged community, even though, or maybe if it's a small disadvantaged community that otherwise would be eligible for 100% loan forgiveness, then it could not get 100% principal forgiveness with these funds because of the federal requirements.
That's what we're proposing, yes, because as Mike alluded to, EPA will evaluate how much we've given in principal forgiveness based on the grant amount. So Congress was explicit that it's 49% principal forgiveness, not more, not less. And so mathematically, we couldn't, there's no way for us to give out the principal forgiveness independently of the loan funds and maintain that ratio.
For some context, we have one incomplete application for these funds. And so I think a lot of this year is also trying to figure out what the demand for this funding looks like, and what for future years of applications and IUPs for this funding should look like on behalf of the State Water Board. And I don't think it's a unique. The lead service line question is not unique to California. I think a lot of the states are grappling with this as well.
Just one more clarifying question. I think you said that that the emerging contaminant, we need to show that there's at least a plan or a demand and a plan within the first year. Is that right? And then that's not true for the lead one, or am I misunderstanding?
No, you are understanding correctly. That's a very good point. So what we've done typically is our fundable list represents those applications and in an amount at or above the capitalization grant that we're applying for. And so for emerging contaminants, that is also the case. And we have at least 11 applications for those funds, but we expect more. For lead service lines, we don't have any applications. So we did work closely with DDW, and our own staff recently completed a drinking water needs survey on behalf of EPA. And so we had some data there as well, identifying systems that potentially had lead service lines. So our fundable list, what we're using as our fundable list in that IUP, it represents the potential demand out there based on what type of projects we think might exist. Now, those haven't turned into applications yet and may not. So I think that's why there's the biggest question mark around the lead service line IUP.
Yeah, and not unlike some of those unspent funds that another state gave up and we were going to be receiving, we may be doing the same if we don't generate these applications. And so we really want to make sure that water agencies are aware of their issues on lead service lines, certainly, and there's a lot of good work happening, I know, there, but are applying and receiving this funding, because if no one pulls it down, it'll go somewhere else. It does also beg that, could have done a better spreading of the resources where they're really needed. We know real impacted states out back east, but it is what it is.
And to that point, the recent drinking water SRF drinking water needs survey that was completed, we completed that as staff for California, submitted that to EPA. That will be another year before that's compiled with all the state's data, put together as a report to Congress. And so that may impact a future allocation split for some of these SRF funds in the future, but we don't see that will likely be available until a few years from now. Next slide, please. So Build America, Buy America. This is the same slide as the Clean Water SRF. And if you hadn't tuned in earlier, I'll just hit the high point that there's an adjustment period waiver that EPA just issued. And so we will be working with EPA on getting more clarification. And the question that you raised earlier was, how much discretion do the states have? And ultimately, it's the state's responsibility to implement the Build America, Buy America. But also what we saw with American Iron and Steel is that there were quite a bit of Q&A documents produced from EPA. There's quite a bit of involvement from EPA. And so there will definitely be involvement from both sides as we get into the details of that. Next slide. So our key performance indicators in the IUP is that we're going to execute 90% of projects with a complete application that's on the fundable list by the end of the fiscal year. And again, those are the loan projects that we've placed on the fundable list, and the complete applications for small DACs that have a complete application are deemed eligible and are automatically on the fundable list. And then we want to provide technical assistance to 90% of category A through C projects who require technical assistance to complete their applications. And again, category A through C are those projects which have the most direct impact on human health. And then we also want to complete disbursement requests for 75% of complete disbursement requests within 60 days. Next slide. So process improvements that are new to this IUP. Again, planning projects that are receiving 100% free money, we would require a limited financial application, and we would do a limited financial review, but include as part of the planning project that the system address that future financial capacity. For consolidation projects, requiring that the receiving water system satisfy financial capacity requirements, but not the system that's being consolidated. And then for those receiving water systems, have a reduced financial review for specific systems that meet some specific criteria. And then the change order contingency, increasing that limit from 10% to 20% for those free money projects. And again, clarifying which federal requirements are not necessary for non-SRF funding sources. Again, as we analyze projects and help get them complete, we oftentimes are trying to make sure that they remain eligible, if their funding source is not determined yet, so that they're not ineligible for all funding. But at times where we can identify those funding sources early, this will allow us to have a more expedited review process. Next slide. All right, the schedule is the same, hoping to bring back this IUP on October 3rd for that final adoption. And we'll turn it over to you, Chair Esquivel, for questions.
Thank you so much, Mr. Downey. Looking to colleagues, yes. Board Member Firestone.
Thanks. One more question, and that is, this was true for both the drinking water and clean water grants. We saw kind of a pattern of, I'm gonna miss which slide it is, but this pattern of there is some low years, and then we had kind of boom years in terms of our ability to get money out. And I know we're going through a process right now of really looking at process improvements and ways to accelerate getting money out. And you've laid out a lot already here. I know we talked about that at the last board meeting more generally. I'm wondering though if there's things that you that stand out in terms of impacting why there were some really low years and what we were able to do this year. And my guess is that maybe fiscal had something to do with it, but if there's something else, or can you speak to, are there big things that maybe aren't just about our process improvements that we're working on that may have influenced why we saw those really low dips? And I don't know if it was 2018, 19, I can't find it right in front of me. And then we were able to have these boom years this past year.
Well, certainly you can look at the history of both SRF programs and see the effect of fiscal. I don't want to blame everything on fiscal, though.
Yeah.
And there are a lot of different factors that go into financing these projects, and so there is an ebb and flow to it. But last year was definitely a gangbuster year because we had built up quite a bit of backlog in both programs, and everyone was mindful of the imposition of the Build America, Buy America requirements, and so no one knew at that point exactly what the waivers might look like, and so there were a lot of folks that I think were motivated to say yes.
Got it. So that's somewhat is because on the applicant side, they were able to move things forward more quickly because they wanted to get things in before those requirements kicked in, or it's sort of combination our side and their side, just trying to make sure it's squeezed in before that deadline.
Definitely that would impacted those numbers, yes.
Thank you. And I think when you look at the number of projects as well, we had just some really high value projects that came through on the Clean Water SRF particularly. So, okay, I believe we have, and I appreciate everyone's patience. I know it has been a long day, but an incredible discussion and always worthwhile. And so, but let's get to commenters unless there's additional discussion. And the first commenter will be Andrea Ventura from Clean Water Action. Followed by Ashley Womack. And to flag, there is roughly about 17 folks signed up, so we'll make our way through. Appreciate everyone's time and patience. Hello, good day.
Hi.
Thanks for sticking with us.
Good to see you again today.
Beginning, yeah, you're seeing all angles.
As we all deal with this heat. I'll try to be as brief as possible, but I'm going to touch on the process, a little bit of PFAS and lead. First,
yeah, no worries.
procedural.
Thank you.
Okay. First, a procedural issue. One peculiarity, and I think this was actually brought up earlier today. One peculiarity of California's SRF program is that many of the program requirements are identified in the board's policy for implementing the Drinking Water State Revolving Fund and not in the IUP. And while we're aware that the board intends to update that policy, it would kind of be useful to have that happen concurrently with the IUP as the former impacts program implementation. So I know that was brought up, touched on earlier, and I just wanted to throw that out there. On to PFAS. As the board knows, Clean Water Action has been engaged with our allies on PFAS for many years now, and we're really looking forward to seeing the Budget Act of 2022 appropriate funds for PFAS testing in all water systems, which would include disadvantaged communities. Also, the development of more comprehensive testing methodologies and treatment-based regulation. These actions are essential in identifying the true scope of the PFAS crisis in the state and to address it in a manner that will provide public protections, given the thorny issue that this is a class of over 12,000 chemicals. However, we agree that we can't wait to protect communities that we already know are affected and are under threat, and consequently, we do support the Water Board's intent to use the bipartisan infrastructure law funding in small systems or DACs to provide technical assistance necessary to address PFAS. It's obviously an opportunity we cannot pass by. Which brings me to my comments around lead. In reviewing the supplemental intended use plan for lead service line replacements, we do actually feel that what's laid out is in fact passing this extraordinary funding opportunity by, in that it doesn't actually lay out a plan that will truly serve to protect the people of California who are under threat due to lead lines, connectors, and galvanized lines. While others will go into more detail today, I'm sure, I just want to raise the point that while Division of Drinking Water staff has stated that they are aware of at least 500,000 galvanized lines remaining on the utility side, we don't know what's on private property. We haven't really collected all the data that we are supposed to have really in place to move forward. Our reading of this document is that there is no plan to fund removal of galvanized lines that are downstream of leaded goosenecks or connectors, and therefore we're just sticking with the status quo. And if work has already been done and partials, including galvanized lines, are still remaining on the private side, they won't be addressed. And we have actually heard it suggested from staff that this isn't important because California water is special, I put that in quotes, and doesn't interact with galvanized piping. I think Fresno would disagree with that. So consequently, what we're suggesting is that the IUP be revised so that funding is used to identify and remove all lead line service lines, lead fittings, and galvanized lines that are potentially tainted by lead on both the utility side and the customer side, get them out of the ground, and also go back in cases where partial lead line replacements have already occurred and finish the job. I'll conclude by saying that one of the largest barriers to the success of these funding programs, and again, I think the board just touched on some of this a little while ago, is that they're voluntary. We've found that these kind of aspirational programs in the SRF are not well subscribed, and we would suggest that the water board, if they really want to, if you really want to solve that problem and make sure people are applying and getting the funds out there, that we create some regulatory requirements that will drive that. I will end on that note, and thank you for listening to me.
No, thank you, Ms. Ventura. Always appreciate your good comments. Board Member Firestone,
Yeah,
you have a follow-up?
clarifying question on that to staff. Is there anything in this IUP that says that it can't be used for replacing galvanized downstream of lead goosenecks or to replace lead lines or galvanized downstream on private property from lead lines that were already removed? So is that allowed under what we're proposing here? I think part of Andrea Ventura's point was that folks may not ask for that, especially because there's a loan component, and this is voluntary, but I wasn't clear if we are allowing that under what we're proposing here.
Yes, EPA's guidance allows that. So there's nothing preventing people from asking for that funding to do that work.
And sorry, one more question on that. She mentioned there's a lot of unknowns. And so can you speak a little bit to, are we funding, what are we proposing in terms of knowing what we don't know in terms of both on the utility side and on the private property side?
I think the comment is very fair, and I'll be the first to admit that there's a lot of unanswered questions with the lead service line IEP. And to speak about behind what goes on behind the curtain, we did have discussions about should we not submit an IUP this year versus submitting an IUP. We don't have to submit the IUP and apply for the grant this year. We've got 2 years to apply for it. And of course, there's 4 years that are going to come after this. So we could have tried to put a finer point on many of these questions and then applied next year. But we thought, no, let's apply for the funds. We know we may not use all the 1.25 billion, but we're going to use some of that. So it made more sense to go ahead and put together the IUP. As Mr. Downey alluded to, there's quite a bit of money for set-asides there. And we are working with DDW on, inventorying these fixtures and lines and galvanized lines that need to be replaced. So there's a lot of work to do, I will admit that, but it made more sense to go ahead and apply for the grant this year, even though we may not have answers to all these questions at this point.
We can use or we're planning to use some of the set-asides to help with the inventory.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thanks.
And you can apply to do the investigation work. That is an eligible project type.
That's great. I think, we need to continue to make sure, and I think this has come up before as well, is, we don't market the state revolving funds insofar as having a real budget around a marketing campaign for it. And there's, I think all sorts of opportunity here to make sure that we're getting the word out as much as we can. I know we're doing all we can in being flexible to get those dollars out to really have those eligible projects. And to Ms. Ventura's point on the regulatory side, we're waiting for US EPA to finish their work on lead and copper rules so that we do have that tool, and is it driving folks to assess, understand, and apply and pull down these dollars for these projects? So, but appreciate the really good discussion and work around it. Next, we have Ashley Womack. Ms. Womack, good afternoon. Thanks for being patient.
Great, thank you. Can you hear me?
We can.
Wonderful. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to comment today on the intended use plan. I am speaking about the Clean Water SRF program. My name is Ashley Womack, and I'm a grant administrator with the Inland Empire Utilities Agency, or IUA. Like many other agencies across the state, IUA has immensely critical water infrastructure projects that are necessary to ensure that we can mitigate negative effects from the statewide drought. We've been grateful for the opportunity to partner with the State Board on many projects over the years through the SRF program to ensure that we can bring critical projects to fruition. Additionally, with the governor's recent water supply plan and the federal government's further significant investment in the SRF program, we were looking forward to a greater opportunity for partnership with the State Board. However, upon the release of the IUP, we are concerned that even with the federal investment and the state match included in the 2022 and 2023 budget, no new projects have been added to the fundable list. As a result, this is creating some significant challenges for our ability to plan and execute important projects, projects that will leave a lasting impact on water reliability and community well-being for the future generations. With this in mind, we respectfully request that the State Board reassess this year's IUP and consider funding all projects with a score of 13 or higher via Scenario D in order to support critical infrastructure projects that will help mitigate drought impacts at a consistent level with prior IUPs. Thanks for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Womack. And I appreciate, again, how it must sound that potentially the board here is not, and we're not making any decisions today. So this is a workshop, and so appreciate the feedback. But the board may, potentially consider a scenario without additional ones. And yeah, it's that balance. And I think we heard some of that. But I appreciate how alarming it can seem to have that scenario there. Thank you. And next, and thank you for, I'll just have to acknowledge, Inland Empire Utilities Agency, very progressive on rates, on so many things that you have are before us and are a critical partner, so I appreciate it. Next, I'd like to call Craig Johns, who will be followed by Ellen Lee.
Ms. Chair Esquivel, this is Craig Johns. I don't know if you can hear me or not.
We can. Good afternoon. Thanks for joining us.
Fantastic. Here we go. I apologize for my technology here. The meeting went a little bit longer than I expected, and I had pickup duty at the bus drop for my son's school.
Oh, never an apology. Never an apology. Thank you for sticking with us.
So this is my first Zoom meeting by iPhone, which is interesting and somewhat challenging, but appreciate the opportunity. My name again is Craig Johns, and I'm here today on behalf of the Tahoe City Public Utility District, speaking specifically to the Drinking Water SRF IUP today. I want to just touch on three comments on which we will elaborate further in our written comments. Those are eligibility criteria that are related to the disadvantaged communities, consolidation project incentives, and lastly, MHI determinations and transparency. So a process issue, if you will. The first point on disadvantaged community eligibility, specifically, I want to note that this IUP, like several before it, continues to have language in it that excludes from eligibility for DAC funding those communities in which there are more than 50% residences that are considered, quote, second homes. This second home exclusion, as I'll refer to it, it's not found either in the water code relative to the Drinking Water State Revolving Fund, nor in the state board's implementation policy for the DWSRF. Yet it has been only in the IUPs since 2017, and it's a little bit unclear as to what the purpose of this exclusionary language is and what objectives it achieves, particularly in light of the substantially augmented resources that are now being available to the State Water Board to make use for drinking water system upgrades and so forth. We feel like it would be important to take a look at this issue very closely. Specifically, if an economically distressed community is identified as a DAC using the state board's MHI determination, the question we have is, how does the exclusion, the 50% second home exclusion, support DAC households that are within those communities and who are primary residents? Secondly, how does the exclusion account for the important rental housing stock provided to individual families in these communities who otherwise cannot afford to purchase a home in the overall service area of a particular public water supply system? We feel like instead of categorically excluding a public water system from DAC eligibility, the board should consider strongly amending this language and allowing the IUP to account for the economic reality that there are pockets of DAC homes or even sub-communities within a non-DAC system that should be eligible for this important funding. I want to note that there is a process of scaled funding within the IUP itself, as your staff probably is well aware. I'm sure they're well aware, wherein some applicants could be able to qualify for at least partial principal forgiveness and grant funding, along with other financial assistance, perhaps as 0% financing and so forth. That's commensurate with the actual percentage of low-income households or otherwise qualifying DAC communities. I do want to point out, and I haven't had a chance to survey all 50 states, but I've looked through about 13 or 14 other states besides California, typically the larger ones, some on the western side of the country. I cannot find any other state that has this second home exclusion, and so would ask the state board to give serious consideration to that point. Turning quickly to consolidation incentives, I know that it is a very substantial priority of the State Water Board to try to move money into these consolidation projects. Tahoe City PUD is working on a number of projects where they are in the process of consolidating with prior private systems and small water community systems. And it is, we're finding through operation of the definition of consolidation, my understanding that TCPUD staff has had with some at the Department of Financial Assistance is that if you've already acquired one of these small water systems, you are no longer qualified or eligible to be considered for a consolidation incentive project because you've acquired, even though you have not fully implemented that consolidation. This is a very, very big issue in many communities throughout the state, and very much so on the Western Shore up in the Tahoe Basin. Lastly, on the issue of MHI determination transparency, the current system basically has the applicant providing information to staff, and they make an MHI determination in terms of whether or not the community is a disadvantaged community. And in the end, they're given a result. There's no provision of the methodology, there's no provision of data or other information. And what that results in is an applicant either having to defer to the state board's staff's determination on that, or spend precious time and resources going out and doing its own income survey and gather other information that would address that determination. And we strongly believe that a more streamlined approach, a more transparent approach that allows all data and information and all methodologies used by the state board staff be shared with an applicant so that we don't have these inefficiencies. I will leave it at that. And unless there's any questions, and I again thank you very much for the opportunity. We will be providing written comments before the deadline.
Thank you, Mr. Johns. I appreciate your comments. In the sake of time, a going to just say I appreciate a number of them, and we'll be following up with folks on I will say particularly on the transparency or openness of how we pursue MHI determinations. I'm sure we can maybe do and try to do some work. And
Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate the good points. I do want to acknowledge we have had folks sitting in the room for a while, and so if our remote participants don't mind, I'm going to actually go to a few of our in-person folks, and we'll go to Jared Voskuil, because I think he is next on the in-person list, and then go to Susan Little, and I think the last in-person commenter is Daphne Macklin. And so if you don't mind, and thank you for those participating remotely. Hopefully it's a little more flexible for you to get moved around a bit. Discretion of the chair. Good to see you, Mr. Voskuil. You may have to turn that on, yeah.
Thank you, Chair. And sorry to line jump. Hopefully our agencies can line jump too and get more funding. Jared Voskuil on behalf of CASA, the California Association of Sanitation Agencies. CASA represents 125 wastewater agencies and municipalities that engage in the collection, treatment, and recovery of resources from wastewater. We want to thank the staff and Michael Downey, especially for the presentation today over the Clean Water SRF report group that we've been working on. He had provided such excellent information, and so just recognition of that. Also, in prior years, we'd requested an executive summary in the IUP, and that's present here. And we just wanted to recognize the utility of that and how beneficial it is to help us understand summarily what's happening. A few high-level remarks. First, the financing and loan capacity level. It's around $600 million, and it had been much higher years before. We would like to see that increased, and I'm sure you'll hear that from lots of people for the Clean Water SRF. I think that also there was a state match kind of for the capitalization grants that went into the language this year, was something we'd sought, but I think that increases the capacity over maybe 5 years by 18%, if I'm not confusing issues. So I think that is a big victory for us to help towards that, but there's other ways to increase that, and I think leveraging is one which we've highlighted in prior years. I note the issue with this cash flow analysis that was brought up. In some ways, it was lost on me, the difference functionally of what a cash flow shortage is versus deferring funding to another year and rolling over a project. They seemed in many ways to kind of result in the same end. And so in terms of the options that are being considered, scenario A would have no new projects on there, which we were not supportive of. And in talking to our members, we would want to see option D for that cutoff score to be moved to 13. Probably didn't need to be expressly stated, but I did want to recognize that because it would get more queues in the list on the project. And I think maybe it's been a while since I've had this problem, but it's kind of analogous to a haircut, and you can always cut off more hair, but you can't cut off less. And maybe with adding projects onto the fundable list, if you otherwise qualified, if circumstances allowed a project to make it on there, but if they didn't get on the list, they would be ineligible. And so in a worst case scenario, if you move that cutoff score to 13 and you can't fulfill all of them and rolling over the next year, I think that would be ideal for our members. I want to highlight, I think the Clean Water SRF stakeholder group that's going to be forming will help with a lot of these kind of broader issues that are being flagged. And then also the governor's water supply strategy, which came out last month. And I know I flagged it for you before, but the strike team that he'll deploy for helping on the water recycling projects, I think is a great opportunity. We'll look forward to pursuing and collaborating with the board on. And so with that, we will thank you all for your time, and we'll get our comments submitted in a couple weeks. Thank you.
Really appreciate it, Mr. Voskuil. And definite crossover and I with the water supply strategy, and looking forward to actually really starting to staff some of that work and getting our folks involved. I will note, I think, part of the issue here is certainly that making it onto the fundable list is a very helpful thing to signal, I think, internally for agencies as they pursue these projects with us, that there's momentum, there is potential. I think, Mr. Voskuil, the problem becomes that it is a commitment. It is us trying to say, we're gonna get it to you here soon. And, sometimes we already have a rollover here, so we kind of keep rolling over. But I think the balance is that it is also a tool of communication, that the program is receiving new things, even though, here it's about managing the expectations of being able to actually then get done in that next year, knowing that, it's a stretch and we have these issues of long-term, capacity for the program, et cetera. So anyway, thank you. I appreciate it. And next we'll have Ms. Susan Little. Good to see you.
Thank you very much, and thanks for letting us kind of jump forward in line. We appreciate that. I'm Susan Little. I'm with the Environmental Working Group here in Sacramento. And before I start, I just want to reiterate, just to say that I concur with the comments that Andrea Ventura made with Clean Water Action with regard to just the concern that the draft IUP, this is my concern in regard to the lead service line portion, that draft IUP seems to be silent, and in terms of how the state plans to fund the galvanized lines down, replacements that would be eligible under the bill funding scenario. And also just to reiterate the request that the board potentially do further regulations to ensure that water systems will take advantage of these monies. Several weeks ago, the board heard the testimony of Dr. Therese Olson, a retired University of Michigan professor whose research included lead monitoring of drinking water during Michigan's Flint water crisis. Dr. Olson explained that galvanized pipes downstream of lead goosenecks are problematic sources of lead in drinking water because as the pipes rust, the rust collects lead coming from upstream lead sources such as lead goosenecks. When galvanized pipes are disturbed by lead pipe and gooseneck removals or by other activity, the brittle rust in the pipes can disperse lead into customers' drinking water. For these reasons, galvanized pipes are no longer used as plumbing materials in Michigan, some other states, and in many California cities such as Fresno. Fresno found lead levels above 200 parts per billion when testing drinking water coming from its galvanized lines that had been disturbed by changes in source water. The drinking water of over 300 Fresno homes served by galvanized pipes was tested, and 40% of the samples contained detectable levels of lead, and 17% of those samples had levels above 15 parts per billion. Fresno residents filed a class action lawsuit against the city in response to this crisis. During a pilot study, the city of San Francisco found that disturbances of galvanized lines downstream of lead goosenecks cause lead spikes as high as 1,400 parts per billion in a home's drinking water. It's clear that California's galvanized lines, especially those downstream of lead goosenecks, are lead problems waiting to happen. And over 500,000 galvanized lines remain in California on the utility side that we know of. And many of these are or were downstream of lead goosenecks and continue onto private property. In order to remove this lurking hazard, water systems should fully remove galvanized lines, including those on private property, along with the lead goosenecks and connectors. Fully removing galvanized lines when upstream goosenecks are removed makes sense, and the federal government agrees. The bipartisan infrastructure law funds can be used to fully replace these lead-contaminated galvanized lines, even lines left on private property. Unfortunately, California water systems have been removing lead goosenecks only, and as of this year, more than 50% or almost 50% of affected water systems have performed these partial replacements in their communities. We're concerned that the Water Board's draft IUP does not appear to fund full removals of lead-contaminated galvanized lines when goosenecks are removed, and the draft IUP again does not appear to propose to pay to remove the galvanized lines on private property that were downstream of already replaced goosenecks. These lines, of course, can still accumulate lead. So we would ask that the board and Division of Financial Assistance explicitly direct a significant portion of the infrastructure funds to pay for full removal of galvanized lines that are or were downstream of lead components. Certainly to explicitly explain how those lines are, removal of those lines are to be funded. And also we just ask that partial removal of those lines not be allowed. In other words, if the utility wants to fund just gooseneck removal, they should be required to ensure that the galvanized downstream are removed as well. That we're not perpetuating these partial replacements of just the goosenecks. And we could even go so far as to include galvanized downstream of goosenecks within the definition of a lead service line that would be funded by the program. Other states have done this. This is something that Michigan has also done. So anyways, but thank you very much for your attention and for giving me this time today.
Thank you. Really appreciate the continued engagement on the issue on both regulatory and funding side. So thank you, Ms. Little. Hello, good evening. Quite nearly.
My name is Daphne Macklin. I was formerly an attorney with Legal Services of Northern California, and I'm currently working with the Coalition of California Welfare Rights Organizations, which is basically, we do work here at the legislature. And that's how I came into doing work around the issue of Medi-Cal lead testing for children. As you know, the state of California has a very poor record of testing 1 and 2-year-olds. Specifically, a report was published by the state auditor. It's report 2019-105. I would encourage you to take a look at it. It's online, it's easy to see. It was presented at the very beginning of the public health emergency, literally the legislative joint session that was going to discuss that report happened the same week, and the director of healthcare services sort of had to excuse himself because a catastrophe was landing. I would submit to you a catastrophe has landed and has been with the very young children of California for many, many years. What the Howell report indicated was that the state of California only tests about 1/3 of the Medi-Cal eligible children. These are 12-month-old and 24-month-old children, although any child may be tested for lead up until approximately age 6. So here's an opportunity, but we're only testing 1/3 of those children. So according to that report, about 9,600 children of the 560,000 children who were tested, I believe in 2017, that's almost 10,000 children had an actionable, noticeable level of lead in their blood that should have been paid attention to and treated. Well, one of the things that many of us have been pushing for is that 5 microgram amount be reduced. And Centers for Disease Control did in fact reduce the level of concern amount to 3.5. So very quickly, since this has been a long day for all of us, I would like to encourage in the review of the IUP, consultation with the Department of Healthcare Services, consultation with Department of Housing and Community Development, and possibly also with the Department of Education for identifying places where it is likely that children are being exposed to lead. The children are not being tested because that's a whole other issue, but encouragement can be done. And cleaning up the water that is used in baby formula, used for bathing children and cooking them. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Really appreciate your advocacy and time, especially because that flagging and work cross-agency to our sister agencies is really important here. Since the Division of Drinking Water has come to the board, I often reflect on how incredible it's really charged us further with a public health hat that we certainly had on prior, but we have even more so now. And so I appreciate that nod and the ability to, it doesn't necessarily have to be in the IUP as we pursue this next year, start talking to our folks on the public health side to say, well, what do they know around exposure, and maybe helping us further do the outreach to systems that, can have a nexus around particularly protecting children who are the most, as we know, sensitive to all this. So thank you. We can now continue on with our remote public commenters, and would like to next call up Ellen Lee, who will be followed by Jen Engstrom. and really appreciate everyone's patience and contributions today. Hello, good to see you.
Hi, my name's Ellen Lee. I'm with the Natural Resources Defense Council, and I'd like to thank you all for the opportunity to comment on the drinking water SRF IUPs today. I'll be focusing my comments on the lead service line replacement IUP and sort of following up on Susan's comments as well. The bipartisan infrastructure law is a once-in-a-generation investment into our country's infrastructure, and California is slated to receive over $1 billion to help get lead out of our drinking water and complete full lead service line replacements. However, the draft lead service line replacement IUP estimates just $341 million to solve our lead and drinking water issues. And currently, California lacks an adequate inventory of where the lead service lines are, lead fittings and galvanized lines downstream of lead components. The harm posed by these galvanized lines have been documented in places like Fresno and Washington, D.C., and studies have shown high rates of childhood exposure in at least 29 neighborhoods across California, including areas in the Bay and Los Angeles. This is a widespread problem, and we cannot continue to approve harmful partial replacements. Leaving galvanized lines in the ground when we replace lead pipes and fittings is not a full lead service line replacement. It does not eliminate the threat to our drinking water, and it's not efficient use of resources. The intent behind EPA's guidance on the implementation of the drinking water SRF provisions of bill is to get rid of lead in our drinking water, protect people's health, and require full replacements. States like Michigan, New Jersey, and Illinois have stepped up to fulfill this intent and ensure that their drinking water will be safe from lead by recognizing and codifying that a full lead service line replacement requires removal of galvanized lines downstream of lead components. And the board should follow suit and include identifying galvanized lines downstream of lead pipes and components in its inventory, and dedicate sufficient funds to replace them on both the customer and the utility side. Additionally, contaminated drinking water disproportionately affects low-income communities and communities of color in California. And historically, when not enough funding is given as grants or principal forgiveness to address these issues, funds that have to be paid back can leave already disadvantaged communities burdened with debt for decades. And so we urge the board to allow lead service line replacement projects in disadvantaged communities and areas to receive a greater share of their assistance as in the form of grants and principal forgiveness, greater than the current funding ratio. And we also encourage dedicating funds to provide technical assistance to these systems planning their lead service line replacement projects. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, I'd like to call up Jen Engstrom, and then we'll be followed by Andrea Abergel.
Ms. Engstrom is not with us any longer on the Zoom platform.
And okay, then we can go to Andrea Abergel. Oh, apologies, Ms. Abergel, we can't hear you. I think, but you are unmuted, so you may just need to.
Can you hear me now?
We can hear you now. Good to see you.
Thank you. Sorry about that.
Oh, no worries.
I think we'd get Zoom figured out. Well, good afternoon, Chair Esquivel and board members. It's Andrea Abergel with the California Municipal Utilities Association. We appreciate the opportunity to comment on the intended use plans for the Drinking Water State Revolving Fund and the Clean Water State Revolving Fund. I just have some general comments to provide today. We're going to be submitting written comments later this month. First, I want to echo comments made by Jared Foskell at CASA and Ashley Womack from Inland Empire. It appears that money is being left on the table as it relates to the Clean Water SRF, and projects with scores lower than 16 can and should be included in the available funding. As to the Drinking Water SRF supplemental IUPs, we would like to encourage additional funding to address contaminants. To that end, we encourage clarity in the IUPs as to the scope of projects eligible for funding and to continue to include contaminants that will pose significant financial constraints for water systems, such as hexavalent chromium. Also, where possible, we encourage the board to seek additional funding to be directed for those purposes. Lastly, we appreciate the conversations that CMUA has had with staff at the Division of Financial Assistance and with the DDW regarding the federal funding available for lead replacements. We are hopeful that the set-aside funding available can be used to assist water systems to comply with the lead inventory requirements on the customer side of the line. We know it's going to take a lot of time and resources to conduct a historical record research and field studies. So funding to hire, for example, a regional consultant can go a very long way. I'd also like to note that Nick Blair from Aqua was on the platform but had to step away. So he asked me to echo that these comments are supported by Aqua. And I just want to thank you for the opportunity to provide these comments. We look forward to continued conversations and hope everyone else has a great rest of your day.
Thank you. Really appreciate the comments and looking forward to the written comments and just the continued engagement. Thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Rick Pipkin, who will be followed by Dmitry Semenov. Hello.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me okay?
We can. Thank you for joining us.
Great. Thank you. Thank you for this opportunity. My name is Rick Pipkin. I'm with the Union Sanitary District and wanted to take a brief moment to echo the comments of Ashley and Jared and Andrea regarding the Clean Water State Revolving Fund program. Union Sanitary District has submitted multiple applications for the Clean Water program for its Enhanced Treatment and Site Upgrade program, or we call it the ETSU program. This program is intended to provide early action in reducing nutrient loading to the San Francisco Bay. We certainly appreciate the chair's previous public comments in support of the ETSU program. We would too also urge the board to consider how it can lower the cutoff score to 13 per scenario D and add projects on the fundable list as soon as possible. This would provide critical support to the local agencies who have invested significant effort to move forward with these high scoring projects with substantial high priority environmental benefits. It does seem counterintuitive and counter to the goals of the Clean Water program that in a year where we're talking about infusions of additional money from the state and the feds, that there are no new projects being proposed to be added to the fundable list at this time. We understand that there may be concerns about when the board anticipates getting additional federal infrastructure funds, and we urge you to consider that the very time that it's taking to get projects from the fundable list to actually executed funding agreements may provide the very time that the board needs in order to get those funds. In addition, I think what we're all seeing is that nearly all projects are taking longer to construct than their pre-pandemic construction durations, and this also adds to the time of the projects and makes it that much more difficult to stop them and restart them. We all know that once we shut a pipeline down, it takes longer to get it takes quite a while to get it moving again, and local agencies really need some assurances that the board will keep the funding pipeline moving, even if it is at a slower pace, so these large, complicated projects can keep moving. The pandemic and the current inflationary environment have created substantial headwinds for local agencies like ourselves to keep these projects moving, and we certainly ask for the support of the board to keep these projects on track. Certainly, thank you for the opportunity to comment today, and look forward to continue to working with the State Water Board in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pipkin. Appreciate the comments and again, the just continued work around all this. We do have just an incredible opportunity, as we heard, some challenges with expectations as to how much we're actually receiving on the federal side. But what is out there and is incredible to see is just the amount of energy and discussion and support and innovation, I would even say, in all of the work that we're doing. So thank you. Next is Dmitry Semenov, and who will then be followed by Sue Mosberg.
Hello.
Hello. Thanks for
thank you very much. Can you hear me?
We can. Thank you.
Perfect. All right, good afternoon. My name is Dmitry Semenov. I'm with Ridgeline Municipal Strategies. I'm a principal of the firm, and our firm is engaged by the city of San Juan Bautista as a financial advisor. And today I am speaking on behalf of the city of San Juan Bautista. And first of all, I'd like to echo the comments of Ashley and Craig and Jared and Andrea and Rick about the scoring on the project. The city of San Juan Bautista has submitted an application for the Clean Water State Revolving Fund, and we also got a score of 13. And we are a small city with a very large wastewater problem. It's a city of about 2,000 people. that is trying to handle an $18 million project that's required to comply with the requirements of the EPA on the discharge levels. So it's a regionalization project where the water will be sent to a regional wastewater treatment facility. And when we submitted the application and we got to the score of 13, we were almost ready to start the project. There were still a few things that needed to be done on the design, on the environmental permitting. All those things have been completed. And as we're looking at how the projects get approved and get on the list, it seems like every year there is some projects that are not ready to move forward. And as you were earlier discussing, what are some of the benefits and some of the challenges of the scoring system? Maybe as you're looking further into the issue is, paying more attention to how ready the project is to start construction would be helpful. And this would allow to accelerate the development of the water and wastewater infrastructure in the state. Support the jobs. Also make sure that the funding actually gets deployed, sooner rather than later. So that's where we are. Along with everybody else, would like to encourage you to consider adding the projects with the level of 13 and up to the fundable list, and we'll be submitting the official comment by the deadline. So thank you very much.
Thank you as well. Just appreciate the good comments. And I keep saying Sue Mossberg, but I should look at my official list, and it's Tim Worley. And good to have you, Tim, here, still with the AWWA. So call up Tim next. Good to see you. Thanks for sticking with us. Oh, you're on mute. Apologies.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can. Thank you.
Okay. Well, thank you. Yes, Sue had to tag me to deliver these comments. She had to leave for another meeting. So I am speaking here on behalf of the California-Nevada section of AWWA. They might submit additional written comments, but there was one point they wanted to raise early on the very complicated lead service line supplemental IUP. So this comment is actually in support of a point Board Member Firestone clarified and Andrea Abergel made a few moments ago. We know that far fewer lead service lines will be discovered in California than in many other states, although we know they do exist. So we believe that every avenue should be taken to optimize efforts to close any gaps in the statewide inventory of lead service lines, particularly on private property. Identifying where those issues exist is important, and it is also important not to waste scarce resources pursuing lead where it does not exist. Our hope is that for many water systems, particularly small ones, further inventory requirement might be concluded by a thorough search of building codes and other records at the county or local level. The most efficient way to accomplish this could be for the state to contract with one or perhaps two or three companies that could complete this kind of review. This could mean that for a great many water systems, the inventory step could be completed without burdening dozens of them with this step individually. So our one comment at this time is to urge the Division of Financial Assistance to use funds from the technical assistance set aside to contract for a record search to establish baseline data to rule out counties and cities where no lead service lines would be found. The data generated from this review should then be made available to water systems so that they could refine their own inventory work. That is our one comment at the moment. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. We greatly appreciate the funding that has been approved for lead service line replacement and look forward to continuing to engage with Water Board staff on this program. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Worley, and glad we were still able to see you today, and thanks for contributing still. And importantly, appreciate the early flag and look forward to seeing if there's any written comment. I think we lost a few other folks through the course of the long day, and just looking over to Ms. Tyler and Ms. Argel to just confirm that. Okay, that wraps up our commenters, and just again, thank you for everyone and their patience. It's been a day of There's a lot of threads through the discussion, so I appreciate it. Board members, yeah, anything to follow up on this workshop with?
I think there's a lot of good comments and discussion already. That we can follow up on. One thing I do, just coming away from this, want to flag is for commenters as they put in comments is suggestions on how we might deal with this challenge of lead and the principal forgiveness and loan requirements. I think one of the commenters said, there's going to be some systems, small disadvantaged communities that can't maybe afford any loan and others that maybe could afford more. We also need to make sure we're complying with the federal requirements. So I just would look to people to provide suggestions on that and staff to keep thinking about how we might continue to iterate on how to deal with that. It's a challenge. And then otherwise, I think there was a lot of good comments and look forward to reading them and following up.
Thank you, board member. Any other comments, thoughts? All right, thank you for the good discussion and look forward to adoption of the IUP. Thank you. And a reminder for folks, what's the timeline then here moving forward?
It is September 23rd to submit comments, and then the October 3rd board meeting is what we've targeted to for adoption.
Fantastic. Thank you again.
Thank
really
you.
Appreciate it. Okay, that brings us to our last item of the day, item number 7, which is a overview of our incredible groundwater quality tool that we will be unveiling here and going over. I was tempted, because it's been so long, to say maybe we have it at the top of tomorrow, but we have a commenter on this item. So we have time. It's only 5 o'clock. Although I usually like to say, okay, by 5 we should be done most days, but we'll just give a moment to folks to get ready. Why don't we go ahead and take 10? I mean, if that's okay if that makes sense. Or, yeah, I know. I already lost Laurel. Let's go ahead and take 10 really quick. We'll go ahead and start at 5:05 on item number 7. And thanks, everyone. All right. I said 5:05, but I think we can start to transition in our discussion. And thanks, everyone. It's helpful to have a quick mental reset as we get into a very exciting finish to the day, because I am just incredibly impressed always by our programs, obviously. And I'm biased, I know, as chair here, but I really appreciate the programmatic work that has gone on to have this moment. So I'll stop and actually just kick it over to Natalie. Good to see you.
Good to see you too. Good afternoon, Chair Esquivel, members of the board. I'm Natalie Stork with the board's groundwater management program, and I'm here with Adelia McGregor, who will update you on our new Sigma water quality visualization tool. Thank you. Sigma, the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act, required about 90 basins to develop groundwater sustainability plans and submit these to the Department of Water Resources, or DWR. DWR is responsible for reviewing and approving plans. Some of these plans are already approved by DWR now, and some are still in review. In order to support DWR's review, board staff looked at plans for 14 basins so far, and we submitted our comments to DWR. Our comment letters focus on areas of board expertise and jurisdiction, including water quality, drinking water, and water rights. Next slide, please. Under Sigma, groundwater sustainability agencies, otherwise known as GSAs, need to define what a water quality undesirable result is in their basin. The statute defines this as significant and unreasonable degraded water quality, including the migration of contaminant plumes that impair water supplies, caused by groundwater conditions occurring throughout the basin. When board staff looked at plans, they found that many of the plans did not address known water quality issues. Next slide. For more on our perspective on water quality issues in Sigma, our program Sigma Water Quality FAQ is available on our website at the link on the slide. In order to review water quality consistently across plans, staff developed a method using data from the board's Groundwater Ambient Monitoring and Assessment, or GAMMA program, to evaluate which constituents should be described or considered in plans. Adelia and Sigma staff worked with the GAMMA team to automate this methodology and produce a web-based tool, both of which she will present to you now.
Thank you, Natalie. I'm pleased to present our new Sigma water quality visualization tool. This tool is new and different because it provides a per basin list and visualization of constituents that we recommend GSAs consider in their plans. Before even developing the tool to aid our review of water quality issues in the 14 basins, we analyzed water quality in each basin and created a list of constituents that are known to be influenced by groundwater management and exceed health-related regulatory thresholds after 2015. We then compared these lists against the plans and recommended that GSAs consider missing constituents. The tool we are presenting to you today automates this methodology for all of the basins subject to Sigma to provide a consistent list of which constituents GSAs should consider. It also allows stakeholders and interested parties to visualize where and when water quality problems that may fall within the Sigma purview have occurred. Our key audiences for this tool are groundwater sustainability agencies for when they are revising plans or developing new plans, DWR for when they are reviewing plans, non-governmental organizations who are interested in how water quality is addressed in plans, and other parties involved in groundwater management. For people who are curious which water quality issues may impact their wells or water sources, the board's GAMMA and drinking water programs have tools targeted for these audiences. Our tool narrowly looks at water quality issues under Sigma, which are water quality constituents that may be impacted by groundwater management, especially focusing on known exceedances from 2015 onward. The Sigma water quality tool is currently available on our website for public use, and I will now provide a quick demo. Sorry, I had to switch pages. So this is the default screen that you will see when you open our tool. There are a few things to point out here. On the top right, we have our overview tab and our basin trends by constituent. In this view, we are looking at well data with detections greater than the comparable concentration value. There's a map that shows you the locations of impacted wells, a list showing you the impacted wells by constituent. This list contains constituents that have 3 or more impairments within a basin, and below we have the data summary. To begin using this tool, you'll select the menu icon to the left. Here you'll have options to filter your data by basin priority, basin or sub-basin selection, well category, and provide a year-date range. In the basin priority selection, we have 2 options. Both options are high and medium priority basins, so we can select critically overdrafted or non-critically overdrafted. For this demo, we're going to leave the critically overdrafted basin selected. Next, we will select our basin or sub-basin. So you can select any basin from this list to review water quality for that basin. I'm going to select Kern County since I know that there is a significant amount of water quality data available within that sub-basin. Next, we have well category. So these are the options that we have available: domestic, irrigation, industrial, monitoring, municipal, water supply, and other. We're going to leave our default selections selected for this demo. Next, we have the year range. If a user wishes to look at pre-2015 data, they can do so by changing the dates. But for the demo, we're going to leave this from 2015 to present. As you can see, since I selected the Kern County sub-basin, our map is now showing us impacted wells that are within the Kern County sub-basin. The list to the right is specific constituents that have 3 or more wells that are impaired per constituent within the Kern County sub-basin. One of the great things about Power BI, which is the software this tool was built in, is everything is interactive. So we can select the constituent to find out more information. Now on the left, we're able to see locations of where impacted wells are considered to be impacted by nitrate as nitrogen. And in the data summary tab below, we're able to review some of the numbers associated with that constituent. We can select different constituents, or we can choose to look at the list in terms of percentages rather than well counts. And if we don't want to look at percentages or a table, we can switch to a table view. So that is the first tab of the tool. Next, I will transition into the Basin Trends by Constituent tab. In this tab, you're able to get a more detailed view of data associated with a specific selected constituent. So as you can see, the selection of the Kern County subbasin has carried over into this new tab. So now on the left, we have a map showing where all the locations are according to our selected chemical constituent, which you would select at the top. Our default selection for this for the tool is nitrate as nitrogen. However, you can come in here and change to any of the other constituent from this list. In the map, we're showing 2 things. We're able to see the color category, which is showing you what the well category is, whether it is domestic, irrigation, or municipal. The size is showing you the median chemical constituent concentration by well. So this is not a map of just impacted wells. This is a map showing where well locations are and the median chemical constituent concentration of that well. On the bottom left, we're able to see the well category. We're able to see the distribution of impacted wells as well as wells sampled. To the right, we're able to look at groundwater data over time. Here we're seeing the median chemical constituent concentration over time, which is broken up into annual quarterly intervals. And we're able to look at that median concentration over time in comparison with the average minimum threshold. On the bottom, we are able to look at the number of impacted wells over time. Here you can also change this to look at the percentage of impacted wells over time. And this is the impacted wells according to the selected chemical constituent at the top. Again, one of the great things about Power BI is everything is interactive. So if I select a well from this map, it then shows me that well's median concentration over time in comparison to the basin's median concentration over time. We can also select from the well category. If I select that I want to view where the domestic wells, now I'm looking at a map showing me the domestic wells, and we're able to look at the domestic median concentration over time in comparison to the minimum threshold and the basin overall median concentration over time, as well as the impacted wells on the bottom. So now that I've shown you that, there are some other ways that you can interact with the data. So on the bottom, in the impacted wells over time, we can look at percentages. And lastly, another way to look at the data is in table format, which you can do by selecting the table option at the top here. That is all I have for demoing the tool today. We are now ready to take any of your questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Really appreciate this. What I appreciate is that it is here geared at making actionable and real data that we have and making it as easy as possible for GSAs to be incorporating it in their GSPs and for others then to use as well as they may do. But our direct audience here is our GSAs, and I appreciate the specificness of the appropriateness of this tool. I know that Board Member Firestone has brought it before, and I'm interested as well. How, what do tools look like that are communicating to the public directly as well? And I think there are some of those existing on our website. But I appreciate the moment to highlight this, especially to publicize it and ensure that folks know that it's here as a direct and important resource to be incorporating into the work that's out there. Especially here in this drought, quantity and quality, as we know at this board, can't be separated. But particularly during droughts, when quality just becomes all the more important and can really be a driving factor in so many of the challenges that our communities face. So, thank you. I had misidentified, Ms. McGregor, your presence on the Zoom platform as a commenter, so I don't have a commenter otherwise. So anything further from fellow board members? Yes, please. Board Member Guire.
Thank you so much. I mean, this is really a phenomenal tool that you've developed. And I mean, frankly, the first time I've ever seen such a good compilation of water quality data for a basin. So I'm so thankful that we now have this available. And I'm really hopeful that we'll see the GSAs make full use of it as they continue to work through their processes. So thank you for doing this work. I think this is one of those examples where we can provide truly a statewide benefit for so many, and it'll provide its dividends over time, many times over. So well worth the investment and the time that you spent there. One point of clarification I'd like to make, and it's something that I brought up during our briefing on this, was about the information that we're sharing. You have data in there for municipal drinking water wells, for example. And so I just wanted to clarify that the water quality information that you're showing when you say wells are impacted, that's the untreated raw water quality that they detect at the well, right? But many of those wells may have treatment already. And so they may be delivering safe drinking water, for example, in that community. Can you just clarify that?
Yes, that is correct. This is the water quality for the raw water. And for the analytes that are produced in the list, when GSAs are developing plans, they need to discuss water quality in the basin as part of their overview of the situation in the basin. And then they also need to determine whether or not they need to develop criteria to measure how they're doing as they move towards sustainability. And so this list of analytes, while it does include untreated water, so there may be issues that are fixed via treatment, we would still hope to see at least some discussion in the basic condition sections of the GSP, and some sort of recognition like this problem is treated via this, and that's why there isn't a minimum threshold. So that's a great example of the different ways this information can be used and incorporated.
Absolutely. Yeah, 100% agreed. This is what the data that the GSAs should be looking at and considering in their GSPs. I just know that this is a publicly available tool, so I just want to make sure it's really clear on the tool somewhere that what the data is and what it is not. And so a caveat, if you haven't added that, if you could give some thought to doing that, some sort of disclaimer, just so if anyone from the public were to pull it up, they would have a clear understanding of what they're looking at. That'd be really helpful. Thank you.
Yeah, really good point, board member. I appreciate that. Member Firestone.
Just echo the thanks and incredible work, and really grateful that we have this tool and that we have you all to help us develop it, and I'm really hoping that it can aid the GSAs. They have a very pretty huge, daunting task that they're trying to work through. And so these sorts of tools, I think anything we can do to help support them being successful is great. So thanks.
And thank you for that, board member. And, to both your points then, we do need clarity for the public to understand that, it is a scary map. You look at the number of constituents, you look at, the challenge there, and both for the public's, benefit and understanding that that's raw water and, doesn't mean you're being served, but potentially are if you're on a domestic well, et cetera. But then to board member Firestone's point, also then, I think for GSAs, they look at that and they think, well, you're trying to make me responsible for all of those challenges in that basin. And it's a clear, like, no, but the data can help you be a partner. And that's when we can then, help, it opens the door to discussions around, well, what are the programs out there that are helping to decrease then those inputs, like the Irrigated Lands Regulatory Program, or other things that, it's not all on the GSAs that they have to fix that issue there that's being characterized. But, the first step to figuring out how they become part of it is by incorporating the data. So, thank you. Vice Chair, Board Member Morgan. Okay, yeah, just many, many thanks to you again. I appreciate this. Hopefully folks can really, this gets highlighted, attention drawn to it, and the data used. That's the best thing we can do amongst ourselves, be better decision makers with the data we have. So thank you.
Thank you.
All right, that wraps up informational item number 7. And we don't have board member reports today. So we have those tomorrow because today's agenda looked pretty long. And so we kind of saved ourselves that. Okay, well, thank you, everyone. We're in recess until tomorrow morning at 9:30 when we will come back and finish our agenda with items number 8, which is our stormwater general permit, which will be up for adoption, construction stormwater general permit, which will be up for adoption, and then our board member reports, if you're also inclined. Thank you. Thanks for the great day, good discussion, and we'll see you all tomorrow in our recess. Until then, thank you.